Peace and respect to you all. Welcome to Demolished Doctrine, the beginning of the end of religions. Hey, look at who's here. We got Theological Introspection, also Geo. Hey, George. And, of course, 420 Atheist. Good to see you, brother. A long time. You should come into the show tonight. You should come to, what is it? It's like early morning for you, I guess. Yeah. It does my heart a lot of good to see people who normally show up here getting along with each other. Actually means quite a bit to me, because I do have love for all of you. And when people you love are getting along well with each other, well, what more could you hope for? Peace and respect. Lil, it's hard for me to do. Lil Podcast Reacts. I don't think I've seen your icon and name here before, or maybe it's been quite a long time. I'm not really sure how that goes. You do not, George. That's not true. You stop that. George is old like me, and he loves being a contrarian just for fun. Peace and respect, Dove. Welcome. Thank you for coming by. Okay, so for the purposes of entertainment, I reckon I'll read y'all a little bit of that bibliography. I know you can't get enough of it. Queuing it up. Give me just a sec. Let me find where I was. Because, you know, when you leave Google Pages, it doesn't automatically go back to where you were. It doesn't do that. Bored as hell. People leaving. Don't leave. Let's see. Let's get past the first part of Genesis. Actually, I find the beginning of 2 really interesting. And most people just, I don't know, their brains just skip over it. Like all the inconvenient parts of the Bible that seem to contradict things that they would say in church. And I can tell because these things are stated pretty directly. And then people go, oh no, that's not what it means. It's this other thing. I'm only going to refer to part of it instead of all of it. Thank you, Dove. Yes, please vote on the machine, on the stream. Pet the algorithm. Make the machine feel good about itself. Peace and respect to Karma's helper. Thanks for coming by. Yeah, do all that stuff, please. Appreciate it. Okay, so if you haven't heard me say this before, I'll say it again and now. This is a proprietary translation of the Bible, which I've been working on. I haven't gotten very far, only to Genesis 18. I have it on Google Docs. Is it Google Docs? Google Pages? Google Docs. And it is free for everyone and anyone to read. I will copy and paste. Here it is. Peace and respect, Jody D. Good evening. How are you? How are you? I don't know. I'm feeling silly. I'm doing voices tonight. Not really sure why. I'm in a good mood. I've had a really great day. I had some awesome arguments. Met somebody on the plaza, the downtown square, who was flying a sign that he had professionally printed. I thought that was rather impressive. He was an obvious Democrat, though he didn't declare it, and was saying, the kind of things Democrats say. And opposite of he and I was an obvious Jewish Republican, and his sign was talking about the Palestine-Israel conflict and apartheid in that area and things like that. So that was a really good argument. They're both fairly smart people, so I had a good time doing that. So I'm kind of feeling up today. All right. Understand this is under the reading frame that I was shown to read this with, which means you don't hear it anywhere on the planet but right here. And you might go, well, that's not special. Everyone has their own translation. Yeah, that's true in their minds, but it's not very well defined and it's not well researched. And even the modern translations in English don't take into consideration the etymology of the words. Here, that is done. So, it doesn't say just like animals, it says natural animals. And there's another word that doesn't mean natural animals. Huh, weird. So, if I put the chapter breaks where I believe they belong, we end up beginning Genesis 2 at what the Common Bible has it as 18. Why they started it way early, I don't know. Oh, yeah. Geo. The feelings about Palestine and Israel have nothing to do with political party. Yeah, I didn't say they did. But what I did say is the way he was rationalizing his position was very much like the rationalizations I hear from Democrats on a regular basis. And he never actually said he was a Democrat, as I said. Anyway. Spake ancient extant covetous false gods. Soak that in. Not advantageous that Adam be alone. I will make Adam a helpmeet for the reason of his emotions. Yes, it's claimed that it is not God. That's not good enough. But actually existent, not created. Covetous, as in against us. And you could say colloquially jealous of us. False gods made Adam and Eve. And out of the natural animals, the ancient, extant, covetous false gods had formed every wild animal and every fowl of the air, and gave some of each to Adam with some reservation. In other words, they didn't really want to encounter. And the emotional animal Adam, whatever Adam called every living creature he obtained, the ones that he was given, that was the name of them. Well, of course, if something's yours, you get to name it. But it also implicitly, instead of explicitly, says here that it wasn't everything. It was only things that he was obtaining. It wasn't every kind of critter. So since this happens somewhere else off of this earth, and that it implicitly states there's other kinds of critters and species of critters. I don't even want to have that argument. This is where I get arguments like Behemoth and Leviathan are actually two of those kinds of creatures that we just don't have here, but it doesn't mean they don't exist. They are examples of other existent creatures. And Adam gave names to all the herd animals and to the fowl of the air and to every wild animal. And Adam found them sufficient to help accomplish his purposes. That is, he had everything he needed and nothing he didn't. And ancient, extant, covetous false gods caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and while under anesthetic, took from one of Adam's ribs and closed up the flesh exposed there. Peace and respect. Oh, the Dean. Fist bump. And from the rib material which ancient, extant, covetous false gods had taken from the emotional animal, that being Adam, developed them a woman, and in due time introduced her to the man. That is it, the thing needed time to grow to adulthood. So I'm thinking alteration of Adam's genome because it was special and particular and weird, and then making that XX only, putting that into a viable ovum, using a gestationally healthy female, grew it, but then he still had to wait till she was an adult, But anyway, and Adam said this when she finally got there. I'm sorry, I skipped the line. And from the rib material exchange covers the emotional animal, develop them in woman due time. Oh, no, I read that. And Adam said, this now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh, she will be called woman because she was taken out of man. Yeah, that's probably sexist today, but okay, fair enough. For further information on this in modern science, look up spiny rat stem cells. And you'll see that we made a female out of the stem cells of something that was male. Yes, we did. Now, it's simpler probably than a human being or whatever. I don't know if the process would be the same. I'm not a scientist. Therefore, will a human leave his sire and dam? Because it shouldn't read mother and father anywhere unless it's talking about the mother and the father. And shall hold fast to his wife, for they are the same flesh. Angels alter their genetic material to make mankind should be the title of this chapter, or that we are a little lower than angels, and it deserves a chapter break because there's a change in the conversation, a topic change. And the Yahweh angels formed mankind of the pulverized debris from the existent Adam. Yes, that's very well researched, and yes, those are the actual ideas and words. So I think pulverized material here, which is often translated, well, it can be translated salt or ash or dust. And pretty universally, councils choose to translate it dust. Because like pulverized material wasn't specific enough for them. Personally, I know of a material you have to pulverize and then do other stuff with, which you could alter and reduce an animal and then recreate that animal and the new one would be reduced. Yeah. We call it DNA. I don't know what the angels call it because they never actually named the stuff. Of course, if they named it, 3,500 years ago, people would be at a total loss what the hell they were talking about. And somebody probably would have altered it to make it match something they understood, like the word dust. And the Yahweh angels form mankind with pulverized debris from the existent Adam. That is to say that Adam probably has a very wide genome. All the ethnic groups come from that same set. And thus breathed into his nostrils the breath of life through a surrogate woman in birth pangs. Yes, I didn't make up the part in birth pangs. That's actually there. Double check me. Mankind became a fully living soul. Right. Not just theoretical, not just genetic material, but actually a living person. That's what happens through gestation. Peace and respect, generally specific. Take your time, brother. Cooping is a funny looking word, but I think you spelled it correctly. And out of the ground made the Yahweh angels to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food, and the tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Tree of knowledge of good and evil being religious stories, the Injil. Tree of life being eternality in the flesh. That is, we have found that in our genetic material. And there's 30 examples of living creatures on this planet already that already experience essentially Negligible aging or eternality. Peace and respect, El Piero. Greetings, Hotep. Probably saying that wrong. Here's a line that Christians often miss. This is really important, guys. You can't just glaze over stuff like this and say, yes, I'm a Bible-believing Christian, damn it. Well, if you're a Bible-believing Christian, then you got to read the thing, and it needs to make sense against itself. Peace and respect, missing mod. Yeah, I'm not well, actually, missing mod. I'm a lot better than just well. I am flourishing. But thanks. I hope you're flourishing as well. I hope everyone is. I know not everyone is, but anyway, eventually they will be. Okay, and the Yahweh angels had planted, past tense, a garden eastward. Eastward of what? Eastward of something else. In this case, eastward of where the Jehovah angels reside, and or heaven. What? Heaven is westward of here? Wait a minute. Heaven has a direction? Like you could point toward it? Doesn't that suggest it's a real thing, not some ethereal plane? Is there some ethereal plane westward of here that I'm just not aware of? And there they, the Jehovah angels, I interjected the word they, even though it is. What's that? Anybody? What's that called when they imply a word instead of actually directly writing it? So I directly wrote them. Peace and respect, Brick Jonesey. They, the Jehovah angels, emplaced the man whom they had formed. What? Mankind was not formed in the garden. He was formed somewhere else and emplaced into the garden. Emplaced. He was alive somewhere else. Emplaced. And out of the ground made the Yahweh angels to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food, and the tree of life, also in the midst of the garden, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. So yes, and we read at the end of this where it's talk. Feel free to hit the link, everybody, anybody. After all, it's not fair to you that you should be restricted to 200 characters or whatever the restriction is inside chat. And besides, I love other people. I love hearing what they think. And if you stay just inside chat, then there's no way you can be treated fairly, which is sad. But if it were voice to text and unlimited, it would whiz by so fast because people would just be talking into it. It would whiz by so fast you couldn't read the darn thing. Lovely theological. Enjoy your game. Please do. There has to be a certain amount of our time, energy, and yes, even money devoted to goofing off just so we don't lose our minds. It's good financial theory. Peace and respect. Spooky bedhair. She hates to see him leave, but she loves watching him walk away. Oh, yeah. And the radiant floodwaters went out into Eden delight from Yahweh to refresh the garden eastward. And from there, it was parted and became into four principal things. Here they are, the four principal things. The first principle, we are not in heaven. That is, we are scattered away from heaven to increase. That is, it gets to be more and more of us. So we're obviously not in heaven. That's true. We're obviously increasing in number. That's true. That which will be returned to the whole land of the travailing circle, where there is shimmering water and fair weather. Yes, those are accurate translations. So what is this travailing circle? The circle of travailing, the place where pain and suffering happens. the place not in heaven where pain and suffering happens, i.e. the planet. Yeah, I know. This is kind of oversimplified, isn't it, missing mod? But that's the funny thing. It got translated into difficulty when it's really simple. And the shimmering water and fair weather of that land is good. No, it doesn't say rocks and gold. That's bad translation. And ignores the etymology of the actual words. It is a pearl divided, pearl, like a precious, like spherical thing that's small and kind of insignificant within itself, and it has value for other reasons. It is a pearl divided, and there are pale family building blocks. In your English translation, pale family building blocks got translated into a rock, onyx. It got translated into a rock, guys, because they didn't understand what the hell was being spoken of when they did the translation. And the name of the second principal thing is bursting forth to be drawn up. That's right. Right here in Genesis 2:3, it says there's going to be an ascension. And that's one of the major points. It's the second principal thing. So it's not incidental or an afterthought. It was from the absolute beginning. The intention was to do that. That we burst forth out of the planet to be drawn up into heaven. The same that encapsulates the whole land of those in darkness. Right. It applies to, it encapsulates, it encompasses, you could say, the whole land, all of the earth, not just Christian sections, sorry, who are in darkness, that is to say, ignorance. So the whole idea, the second principle, applies to everyone, and they are all in darkness. That's right. My people perish for lack of understanding. The Bible's consistent with itself that we have not been exposed to the full truth of the universe. We will not be until the ascension, and they're aware of it. So yeah, I take this more as being scientific darkness than I do like spiritual darkness. People can be spiritual and ignorant of a lot of things. And genuinely spiritual. Peace and respect, the law of faith. How did righteousness something from itself? How did righteous... I'm going to have to wait for another entry so I can read that. There's a freaking heart in the way. I didn't even ask for that heart to be there, but I can't read your thing, law of faith. Sorry, going to have to wait a sec. And the Yahweh angels took mankind and put him into the garden. He wasn't made in the garden, Christians. Wrong. Says it twice. Just said it right there. Now it's saying it again. And put him into the Garden of Eden to praise and comply with Jehovah at some point in the future. And mankind to keep the garden, which we do. Sometimes very poorly by like spraying Agent Orange and stuff like that and dumping nuclear waste into the oceans. So we keep it, but we don't keep it very well. Peace and respect, Marty Camejo. And Richard, how did righteousness fall from itself? Use more words. I'm not that intuitive as to what human beings mean by the things they write, and law of faith, I'm just going to need you to use more words than that. Use up the 200 or whatever it is spaces that you have, please. Expound on that, sir, if you would. I'm not sure you're a sir. If that was insulting, I didn't mean it to be. I just assumed you're a sir. Sorry. I can't prove that. And the Yahweh angels declared of mankind, saying, of every tree of the garden thou may freely eat. That's all of them. All of them. But of the affixed tree, what does it mean by affixed? Okay, so affixed is like the idea of you can't move it, you can't budge it, you can't affect it, it's stuck. So it's let's just say stuck tree. The stuck tree of knowledge of good and evil. You will not eat of it. That's right. You will not eat of it, which is a declaration of inability, not a denial of right. You will not eat of it. It's a statement. It's not an assertion. It's not a commandment. It's stated here. You won't eat of it. For the reason of. For the reason of. You will not eat of it. For the reason of, in the day that you do eat of it, you will surely die the death. That's right. That's a solid translation. It's not just you surely die. No. No, it's not just die. It's die the death. What death? The death. What does the death mean? Well, there's two kinds of death. Your body failing, that's the obvious one. And the little bit more subtle death, in the idea of like a ship of Theseus person. Each of you persons are a ship of Theseus. You have had parts of you die, like your belief in Santa Claus. The kid who believed in Santa Claus is dead. Now you remember being that guy or woman, that's fine. But the child no longer exists, yet you remain. And that 5-year-old Richard is dead. He doesn't exist. And that's the kind of death that it's talking about, the death of old ideas, or being corrected, or repenting, or changing your mind, or turning to the right. Peace and respect, Christian Carpenter. Going back to Law of Faith. Richard, you say use more words, but you're not a man other than your own words that are many, because you need to understand the knowledge of my word. Well, that is what Jordan Peterson gets accused of. Congratulations, Law of Faith. That was incoherent word salad. Congratulations. Perhaps you should write these things down and review them and read them for yourself. And then after you decide they make sense, then type them. Because that was a word salad, my friend. Don't give me word salads. Actually, look, I'm not playing with you. I'm not being prejudiced to you. Every day, every human to me is a brand new person unless they prove otherwise. Now, your response is saying, oh, I need to remember what this person said before. I don't want to. I want to address you now. Could you please honestly just restate it using more descriptors? I need more descriptors. I'm not being a curmudgeon. I need more descriptors in your question. It didn't make sense to me. I need your help. My brain is not your brain. Peace and respect to you all. I'm sorry my brain isn't other people's brains. Don't know what I would do about it, but I'm sorry. And they were both spiritually naked, the man and the woman, but also representing the men and the women. And they were not ashamed. That's right. Right now, right here, I believe the Bible is claiming that you right here listening to me, no matter what you believe, are ignorant of spiritual things. You do not have a full education of the Spirit. You do not. You do not know. You do not understand. If I got into asking you specific questions, I'm sure I could ask you questions you could not actually answer. Law of Faith. Richard, read the following statement. It's not a following statement. It's a previous statement. See, this I have trouble understanding you. Because that alone, it's not a following state. Are you going to write something else? Is that what you mean? See, you're both future and past tense here. Read the following, that's future, statement that I left is past tense. So what is that? It's a contradiction. It can't be both. Help me out, Law of Faith. Help me out here. I'm not good at guessing people. That's why I'm honestly asking you. You be hounding me in the woods when you hear crooked and you think it's a moose stomping in your I don't go camping. Chirping cricket. Okay. All right. Well, are you actually speaking in some foreign language and this is Google Translate doing your work? Because if this is Google Translate, stop using it. Find a better program. Peace and respect, B.S. Lewis. Yes, theism was solved. Yes, B.S. Lewis. Ancient people could not distinguish magic from technology, and that became the tradition because they said, well, it's from God, so it has to be perfect from the start, so we can never change it, right? So it's modern people who do understand something about technology acting as if they don't. There you go. Theism has been solved. Law of faith. I'm ignorant. Help me find a better program so you can. It is a program problem. That's beautiful. We can do something. That's lovely. I don't know. I'd do a survey and find out which one you think is the best one and just use that. Peace and respect and welcome, Marty. What do you think about my rambling so far today?
I just started listening, so I don't
Cool.
just got here, so I don't know what you're rambling about.
You know, your mic is better than average, but still way quiet.
Is it really? Because I have a so
you know when you whatever you just did different, if you kept doing that.
I'm on my laptop.
Okay.
But I have a camera, like a separate camera to my laptop camera, and that's the mic I'm trying to use.
No, whatever you changed right after I complained, fixed it.
I didn't change
it. No, which way? I think you changed which way you were facing, actually. You may not thought about that. Peace and respect, welcome, generally specific.
Hello.
Like if I turn this way, you can't hear me that well?
Well, it's not bad. It's pretty good. Okay. It's good enough.
All right.
Hey,
but try to face toward the cam whenever you can make yourself do that.
All right. I'm also trying to watch the chat, so.
Okay, so Marty just got here and just kind of joined immediately, so has no comments. Generally, the floor is yours. First thoughts, etc., etc.
I brought popcorn.
All right, awesome.
And I had one of my viewers, one of my chatters, sent me some masala, really spicy curry, kind of like a dry curry kind of thing. And I'm like, hey, why not? Let me put some on my popcorn. My God, it's fire in such a good way. Not in like a burn your mouth way, but it's really good. Some butter, a little bit of salt.
Masala popcorn. Butter, salt, masala popcorn.
Yeah, it's like a masala, like spicy curry masala. So who says white people don't have flavor? Come on now. We can flavor things.
B.S. Lewis recognizing that, and B.S. Lewis, your long-term memories on fairly unimportant matters is remarkably accurate, and he's chosen to refer to you as Queef. So he remembers you saying that. That's good. He does listen when you speak. That's another good positive thing. Awesome.
We was Kangs. I just want to say we was Kangs.
We was Kangs.
We was Kangs. I'm just
right on.
Okay.
So congratulations, BS, on passing the senility test. You're good. Peace and respect, Speedy Romans. Welcome, Based Oracle. Have you been listening at all, or did you just get here?
I just got here.
You just got here. Okay.
But I heard good things, Richard.
About who? About what? Why?
Well, about you, about what was being reviewed here. That you had sort of made a version of the Bible congruent with you.
Well, it's not congruent with me.
I'm just telling you what I heard.
No, that's fine. But I want to clarify, in consideration of the comment, and it can remain anonymous. I don't care. Peace and respect, Hillary's emails. Okay, so I was shown in a waking dream how to read the Bible. Ever since I've been doing that, it's been working out quite well. That it's actually consistent within itself. Got some background noise. Theo, going to get to you in just a minute. If you want to mute yourself, thank you so much, sir. So it actually resolves the apparent contradictions, and also magical thinking and superstition, and also it demands the employment of the etymology of the words, so that the deeper meanings that the person who were naturally speaking would carry are being used and applied. Did all that make sense?
Yes, as far as I can decipher. Thank you.
Okay. So it's not really my view. It's a view I've adopted that was shown to me.
Right. I got you.
Theo, have you been listening? Yeah, I know you've been listening because you've been in chat. First thoughts and reactions.
Nothing. I really need to read this book of yours and I need to like cross-reference it with the actual book to see what you've changed.
Right?
Because it's like nothing like the real book, if you know what I mean.
Like the real book.
Yeah.
Brother,
Real.
my contention that this is the real book. This is the intended message, not a message of ancient people mistaking technology for magic. I think that was never. I'm sure they knew it would happen, but I don't think it was their intention to make that.
Can you give an example of that, by the way?
Sure. The word for a large body of water is in the Hebrew is yam, like you pronounce it Yawm, or I mean if you spelled it in English, right? So that's a large body of water. Any large body of water would be yam. The Bible almost never uses the word yam unless it's talking about like the Mediterranean Sea or larger bodies of water like that. When the Bible says waters and it looks over pluralized, that's because the word that is mayim, not yam, means a small amount of water. So it's like a fractal. Now, as each of these fractals are put together, it can add up to a large body of water. Okay, but the word mayim means juice, like watery substances. Also, and more pronounced and more on topic, it means semen. In other words, and it means semen, right? So that's why the same word mayim in the associated languages of that landmass means brother or sister. That's what mayim is someone who has you have some kind of blood relationship to. And we still use a variant of that expression, saying that blood is thicker than water. That's a variation of the same idea. Okay, so it consistently uses the word mayim. All right, so I can state as a fact, believers today think the Ark narrative, the Noah narrative, is important. So I can literally say that the waters elevate the ark, or the ark was elevated over the waters. It is a fact.
So is it in
magic.
the authenticity of the quote-unquote truth, or sort of more on the misnomer side?
Well, would
like
you agree with me that
misrepresented?
Christians think that narrative is important?
I don't know, honestly.
You don't know if Christians think the flood narrative is important. You don't know that.
Yes, you do.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of people that call themselves Christians, and who am I to judge? But it doesn't seem that they believe in anything.
But I mean, just self-proclaimed. We're not judging whether or not they're genuine or whether they understand anything.
Okay, self-proclaimed.
Self-proclaimed Christians elevate the ark story.
Okay, then sure, yeah.
Okay, so it is above the water. It is elevated above the waters, literally.
So if it is indeed a misnomer, Richard, maybe to answer to what Based is talking about, is it the fault of the interpreters or the fault of the interpreted? Meaning, if it is misnomer, it's not the fault of heaven that it's been misnomered. It'd be the error of the translation, right? Or the
That's kind of where I was going.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I mean,
no, I totally agree with that. I don't think it was ever, although predicted. Like my stepson was 11 years old, and I said to him, "Son, that Playboy you have under your mattress, go ahead and curl it up. Go ahead and curl it up and put it in a paper towel tube so your mom doesn't recognize that it's a magazine." Right? He said, "Dad, how'd you know?" I said, "Son, I'm a male. I don't have to look to know you have that. I didn't find it. I don't know what brand it is. I don't know anything. But go ahead and your mom's going to be looking for that stuff. And then she's going to freak out. So save her the trouble."
You're not a male, Richard. I know many males. You're a man.
Well, thank you so much. And genetically, I am male. So maybe both.
Well, yeah. I mean, both implied, but I just.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's very nice. I think the same of you and many other people that I've come in contact with, especially recently. Okay, but my point is this. Angels don't need to intend us to do certain things knowing our nature. just knowing we will do it. We'll have all these superstitions, all this craziness. And that's just part of our nature when we're trying to figure out stuff, and it's not perfectly clear to us because probably just lack of technology. Okay, so
Well, I disagree there. I don't
But-
think it's due to a lack of technology. I mean, even in part. Well, actually, I take that back. Maybe in part, but I don't think
Okay.
we're meant to know everything. Period.
meant to
Yeah.
expound on the idea, please.
Well, that's opening a rabbit hole, but I'm happy to. I
What do
just
you
mean
think we're
from
here
the
for?
creator doesn't necessarily want us, but I don't want to say what the creator wants, but I'm just saying doesn't necessarily want us to know everything. Right? Everything. We're not meant to.
Well, that's obvious. I mean, as soon
Right.
as you say divine hiddenness, you're obviously right.
Divine. What?
Divine hidden heaven. We don't look up and see angels.
Yeah.
Okay, so obviously information is hidden from us, right? And it's only the pride of an individual person who might say something like, "Yes, I know I'm ignorant and I'm responsible." That's goofy.
Wait, in a bad way.
Yeah. Oh, peace and respect and welcome, Pixie Storms.
Well, on the other hand, could I ask you then, do you think that we are meant to know everything?
Not now. Absolutely not. I don't think our brains could even handle it.
Well, I mean, I agree. But going back, why did you disagree with what I said then?
In what way did I disagree?
Oh, you didn't? Okay. I
No,
misunderstood.
I may have, or maybe we just had a gap in communication or something like that. I think.
Well, no, I think that is what it was. But I thought you were saying like it's sort of fallacious. Like, why do I think like that?
No, what I said was ancient people writing down their experience or what they were told to write down, depending on what culture you're talking about, easily would mistaken because of technological ignorance, high technology for magic. So that's how they wrote it down, or that's how they tell the story.
Oh, okay.
Does that help?
Yeah. But one question to that.
Yeah.
If one would put it off on technology, if one is to say, well, I think it was a lack of technology.
Sure.
In that sort of vein, do you think that we're closer today? I mean,
Yes.
to understanding, given that obviously there's not a lack of technology today in comparison.
Okay, well, at any point in history, there's never a lack of technology for that day. It's always the highest it's ever been, right?
Well, that's why I said in comparison.
Right, and that's where we are right now, is we're at our highest level of technology. From what I can tell from these ancient scriptural stories, including but not exclusive to the Bible, is that we are becoming or are now at an acceptable level. Like our brains wouldn't explode and we wouldn't just like go revert back to magic if we saw it today. So this is like minimum technological advancement in order to be accepting.
To be accepting of reality.
The reality that they already exist in high technology.
Okay.
Which for them is normal technology, but we would consider it insane technology. But Law of Faith actually wrote something, and I can read it. So I think they tried a different program. Let's see how this works out. Richard, you said you have a gap in communication between my words and your mind. Right. Are you going to carry that book out all night? Well, I like going on about it, and I want people to be interested, and I want critique. You know, if someone is going to go and look at the actual Hebrew words like I did and say, well, you know, Richard, in this immediate or overarching context, I disagree with you for reasons A, B, and C in consideration of the Hebrew culture and idioms of the time. Now, if someone gives me that argument, I'm like, yes, let's fight that out. I'm all about it. Pixie Storms just got here. If you're not AFK, the floor is yours. 4, 3, 2, and we'll wait for. Oh, go ahead.
I'm kind of indisposed at the moment, but thank you. I'm
I
still
understand.
listening.
Actually, I never got to Boy Scout or Eagle Scout. I only made it to Weeblo, and then the women who were guiding us failed. They quit.
Yeah, I got kicked out because I ate a brownie.
Yeah, that happens on these long jobs. Peace and respect and welcome, Brick the Jonesey.
What's up, man?
Have you been listening? First thoughts?
Yeah, I was hearing some of it. So I did have a kind of a question about enmity, and perhaps some viewpoints regarding what you had mentioned about we are getting closer to like a knowledge of higher things, perhaps like technology.
Sure.
So in that, so I kind of have a differing view, actually quite the opposite. I see us actually as a species, as humankind, mankind, that we are actually getting worse, that the sins are getting to where they're actually getting worse. They're not like worse. There's nothing new under the sun, but there's more of it. It's seen more, and because of technology is part of it, that people are actually going away from what is good and righteous. So that's kind of my view of it. And so I was just kind of interested in that viewpoint, because if what I'm seeing is that the stories that have happened in the past, even though they're quite awful, as we move further into the future, the stories, from my perspective, get worse and worse and worse.
How worse? Sorry. In what way worse? I missed that part.
So when it comes to, I mean, like I said, there's nothing new underneath the sun. Obviously, we still exist within the physical form, and there's only so much that can possibly even be done to a human body. But as far as the amount of horrible things, when it comes to sinful things, what people would become or be stating as immoral, sinful actions, awful things, it seems to me that it becomes more and more prevalent. That's just my perspective.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. I can dig that. And by more and more prevalent, you mean more inconsistent with tradition, less honoring of God, things like that. Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
Okay. There's some problems with that. What is a heresy today would not necessarily have been a heresy. I don't know. Different church 100 years ago, 2,000 years ago. Hard to say. And what we consider to be sin may not have been considered sin back then or in the future or even by angels. And here's the fundamental problem. Everything that we're saying right now, including myself, is subjective.
Okay.
So that is,
yeah. So
the reason we're
basically
extended grace is because we don't know. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know who's speaking, but whoever it is.
Oh, it's the cat, Marty's
rotating.
cat.
Sorry, Merlin was talking.
You're a witch. I'm not a witch. I'm your wife. Name that movie. Name that movie.
Okay.
Princess Bride. Come on.
You know what? We have a cat that we thought was a girl. It got all my animals were like found and rescued from bad places. Anyway, we had a cat. We have a cat. We thought it was a girl. Its name is Buttercup. Super Munchkin named it. So we went to get it chipped and all that good stuff, and we found out that we now have a Mr. Buttercup.
Hey, that's cool.
Can I take a stab at Brick's premise?
Yeah, go right ahead. I heard D-Doc's rebuttal, but I wouldn't mind hearing yours as well.
Sure. So correct me if I'm wrong. Are sins and sinning becoming worse or getting worse, or is it just I would argue it's a return to the mean. What do I mean by a return to the mean? Like a bell curve, right? That two brainiacs will eventually have a midwit child eventually, right? So And what's my evidence? My evidence is that there required a flood to wipe out all the sin that seemed to have returned to the mean. The mean seems to be living in absolute abject sin, overall, and that was wiped out. And then we have Moses having to bring down the 10 Commandments for God's chosen people to tell them not to do all this horrible stuff. So if God had to instruct Moses to write and to bring these stones down to tell these people to stop sleeping with other people's wives, stop coveting their stuff, stop murdering them, stop bearing false witness against them, this, that, and the other thing, right?
This, that, and the other thing. Wait, hold on. He acts like this, that, and the other thing is a lot of stuff. And I guess if you're getting into like the 200 and some odd laws, you've got this, that, and the other thing. But let's not forget that 4 out of the 10 are dedicated to God's ego, okay?
Okay. You sound angry about
coming
that.
in hot.
Not the right 10, but okay.
It's right.
So the interesting thing. I'm sorry, Marty. Go ahead.
No. There's only 2 of the commandments that are actual laws. Everything else is: do not worship other God before me. Do not do this without anything else before me.
Okay, it's going to be. We're going to get to that someday. We're going to get to that someday. Hold on.
So we'll call them guidelines then, I guess. All right. So it's not right to sleep with your neighbor's wife and covet his stuff and bear false witness against him and murder him and all this other stuff. Whether it's against the law or not, it's not good to do it. So the fact that God's chosen people had to be given a kindergarten letter, big crayon letters, those fat crayons with those kids sitting and held it in their whole fist, a big kindergarten crayon lettering saying don't do these horrible things. It seems to me that was the norm. So the question is, was like, because you look back to the 50s and it seems like we were more of a spiritual, not a spiritual, a religious people. You look back to the 20s, even more so, even through the Great Depression, they still didn't jettison God from their minds and from their lives. But as we get closer to this, the 2025, it seems like secularism's creeping in again. And it seems like there's going to be a need for another flood type, situation. Any thoughts on that? Like, I feel like we're going back to the mean. Like Brick said, there's nothing really new under the sun.
I don't think we were ever away from it. Here's the thing. Everybody keeps saying, like, the world's going to hell in a handbasket, blah, blah, blah. Look at the world's so much worse. It's so much worse. I disagree. I think a lot of things in the past were missed and overlooked because it took 2 years to get a letter from Britain and 2 months to get a letter from California, and nobody was writing you every second of every day. I think we are globally connected and instantly connected in a way we never have been before, and nobody's tuning in to see the new batch of kittens because sensationalism sells. And if that's what sells, then that's what airs. I think we have a constant access to more of it than we have ever had, and it can look more dire, but I don't think we're worse off now than we ever have been. Like, I don't think we're worsening. I think we see it more. I think it's more visible, but I don't think it's worse.
Yeah.
Right. So in my premise, right, and I know that there are some things that are being noticed that are more prevalent as far as horrible acts that human beings are committing. But when I mention the premise, what I'm really referring to is the falling away of people from the Creator.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. There is an illusion that we are falling away because things are more visible now. But those things were never not there. You just were not concerned with what was happening in Darfur. And the news was not telling you what was happening in Syria, right? These things, it's not that it wasn't there. It's that, A, we weren't globally and instantly connected, and B, you probably were not yet interested in such matters.
Yes, but we were. But hold on, though. But we were more connected as communities, therefore, and we have literature to prove it. We have history to prove it. So just because there wasn't a great, vast amount of it necessarily, or just because we're not saying there wasn't any sin, we're saying that it seems like it's more and more readily prevalent. When I open up my
visible
my phone, I'm seeing women.
Saying.
I'm seeing women showing their whole ass camel toes.
But that's what I'm saying. It's there not because it's more prevalent. The whore was always going to whore. You can see it more readily now. You have more access to it now. It is more visible now. That I will give you. But more prevalent is a subjective argument you're making without data because it is more accessible. And
no, I have data. I have data because I've had a cell phone, Pixie, and I've been on the internet for quite a long time.
More accessible does not mean more prevalent. The girl on OnlyFans now was probably sending nudes to her boyfriend 10 years ago, right? You just didn't see those nudes because it wasn't plastered on TikTok. You know what I'm saying? Like visible and prevalent are not the same thing, but sure.
I agree with you, Pixie. Also, too, think of like back in like when the Bible was written. Think of like the size.
You're not understanding my premise.
Of like back when the Bible was written, the world wasn't like as big as it looks like it is now because we can reach everything now. The world is probably like just outside their front door. They couldn't comprehend past that. The world was just where they lived, and anything beyond that was just crazy. So now the world seems a little smaller because now we can all connect to each other, and it's not as crazy insane as it used to be.
So what I'm talking about is not the symptoms. What I'm talking about is the disease. Okay. All of what you guys have described are symptoms of a disease. And that disease is not going with God.
No, I hear what you're saying. What I'm saying is you keep saying that there's this decline. I'm proving it right now. You keep saying there is a falling away from God, and this is the disease you speak of. But I'm saying it's been pretty fucking consistent. There's no falling. Humans are just fucked up, and we always have been. What? The humans are fucked up? Yeah, we are. We always will be. We're vicious back at.
Don't care what my premise is. I'm talking about God. I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about humans. I'm not talking about.
No, your words prove that you keep moving the goalposts because a while ago you said I'm saying that we're falling away from God, and I'm saying that I hear what you're saying, but I disagree because I think it's been consistent and we're not falling.
You're welcome to disagree, but allow me to finish my premise instead of just throwing up complete disagreements against me before I even finish my premise. Like, allow me to speak, please. Can I do that? Now,
sure, one more trip around the merry-go-round. Let's go.
No, I'm done.
Wow, Pixie. I mean, Richard, I don't know if you're hearing that, but I didn't want to pump in if you're AFK having a cigarette, but let's try to let people complete a thought before we attack it. My wife for going on 34 years now has been sending me to the mind reading 101 correspondence course in the mail, and I keep failing it. I keep sending it in. I keep failing it. Still can't read her mind, so maybe you can't read bricks unless you have kind of some superhuman power.
Cool, and maybe you can't read mine, and you should work on it with your wife first. Thanks, though.
Do you see how I didn't interrupt you and I let you complete your thought? That's what Brick's asking you to do. Maybe you could try that.
Did you see how I just did the same thing before you said that? Ooh.
Go ahead.
Can you calm down with the hostility, please?
Can you calm down with the condescension, please?
This is the first thing I've said.
I wasn't looking at who said it.
Go ahead, Brick, please.
So why would you insult me if you don't know who's speaking?
Why would you try to police me when other people are being condescending?
Because you're being hostile.
And they're being condescending. And if people don't
say anybody's name, Pixie? Did I say anybody's name?
If people don't want me to be hostile, then they shouldn't be condescending.
No, you thought it was about you because you understand that you're being hostile.
No, I will match energy. If you want to be a dick, I'll be a dick back.
And Pixie, would you say condescension is a rude trait?
Yeah, that's why when you do it, I do it back. I will match your energy every time.
So I'm being very respectful and polite, but I think you're being very rude and cutting off.
I don't think you were being
earlier.
Respectful. I don't think you were being respectful and polite. I think you were being passive aggressive and condescending. And we can agree to disagree and drop it, or you can continue. And I will continue to match your energy.
Well, I'm not the one who shoved the tampon up the wrong way, dude. It's not meant to go sideways, Pixie.
Oh,
you gotta put it vertical, okay?
Aw, now we're making tampon jokes because that's not condescending or hostile at all.
My
It's been that way the
doll.
whole time.
Nothing but my doll.
You do know that PMS means pre or post, not that they're actually on the menstrual cycle.
Yeah, some women are in the better mood when they're on their period than they are when they're not.
That's
So,
because PMS means pre or post. No tampons needed at that moment. You really don't even know what you're talking about.
talking about my doll, my doll.
Pixie, do words offend you?
No,
You find
actually,
words
I don't
offensive.
take any of this seriously, and when I get offline, I don't really think about this at
So
all.
I'm
Like
trying to have a serious conversation,
I will match your energy.
and I
Okay,
do understand.
wait.
there are
No,
some
you
people
told
in the world who
me-
don't take a
you-
conversation
you
seriously
told
when they're
me
talking
not
to somebody.
to
So
interrupt,
what the word conversation means
You
is
told me
converse.
not
I go
to
over,
interrupt.
and
You
then you
said
go
that
over,
your
and we go
fifis
back and
were
forth
hurt
and try
because
to have understanding between each other. But if all you're
No.
going to do is yell at me, then we can't have a conversation.
First of all, you said your
Literally,
feelings
the
were
word
hurt. You said your
conversation.
feelings were hurt because I didn't let you finish your sentence, and then you just
No, I
interrupted
didn't. I
me.
didn't say
So
anything about my feelings.
again, you just interrupted me
Asking
again.
you
Again,
if
you just
words.
interrupted me again. So
No, I
I
didn't
will
interrupt.
continue to
You've
match.
been
Yeah, there we
talking the whole
go. There
time
we
I've been
go.
trying to talk.
Again,
What are you
again.
talking about?
So I'll just continue to match your energy. When you don't
Look,
interrupt me,
look,
I won't interrupt you.
Okay, all right. Let me talk to you in the baby voice. Okay, Pixie. How does your feelings feel?
All the
Are you
single
scared?
ladies, all the single ladies, all the single
I'm
ladies. Get your
not
cats
single.
now. Get your cats now. Clean out the
I'm
Do
litter.
not.
you
All the
understand
single
why
ladies.
it's very
Oh,
important
look at
for
you making
other people
assumptions.
to
I'm not
listen
even single. Look
to
at you making
you?
assumptions.
Do you
Not even.
understand why it's important for other people to listen to you?
No. Do you hear yourself interrupting me yet again after you bitched about it?
Why are you crying about being interrupted?
I'm not crying about it at all. You're the one who cried about it. I'm just pointing out that you keep doing the thing you cried about. Cry louder.
So
It's
that's a
everybody
no.
else but
You
you,
can't
Pixie. I
stop.
got you.
Pixie likes the wrestle.
So,
Women love it. I love Pixie's awesome, man. Actually, I love Pixie.
so I would like to present the premise as I was intending to, rather than going about it about the self, right? So yes, we all view our own stories, our own experience in a selfish way, and this is very much true. And I've learned that I have to, for my own sanity, to look at things from an outside perspective if I can do that. So what I try to do is, at best, look at it from a higher point, which is I can't do it perfectly, but try to look at it from that godly view, right? So my view of things is that he is sovereign over the universe. And because he is sovereign over the universe, there are things that are happening on this planet, which is also in his universe, that people are falling away from him further and further away, whereas from the beginning, it was not like that. There was a high respect and a high regard for the Most High. People
Okay.
do not respect the Most High.
We gotta
They
pause.
do not. Hold on. No, I don't have to
No,
pause.
I have to pause to
Allow
ask
me
you
to
clarify.
finish.
But you're
Allow
confusing
me
me.
to finish and
I
stop
want
yelling
you
at
to. I
me.
want you to finish with some with a
Please
clarifying point.
stop yelling.
I need a clarifying point because you said this is not about God and you have made it all about God. So again, if
No,
you're
I
making
never said
it's not about
anything
God,
like
I'm asking you to
that.
clarify
So
how this
please
is not
allow me
about
to
God.
finish. Please allow me to finish. Because now, at this point, really what seems to me what you're trying to do is to throw me off of my point, which is exactly proving my point, which is that there are people who are constantly fighting against God. And I'm not saying I'm God. What I'm saying is I'm trying to speak words from that perspective. And what you are doing is you are fighting against my words.
Marty, did he not say, when I said I disagree that we've been falling away from God, that I think it's constant, did he not say that this is not about falling away from God and this is not about God and this is not his premise?
She's
Because
throwing in a lifeline, boyos. She's throwing
That
in a
is what he
lifeline.
said.
Marty, save her.
I don't know. I
Save
just,
her, Marty.
I just came
No,
back.
I'm just asking her because Marty wasn't here for all of this. So I'm asked so unbiasedly when he earlier If you didn't hear it, just say you didn't hear it. That's fine.
Here, I went up to get my
Okay, that's fine.
body, so I
Earlier, you said people are falling away from God. And I said, I don't think people are falling away from God. I don't think it's falling in a sense. I think it has been constant, at least constant since Adam and Eve, right? Because that's the first
I
fall.
heard you the first
So-
5,000
So,
times.
no, and then you said that had
You
nothing
do realize that
to
there's
do.
more than just you having a conversation
said-
here. There's
you said
literally
that had-
5 other people on the panel.
You said that had nothing to do with your premise, that your premise had nothing to do with God, and that I wasn't listening to
You
you.
don't have to
Me
believe it,
Talking about falling away from God was
Dixie. You don't
proving.
have to
No.
believe a word I'm saying.
Stop interrupting. Was
You're not
Loud
required-
noises! I just
You
need this
said-
lamp. Brick!
It is not
Desk!
required reading. It's
You
just a
Loud noises!
conversation.
You said that me saying
out.
anything about God
Get
was
out, little
proving
lady.
that I did not listen to your premise because your premise
Okay.
had nothing to do with God. And here we are again, back on the merry-go-round, where you were talking about falling away from
I'm
God.
not trying to laugh at
Good
you.
job. You just railed his point. You're fucking amazing. Good job, girl.
No, I made the point that he made the same point
He
made
never finished his point.
because he's doing the same thing. He said, it's not about God, but let me talk about God. And then I said, so you made it about God. And then he
Never
said, I
said
never
that.
said it wasn't about God. Yes, you did say it wasn't about God. Now you're saying you
Is a
never said it wasn't
religious
about God.
term. Sin is a religious term. If you don't get that, then you're arguing something that you don't understand.
Yeah, the
Oh,
secular.
so you mean that when people talk about sin, they're talking about actions in relation to a God, and therefore it has to do with God? Color
Well-
me surprised.
Well, Pixie, so the interesting thing is there like a fish tribunal when a little fish gets eaten by a bigger fish? Do they sit around and go, what in the world happened there? This is a tragedy. We need to get to the bottom of the Scooby-Doo mystery. Let's start a tribunal. Or does it just life go on? Because if you're secular and you don't believe in evolution, or you believe in evolution, you don't believe in creation, if you don't believe that there is a God, I'm not saying you do any of these things. I'm just saying if that's the worldview, then what he's saying is that the just even speaking about sin necessitates that it's a religious concept.
What worldview?
Well, I'm saying sin is a religious concept. The
Yes.
thought of sin is a religious concept. If you don't believe in
Yeah.
God, what is your dog in the fight? Little fish get eaten by big fish all the time.
Okay, so you're not a girl. Do you have an opinion on abortion? Of course you do. Why? Because you're a person.
So
Just
why would
because-
you ask me a question and then answer it for me?
Who
Are you,
wants the little
because
ones
your
to
answer-
survive?
Because your
He's
answer
a
is
human being. Being a girl has absolutely nothing to do with abortion.
let me finish, and I will finish.
Don't the little children have a chance?
Speaking
Don't
of
they
interrupting,
deserve a chance to live?
so speaking
Hold
of
on, you
interrupting,
just brought abortion
This
into the
isn't about-
argument.
this-
What
this
I
is
hear you
not-
coming from you is what it sounds
Yes,
to me
I'm gonna
like
talk
is
specific
that
to you,
only
okay?
women have the choice
I
on to
didn't
whether
let
the
you
human
answer
being
because I didn't
lives or
want to
dies.
turn into that
That's
bullshit
what
right
I
there. It's
have
not
de-
actually a
deciphered
debate
out of
about
your
your
words
opinion.
just now.
My what I'm saying is, as a non-female, you have an opinion about a female,
As a human being, I believe
and that
babies
is
should
fine.
not die.
That's
How about
fine.
that?
I think men are. I think it's perfectly valid for men to have views on abortion. I don't see anything wrong with that. That's not
How
what I'm
about
saying.
don't
What
call
I'm
it abortion? How about calling it
the
killing
same
babies?
way, in the same
Stop
way,
calling
because
it
it's
what
not,
it is not.
because
It's
not
not
all
abortion.
abortion care is killing babies.
You want to know what it is? You know what it's
You know what
called?
abortion care
Red
was.
rum.
The point is, just because I am not a Christian does not mean I am incapable of understanding Christian concepts, right? I can understand the concept and I can understand the religion without being of
You're
the
making
religion.
leaps and
In the
bounds,
same
Shirley.
way that you can have you can have an opinion about women's health care without being a woman, because we're all
Right,
humans and we
so-
have minds and we analyze
I
things.
appreciate
So,
your
Pixie,
fire.
Pixie,
I appreciate
let-
your
Because
hold on.
I'm not a believer doesn't mean that I can't have thoughts. And I
let me
think that
let
was
me steal man Pixie's argument. So what you're saying is you don't have to be a gynecologist to recognize a cunt when you see one, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, Roger, I agree.
I love that word. That's my favorite word ever.
It's one of my favorite words too. Women need to take that back.
I love it. I use
I
that
do
word.
not have a
Yeah.
problem with that word at all. Although I did when I was younger, and I used to say something like, when somebody would say, "You're a cunt," I would say, "No, but I have one. Considering you've never seen one, I understand the confusion."
Stop.
Well, it's interesting though, because in England they use that completely different theological introspection. Is probably going to agree with me on this. It could mean a really bitter person that you don't like, or it could be like, hey, you're right, proper cunt. Yeah. I could fuck with this cunt, yeah.
That's one of the reasons I love the word. It's so flexible.
Yeah, it's just like a cunt.
Over here, we can use it as a term of endearment, like literally.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, man. We need to destigmatize words, and that's kind of to Brick's point. We get too offended by words, man. People need to just understand. Words are powerful. I do agree. What's up, Odine? Good to see you.
Oh, from the person who got upset at my words? That's funny.
Brick did not get upset at your words.
He did. He pointed out my cursing a lot to illustrate his point.
We're gonna do a check on learning.
Words.
Do you understand what microphones
Is illustrating a point having a problem with something?
If he thinks that my words are offensive and bad, and that's what he's using to illustrate his point, then he sees them as bad, meaning he felt offense to them.
Well, it's kind of weird because I think he said the same thing to you. Go ahead, Theo.
Yeah,
Actually,
they can
that's
be.
not what I
They
was
can be.
saying.
He can notice that they're offending and not be offended by it. You can notice that somebody else is offended by a word that somebody else says, and not be offended by it yourself.
Oh, so we should use words
you wanna
that,
know what-
that we should destigmatize. So we should destigmatize words that you like, but
You wanna
point
really
out
hate-
other words
I
that
hate
you
when
don't
someone
like.
goes to talking about something someone said and they go
That
to
is
ask somebody else
Nothing
about
to do with what I said.
I'm shipping Pixie and Brick. I think they're both single, so they're both single.
Yeah, that's what we. No, I'm not single. That's what we should do. We should
Shucky
say
darn.
that words are bad and offensive, but also that we should destigmatize them and not be offended by them at the same time because it's a completely cohesive statement.
it. Yeah, I'm not really into the
That's
shoulds.
not what I said, Pixie. You weren't listening.
The queen of the meme.
No, I implied that that's not what
Thank you,
he
Steve.
said. I implied that that's not what I got out of what he said, but apparently you're not listening enough to get that.
That's what she said.
Let's wrestle.
Well,
Who
it's
wants
not
to
surprising
wrestle?
You didn't get that out of there because you obviously weren't listening.
So we've talked about absolutely nothing, and the merry-go-round, Pixie, is of your making on this one. We have not progressed past his initial premise.
Because he keeps saying the same thing and saying he's not saying it.
Okay. Well, what was the same thing he was saying and saying he was not saying? It should be easy for you to remember verbatim. Go ahead
He
and
said that
go
the
ahead and spill
world
it.
is falling into sin and that we're falling further and further away from God and that there's this. And I said, I don't think that that's true. I think it's been consistent. I think that it's more visible now. And so it's easy to
Hold
feel
on, because you're going into what you said now.
And
Stop
he
with
said,
what
he said,
but
wait,
don't go
he
stay with
said,
what
no,
I
we're back.
said.
We're going back. Then he said, that's not what I said. It has nothing to do with God.
So
If
we
you would
say,
let me
hey,
finish my premise, blah, blah, blah. And then he said the same thing.
on.
We're falling away from God. We're falling
Slow
away
down.
from God. The same thing he said before. And then he said, that's not what I'm saying. And you're not listening. Okay. Well, then say it differently. I don't know what to tell you.
Me. Don't freak out on me now.
I'm not freaking out
You
at
sound
all.
like you.
I'm not. I'm having a great old time, actually. This is kind of
Well, I
fun for me.
appreciate your zeal. I appreciate your fire. What I was basically saying, and this is what you described is not exactly. I mean, you've broad brushed what I said, right? Rather than being very much specific and on point. What I'm saying has absolutely nothing to do with anything and everything that you just said.
Well, then
Right.
say it differently because that's all you keep saying.
I can't.
Well, then don't
Nobody's-
keep saying it and
nobody's
say
gonna
that's
hear
not what I'm saying, but let me
Nobody's gonna
repeat
hear
it while I say it's not what I'm saying.
Nobody's going to hear me.
Yeah, because you're going to interrupt them for like the 20th time.
I asked him to say it differently. He said I can't. And I said, if you can't say it differently, how are we going to get anywhere with
Well,
you
you can't
saying...
say it differently because he hasn't completed it the first time. I think that's his point.
He keeps saying the same thing and saying he's not saying
How?
what he's
Because
saying.
you keep interrupting him.
Because he says the same thing. And then I say, but wait, I need you to clarify. And then because you're saying the same thing and you said I missed the point. So I need you to clarify. And then he gets mad at me.
Well, you said the same thing like 20 times already by
I'm
saying
not
he
mad.
says the same thing 20
That's
times.
why I'm asking for clarification and he won't give it to me. He said he can't say it another way. He can't clarify. That's what he said.
All I wanted was a Pepsi and she wouldn't give it to me. Social distortion.
Have you ever written music or poetry?
I write poetry.
So you know how writing verses works, right? You know that like you can't get to verse 2 until you figure out what verse 1 is going to be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sometimes you can get to verse 2, sometimes it's very rare, or verse 3, but that first verse, it makes such a huge difference, right? And so conversation works that same way. But just to reiterate the premise, what I am saying is that people are more focused on the symptoms than they are the disease. The disease is that people do not respect or fear God. They respect themselves and they fear men and themselves, not God. And that's what I see.
Blessed Mary, we have peace. Bless the saints. There's no argument. Maybe she passed out.
She's muted.
So I will agree with Brick because lately, yes, there isn't the overall like wars, stuff like that, big groups of people doing sin. Because of the easy times, people are leading into hedonistic lives more often. So the individualistic sin of each person may have gone up. That's kind of hard to argue and hard to prove. But atheists will argue that there is a large leaving of the Christian faith. That is sin. That is increasing.
I don't think sin is increasing. I don't think sin is a thing in general, but I think the access to sin is easier because I think people just suck. Like in general, I'm a cynic, so I used to wait tables for a living, so I know people suck because I worked with people. So I don't think people are sucking more now. I think people have always sucked. We can just see the suckiness easier now. But I don't think it's a falling away of from God or lack of respect of God. I think the people that are, who are the worst people I've ever met in my entire life? The Christians that come after church and come in for brunch on a Sunday. Those are some of the meanest, crappiest people you'll ever meet. Some of the really crappiest people I've ever met. I'm bisexual and pagan and from New Jersey, and I live in Georgia. I've met some really crappy people that call themselves Christian and say that they're saved and say that they're going. So a lot of the crappiness comes from the people that profess to follow Christ and God in the first place. So I don't think it's a falling away from God or falling away from religion. I think that it's just easier to access the crappy.
Well, I could just take the argument you used and use it to prove my point because I'll use a no true Scotsman fallacy here and say because they're not sticking to the Christian faith the way they're supposed to, Jesus says to forgive your enemy 77 times plus one, they aren't actually representatives of Christianity and are a part of the sin that Brick talks about the falling away from.
I've heard, yeah, I'm familiar with the no true Scotsman, and that drives me crazy because, like I said, I'm bisexual, so no true Christian would support my quote lifestyle because it's not a lifestyle. No true Christian would affirm LGBT rights. Only true Christians, hate LGBT people, and it's like, well, you kidding me? Like, so anybody else that doesn't think or believe like your true Christianity is not a real Christian, everybody says that the next guy next to them is not a true Christian, and that drives me insane. When you can all agree with each other, then come back and tell me about the truth, because you don't even agree with yourselves.
So I would actually, and I actually like Theo's point. That's actually a very good point. Like, so yes, I could take literally that same premise and say that those individuals are literally the example of what is not representing a godly fear, right? And so in your rebuttal there, you mentioned that Christians, true Christians, would hate gay, bisexual, so on and so forth, but that is not true. That all men from true Christianity, right? All men are to be shown love. That doesn't mean that we're just gonna, as a Christian, I'm not just gonna be like, all right, what you're doing is absolutely not wrong within the bounds of the Christian faith. I still have to speak the truth. But speaking truth is not hate. Rather, actually, that would be love. It's like a loving father telling you that it is unwise to touch the stove.
I've heard that so many times, it's insane.
But would it be representing hate?
if you're telling me that I shouldn't be living the way that I'm quote living, I don't live a different life to anybody else. I get up, I go to work, I pay my taxes, I eat, sleep, and shit just like everybody else does. I'm an American citizen. I try and do the best that I can in my life. I try not to hurt people. Do I F up sometimes? Sure, but that's because I'm people. That's not a lack of Christianity or a lack of God or a lack of, religiosity. It's because we're just people. And people F up sometimes. But when I'm told that whole love the sinner, hate the sin thing, when I'm told that, it's like, but you don't even know my life. Like, you don't know my life. Just because I'm not heterosexual doesn't mean that I inherently live a bad life or that I'm doing the wrong thing. Like, that's, so you're not actually saying anything out of love. You're not saying anything out of love. You're not telling me the truth. That's it's what you should say is, and I'm going to direct this more towards gay men, because gay women and lesbians and bisexual women seem to kind of get a little bit of a pass here. What men should really say, these Christian men who are going to speak the truth in love, what they should really say is, I find two men having sex with each other icky, so I don't like it. That's what they should say instead of hiding behind their Bible and saying the truth in love.
I mean, I get put off when I watch two male dogs licking each other's dicks, man. It's kind of freaking weird. Sorry, I didn't mean to give you a spit take. It's jarring to me. Well, I like turtles. I like turtles. And by the way, Marty, God hates all my sin just as much as He hates everyone else's sin.
But see, I don't have the concept of sin. And real quick, I work with dogs, and that's just them saying hello.
Yeah, they're just having fun.
No, they're just saying hello.
Just licking each other's dick, because it's not off-putting at all.
It's not. If you understand dog body language, which I do.
Yeah, just if I go on a subway car and I see two dudes 69 and just having fun, just licking each other's dicks, saying hello, checking to see if the chemicals all check out. Yeah, I'm gonna hit them with a fucking hose if I have one available, Marty, because it's off-putting.
It's not the same thing. You don't seriously compare two dogs greeting each other and they're
why not? We're all just animals according to the secular worldview. We're all just animals. Animal, mineral, or what is it? What is it? Animal, mineral. Somebody help me.
Animal, mineral.
Animal. Yeah, vegetable.
I missed vegetable. Thank you. I missed because Theo, you're so rude. How is it? This is what I want to know. Why is it you could say the same exact sentence as me, but you'll offend less people with that awesome accent?
Because of the way I articulate myself and the nature of my words.
I love it. I'm going to type now. I'm going to type something in the back chat, and I want you to say everything from now on. And everyone's going to agree with it, and they're not going to know it comes from me. They're going to be like, man, you're a genius, Theo. But if I say it, they're going to be like, you're a racist, bigot, homophobe, misogynistic prick.
See, my grandfather taught me a few sayings when I was young, and one of them was, keep your mouth shut and be thoughtful, and then don't open it and remove all doubt. So I don't speak unless I know what I'm talking about.
I agree. But it is fun, though. It's kind of fun to get Pixie spun up. I think she got so mad she chucked her headset across the room, and now she's trying to find another one.
Maybe she wanted to do something real quick and muted herself.
What's more important than this panel right now?
Well, I had to get up to take my dog out, so that was pretty important.
Yeah. So, Marty, I appreciate your view. I want to make sure that I state that, right? So I know that everybody has their view. When it comes to the shoulds, because you mentioned that a Christian should, and then also you had mentioned that you hate it when people say that you should, right? So I actually try to avoid the shoulds, and I just try to stick to the facts as much as possible. And really, ultimately, as a Christian, that's typically what, to me, reveals true Christianity. If a Christian is participating in the shoulds, where the person that they're saying you should, or you should not, is not the child of that person, or perhaps like a guardian telling a child as well, the guardians would fall under this category too. The shoulds, you should not, is where I actually try to avoid, because you're right. Someone telling you what you should do is not in line with the faith. The faith is teaching. The faith is also preaching, but the faith is teaching. So teaching what is actual, what is factual based upon the words in the book, not telling you what to do. Does that make sense?
I just want to know who's that handsome guy on the top right eating some Mexican food there, some nachos with some salsa.
Oh, it looks like he's got kind of like a porcupine on his head or something.
Hey, how dare you? How double dog dare you? What are Richard and Pixie doing right now? That's what I want to know.
Richard's probably still having a cigarette, even though it takes him a little bit. Though it's taking him longer now than his usual cigarette, and who knows what Pixie's doing.
Okay, I'm shipping Pixie and Richard. I don't even care if Pixie's in a relationship.
I'm not single.
Okay, well, you keep telling yourself that. The cats don't
I
count.
have met Richard though, and Richard knows I'm not single because
Richard's an awesome dude.
my other half was with me when we were at dinner with Richard.
Good stuff. Good stuff. It's good to hear your voice again, Pixie.
I just think that using the Bible believing people, using the Bible to tell non-Bible believing people what they should do based on their book, I don't think that should be a thing. Like,
okay, so I hear what you're saying.
Feeding the dogs and giving them the medicine.
Gotcha. I hear what you're saying, Marty. Let's explore that. Okay, so you're saying a person who ascribes to the Bible as their manual on how to live life should not try to share that with other people or force it on them. I mean,
sharing is like, hey, I'm
okay.
What about you? Oh no, I do this. All right, that's cool. Have a nice day. That's sharing. But like,
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, so like for instance, if you let's say you created a widget. All right, so Marty creates this awesome widget, and with the widget,
example, I've heard it before. I know. Here's the
I've never heard this example before, so I don't know how you could have possibly heard it.
Because I've heard you say it.
I'm sorry?
I've heard you say it. Here's the handbook on how to use the widget. And someone
well, we're talking about a manual, right? So if there's a manual that you created a widget and only you really know the inner workings of it, you've created it, you've designed it, you've engineered it. So you write this manual that goes along with it. And, so you're selling all these widgets and people are calling up and complaining and they're like, this thing's crap. This thing doesn't work. And you're like, well, did you follow the instructions in the manual? And they're like, no, I tossed that crap out. That's some bullshit. I don't force that manual down my throat. I should be able to figure it out all on my own. It should be self-evident how to work this widget and make it function. So I mean, after a while, wouldn't you just kind of scratch your head and go, "These morons! They read the manual, idiots."
I can fix this analogy though.
If you have a widget that requires a manual, your widget sucks. But sorry, introspection.
What I would say is if the widget comes with a manual and the use of the manual is voluntary, then that's different. Like, you have to use this manual in order to be able to use the widget, because I designed this widget in such a way that it cannot be used without it.
Please let me add something to this. Okay, so the widget has a manual, right? And if you follow the manual, you can use the widget a certain way. But there's somebody else out there who starts using the widget in a different way and writes a different manual that still makes the widget work and do its thing properly. Is the person using the second manual wrong?
Well, that's a good point, actually. Is the widget being used to cleave someone's skull in or to help build a house, like a hammer, right? That's a good point. How is that widget being utilized and by whom and for what purpose? That's actually really deep. Okay,
so that's not exactly my point. My point is like, okay, so when we take gays, for example, so the widget being life, so the Bible has the manual for life, and people who live through that manual live a good life. However, the gays, or whatever you want to call it, they also have a manual and they also live life to the fullest and they also succeed. Neither one has a bad manual. Both manuals are correct and both lead to a good life.
However, this is the thing about that. Now, and I'm not saying that you're wrong on that. Yes, they will lead happy, full lives. I have no doubt about that. However, there is no procreation in that.
And you're not supposed to be licking dicks either, so that's just, guys shouldn't be licking other guys' dicks.
Some women can't procreate.
I can't.
There are women who can lead a perfectly Christian, monogamous, cis, like heterosexual lifestyle. They can live it all and still not have kids.
Why do we have
So-
why is there a new word for normal? That doesn't make
Is
sense.
your
Why
I
is
don't
there
I
a
don't
new
I don't
word
know.
for
I was
normal?
I was just throwing everyone I could think. I was trying to get to heterosexual, but it wasn't coming. So cis came first for some reason. I don't know.
Oy
But-
vey, the gays. Ooh,
The-
they're coming,
the
they're
point-
coming to take my children.
The point is, you can follow the manual and not get the results from the manual. You can be the perfect Christian wife or whatever, and not be able to bear children.
Yeah, I
Right?
agree.
So
I
there's
agree.
no reproduction there either. It's not a given.
Well, they don't make somebody that's gay isn't created wrong. They're just I wouldn't want to wish that on anyone, to have to go, like, for instance, if I was told that I couldn't love my wife because it was wrong, and I was so attracted to her and I loved her, but I was told everything about me being attracted to the woman that I've spent almost 34 years with was absolutely wrong in every way. Wow, I can't imagine trying to live a life like that.
Yeah, that was
I see Marty nodding, and so, but here's the thing, so the not acting on it. I mean, I don't understand why God gives people certain hurdles that He doesn't give other people, and I don't understand if the blessing on the other end of it is greater for someone that can withstand that. I wouldn't be able to. I don't know that I could withstand it. I would not. I don't envy, and frankly, I don't think people choose to be that way.
they don't.
I think you're designed that way, and you're somehow still supposed to fight that design, and that part of it is confounding to me as a Christian.
But you don't
So
have to design. If you're gay, you just be gay, and who gives a crap?
Right. So I want to present another little premise
Great,
here. And
Marty.
it's not to say that you have to use this device this way, okay? There's a boat. You're in a boat. You've got your little children. You're paddling across the river, and of course there's things in the river, and you got to be able to get across the river. It might be crocodiles, whatever. Now you've got a paddle. Which direction are you going to hold the paddle? Are you going to hold the big end in the water, or are you going to hold the little end in the water?
But that's not even a good example, because if you look at a paddle, you obviously know which end goes in the water.
Actually, neither way is wrong, because one way stabs the alligators and the other way strokes the water. Who are you
Alright.
going to tell me? You didn't give me a manual. How are you going to tell me I'm wrong?
That's not
Okay,
bad.
how about this one? When it comes to sexual organs, and I was told this, the piece is just thin.
It fits up the butt, mate.
It fits the other way too.
No, it don't. No, it don't.
Actually,
Yes,
can you
it
here?
does.
Rick, answer me this.
it
Rick,
don't.
answer me this. Answer me this. If God hated anal sex so bad, why'd He put a man's G-spot up his ass?
That too.
Fuck
It ain't
too,
up
you got to
mine,
spit
huh?
on that thing.
Bro, the anus
I'm
can
sorry.
stretch like 3 feet across. You can
You want
fit a
hey, look,
painting
we're
up it.
going down this road, and we're
Brother,
going
I don't want to know how you know
My
that.
G-spot's on the tip of my dick. It's pretty gross, and
All
it's
right,
no,
we've-
it's not in my ass.
This has become very debased, and I'm gonna clutch my pearls and eat my nachos over here. I'm scared now. I need my safe space.
Okay.
He's
Anyone have a
denying
puppy
he has
petting
a
circle?
G-spot in his ass. He's defective, I suppose.
Yeah.
No, that's not defective. That's effective.
Actually, it's perfectly normal.
Brick, why is the
No,
prostate
it's
in
not.
there?
Are you
Brick,
a
brick.
man?
Well,
Rick,
is your
why is
life
the
all about
prostate there?
squirting, though? I mean, is it?
Hold on,
Does
hold
you
on.
guys-
For-
are we
for
all
all
trying
the
to
men
fucking
on-
suck our way across America? Is it all about the
For
squirt,
all the
not
men on the
meaningful
panel.
relationships?
I
I'm
want to
monogamous.
know.
No, I'm just saying, if it's a no-no spot, why would God put a pleasure spot there?
No,
So you're
no,
saying
no.
the difference between
Get in premise.
ejaculating all the way onto the ceiling and just ejaculating is
For
so
all the
paramount
men,
to everyone?
He doesn't care if his wife gets off. That's what I'm
for
hearing.
all the men on the panel,
And getting off at the same time. Why can't you have both?
if you could just allow me, for all the men on the panel, tell me, does it feel good? I don't know. I've never tried it. Because
So how do
for
you
any of the men who
Do you
claim there's
actually
a
want the
G-spot,
answer?
There are a lot of women that really
I want
enjoy
to know.
sex.
Do
There
you
are
have a G-spot in your butthole?
that enjoy anal
Yes.
sex. I'm not one of them,
Yes.
but there are a lot of women that do.
Yeah,
Hey,
I
Brick,
don't.
Brick,
Never
have you ever
tried it.
seen Brick? Have you ever seen the movie American Pie? I think it is. Do you remember when? Do you remember when the guy was like, he was trying to give his sample, and he's like, "Did I say one finger? Better make it two."
Well, hold on. So every
The
time
nurse was helping him give a
the
sample.
booger
So
comes
apparently,
out,
it's great.
I feel good. It's exhilarating. The booger's gone. So is there a G spot in my nose?
No, not the same
No.
thing.
Oh, it's not the same thing. Okay.
Have you ever choked on a piece of steak, and when they do the Hammock maneuver and it goes flying out of you and you can breathe again? Is that a G spot?
Is that a
Dude,
G
how
spot?
far
Like,
away is
just-
your nose from there? Like,
Just
oh,
because something feels good to you doesn't mean it's a G spot.
no, dude,
right.
it literally is. It's a scientific fact, my dude.
No, it's not. Right? So if I get a
Yes,
massage,
it
right?
is.
No, it's
I'm
not.
sorry. You push
Yeah.
on the prostate, it pushes up against the pleasure center at the back
No,
of your
I'm not
penis.
pushing against my prostate, bro. I'm not doing it. Sorry. It's
No,
not
well,
happening.
I'm not saying that you have to. I'm just saying that medically speaking, when you push on that, it pushes up against
No.
the back of the thing and it ejaculates.
If I get a foot massage, right? If I get a foot massage, that feels good. That doesn't mean a G spot's on my foot.
Actually, some people get off on
That's my point. Some people are retarded.
No, dude. The G spot is a very specific spot. It doesn't actually exist. There's no
G-spot
such
exists on
thing
your
as a
dick,
G
dude.
spot.
Come on.
It's just the spot in which you feel the most pleasure.
This
You
is
can look it up.
ridiculous.
There is no such thing as a G spot.
No, I don't feel any pleasure. No, you might. Bro.
You wouldn't know. You haven't tried.
Right. So
That's right.
so
I'm not
aren't we
going
supposed to deny our flesh as Christians and pick up our cross daily?
Oh,
I mean,
What does deny your flesh mean? Is that inherently sexual, or does that have to do with bearing false witness, coveting what's not yours, losing your temper at random strangers? Why is fleshly automatically something sexual? Why is it like you hold? Is there like a tier system I'm not aware of?
You're right,
Literally.
Pixie. It's all sin. It's all equal.
There's capillaries inside of your skin,
Oh, yeah.
right? So when it talks about flesh, it's talking about blood too.
We must have struck a nerve with you.
This one time at anal camp, I stuck an entire flute up my bussy. Okay, can we move on to something a little more fruitful? Oh, I said fruit. Now people are thinking about bananas.
Be fruitful and multiply. That doesn't change the combo.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Theological, we had the same thought. I was like, fruitful and multiply. Well, we're already there.
Look at Richard. He's about ready to end this. He's like, all right, guys. So, yeah, this is
No,
over.
I'm letting you guys do what you want to do. I'm not going to stop you.
Danny DeVito wants this to stop.
He came back and the look on his face was like, damn it, Pixie, what did you do?
Yeah.
Poor
No.
Richard.
Takes two to tango. In order for there to be a combative argument, it takes more than one person to do that.
We were all getting along fine until Pixie showed up. It's all her fault.
That's right. It's me.
Well,
Yeah,
wait, there were like
Pixie.
2 or 3 of you came in at the
Me.
same,
Me.
practically, I think in the same minute.
I'm not
No,
touching
you can't-
her. I'm not
can't
touching
take
her.
the-
Dad, he's touching me.
You can't take this away from me, okay? No problem. It's me.
Fair enough. Well,
Okay.
I hope it served you well. I really do.
It did. I had a great time. Thank you.
Good. I thought you would.
That's probably why she stepped away for a minute.
She had to take care of her dogs.
One of my dogs has cancer. Plus, it was time for their evening
That
meal.
sucks.
Oh, great. Now I'm going to get canceled for making fun of a dog that I didn't even know had cancer. And I didn't even make fun of the dog. I'm totally.
No, it's fine. It's actually Super Munchkin's dog that has cancer, sadly.
Aw.
Is
I
it
know.
bad?
It broke my heart.
Is it bad?
He survived the surgery. He's healing from that. They said the average is about 4 to 6 months, and he's going to be fine until one day he's just not.
Yeah, I'm really sad about that. Seriously, that's messed up.
Yeah.
And it's probably wicked expensive to do what you already did. So that shows a level of love. Dogs are awesome. I wish pixies were more like dogs.
All my pets are rescues.
People. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, hey, Pixie, I just want to be clear that I am not at all angry or mad with you as well.
She hates you. Shut up, Brick.
I do
There ain't no
like
taking
the
that back.
conversation.
Can you guys respect my pronouns, by the way? I identify as an attack helicopter. You can call me Apache for short if you like.
I identify as always correct.
And I identify as king of everything.
Marty, what do you
Patch is the
identify
worst
as?
to be, but you can be Patch.
Patch? Just Patch?
Yeah. Yeah,
Like
you can't be the same name as the horse.
Like Eye Patch McCain?
Sure.
Like
I actually take on the identity of the Mad Hatter, actually, by the way.
Okay.
Sometimes.
hashtag
Yeah.
nobody cares. God, you're so boring.
Down the
Lions Den.
rabbit hole.
Lions Den, please bring us back to
Alright.
God.
Again, it's
No,
dilemma.
no. The freak, you
Or
missed.
dilemma, sorry.
That's slight misinformation. I was not a Christian who left the church after leading someone to Christ. That's not a fair statement to make. I wanted to believe. I never did believe. I tried really hard to. I begged to, and I pleaded to, and I wanted to. And I got to a point where I went through a fake it till you make it, right? And I was always very involved in the church because my grandfather was a preacher. And I don't mean preacher like you see today. I mean, he believed that preaching the word of God was not a job. He worked 6 days a week from the city. He did not accept money from the church. He was the least judgmental, most patient person I have ever known. And it kills me that I cannot be more like this man. However, I was never a Christian. As much as I tried, I wasn't. When I was toward the end of my fake it till you make it phase, when I was really, really grasping, somebody had come up to me at the end of church. And my grandfather had died many years previously. And somebody came up to me at church and they said, I just want you to know that you've been a really big influence on my life. And I think you're a great Christian. And I want you to know that, like, I've been saved, and part of that is because of you. And everything inside of me shattered. And in my entire life, I have never felt like a bigger fraud than I did in that moment. And because of that, because I felt like such a fraud, that is the first time I decided I couldn't keep letting everybody believe that I was a believer.
I can respect that. But
At least you're honest.
So close, but no.
So the interesting thing I'm hearing is that, like Andrew Wilson famously says, he smokes cigarettes, and people call him a hypocrite because he tells people they should never stop smoking cigarettes. If they are, they should stop, while he lights up a cigarette and smokes it. Yes, he could be somewhat hypocritical, but his words can still ring in truth, right? So you could be someone who's questioning whether or not you're saved, and your words being not your words, but the gospel, can still ring true and help someone else. They could still be medicine to someone else.
Here's that, and that's fine for them, right? But
right.
I wasn't feeling like a fraud because I didn't feel saved, right? I felt like a fraud because I never even managed to believe. There is no concept of saved because I could not even manage to believe. And people say, oh, well, you asked this of God and you asked that of God. The only thing I ever asked of God was, please just help me with that spark of belief. Just that.
He did. He sent you someone that said, thanks to your fruit, I have become a Christian and saved. He sent you. He sent you exactly what you asked. You just didn't have eyes to see it and ears to hear it.
No, that has nothing to do with belief.
But can you at least think about it before you just deny it? Just
ruminate. You don't understand. You don't understand how my life has unfolded or how long ago this was, right? I have thought about it and I have pondered it. I've pondered a great many things. I've pondered if I was defective. I pondered if the Calvinists were right and I'm a vessel created for destruction.
Can we deal with the premise? Can we deal with what? Can we deal with what we're talking about before you go galloping on everything else?
I'm getting there. No, I'm getting there. I have pondered whether or not. I've pondered a great many things, even down to my grandfather. You know, I had to ponder that. But the point is, do I see that? No, I don't hate God. You can't hate something you don't believe in. I don't hate God. No, because first of all, you interrupted me, and you interrupted me, and you made a statement that is absolutely fucking ridiculous. So you can't talk to me right now. The point is, did I look at that situation? Hold on, stop it. Did I look at that situation and say, could this be like a message, right? But the thing is, there's no belief. I wanted it to be, right? I wanted it to be. I wanted to be like,
No, you don't. You don't understand. We all hate God, Dixie. All of us. We don't want him. We don't want him up in our shit. We want to live our lives the way we want.
Like I said, for most of my life, Apache, for most of my life,
ego. I'm talking now.
I don't give a fuck what you're doing. You came in here and you interrupted me.
Well, the host allowed me.
You came in here and you interrupted me in the middle of a thought, and you made a ridiculous accusation that has no bearing in reality.
Moves on our heart, Dixie.
The point
it takes the move of God.
Did I consider whether somebody telling me that I played a part in leading them to Christ meant that I was on the right track, right?
Kitty, are you interested in having a conversation? Because it sounds to me like you're more interested in telling a story.
I am answering somebody else's question that was asked of me. They asked if I looked at the situation of somebody coming to me and saying that I helped them become saved. They asked if I looked at that as God answering my prayer. And I am saying I tried to, yes. This was in my considerations. And I pondered it very, very heavily. But the thing is, it spoke to their belief, and that's great. I'm happy for them. And I hope they're still happy. And I don't have any desire for them to lose their belief. I hope they continue in their belief. I think that's fantastic for them if that's what's good for them, right?
But belief has no bearing on the truth.
It didn't do anything to my belief, right? Like and the thing is, if I can't believe, I can't believe, and I don't know where to go without that.
I have a question for you. If you could believe, would you?
Yes.
Okay. You believe things that are not God.
What do you mean?
So are there beliefs or premises that you would believe that are not the premise or belief that God is real?
Wait, I'm sorry. Repeat that? Because I'm really trying not to put my bias on it. So I want to make sure I understood that correctly.
Let me give it a try. Can I give it a try, Brick?
Yeah, please do. Yes, sir.
Okay, so to paraphrase, are there things you don't have proof for but hold as true?
Are there things I don't have?
At least I think that's what he's asking. He'd have to correct me if I'm wrong.
It's accurate.
See, now, true in what way? Because, okay, here we go. This is going to be really weird.
No. I didn't say it is true.
Okay.
That would be different. That would be things you have proof of.
Things I can't prove that I believe are true.
That's
no,
correct.
I would say there are things that I can't prove that I believe are possible.
All right, that's good. Yeah. So this is my view of things, okay? So there are some very fundamental truths that I simply just cannot prove. That's my belief. Okay. If I could, I'd present an example for you. I've never been to the country Zimbabwe, but I believe it exists. It's a very simple one. Do you believe Zimbabwe exists?
But we do have evidence that it exists. We have it on a map. We have people from there. We've seen delegates from there. We've sent people to there with cameras.
Just take the example and make it more abstract. Just take the same example and make it a little bit more abstract. I think you see the point.
Okay, sure, but I'm saying no. I don't. I believe that there are things that things are possible that I cannot prove, but I don't believe that those things are truths. Now, I will say that I don't believe that I, as a fallible human, hold very many truths, only what I suspect may be truths. But that's not the same thing as like believing something I can't prove is true.
Right. So mathematics, the way mathematics works, basically works on the premise of logic. Okay. A is A, B is B. Therefore,
right, I get that.
Yeah. So A and B is A and B. So
A is A and A cannot be B. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, and A is
right. And so there's all sorts of little experimental processes that you can do, but what it boils down to is belief, faith, and reality, right? So we know certain things are real, right?
But the laws of logic can be proven. A can be proven to be A, and it can be proven that A is not B.
Right. But then comes the question, how do you know that you existed yesterday? How do you know that just because you woke up this morning, that your existence is actually something that existed yesterday?
Well, I would say that there's, again, I rely on evidence, and you can say that it's manufactured evidence, like raising a child for 18 years and sending her to college. Like I just, it was magically written for me. Sure, it's a script, whatever. We can go that way. But I think the thing is, like, even then, I rely on evidence. So, is it, again, can I say that it is the truth that I existed yesterday? No. Can I say that I suspect it's the truth that I existed yesterday? Absolutely. But I'm not someone that says that I hold to too many truths, right? I can't possibly know them all, especially with my limited understanding of the world. I think, and that's where we're crossing paths, is I don't claim to know these things as truth. I hold a set of beliefs. I can grant you that.
Yep.
And my beliefs are held based on like experience and analyzing experience and what I know of the world. But that's as far as I'm willing to go about the knowledge. Like that's as far as I'm willing to say about any knowledge that I hold.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, and absolutely, I agree with that. So there's actually a definition that is given in Hebrews about faith, okay? And the definition that it gives is that faith is the assured expectation of things hoped for through the evidences that we've seen. So it is based upon evidence.
I thought it said and things. I think if I am not mistaken, it says something about it is the something of substance of things hoped for and something of things not seen. Let me look that up.
Blessed are those who believe in things that are not seen.
Right. So it's the assured expectation of things hoped for because of the evidences that we've seen.
It doesn't say assurances. It does not say that.
So the semantics.
Oh no, it does. You're right. It does. In one particular translation, it says,
right.
Now faith is the assurance of things hoped for and the conviction of things not seen. But that is a really weird translation compared to all the translations I saw growing up.
It's a shortened version of the basic definition of faith. It's very basic.
Now, I think the original, it calls faith itself evidence, does it not?
No. Faith you can base it upon evidence. The things that you've actually seen, you can base it upon. However, faith itself is still a belief. Basically,
hold on. It does call it evidence. It says, now faith is the substance of things to be hoped for and the evidence of things unseen. So it calls faith the evidence for things unseen. It does.
So basically, you know it. Basically, it's not that you actually do know it, but it's such a knowledge of all of these things. You see it so evident that it becomes but it's still a belief.
That doesn't make sense to me because I don't have that belief, and if it's as intuitive as you say, then like
if I could jump in,
it should be easier to believe in God than Santa Claus.
Hey, Pixie, I didn't mean to offend you. I was just giving, the biblical Christianity. It does say that our wills tend towards evil only all the time, and it's a change of heart from God, and that it's literally nobody can believe upon Christ unless their soul has been changed. When you might remember, you seem very intelligent. I'm sure you have a lot of Bible knowledge. If you remember a man named Nicodemus, do you remember him in the New Testament? And he came to Jesus under the cover of night because he didn't want his buddies to see him. And he said, hey, how can I see the kingdom? And Jesus, he didn't give him a formula. He didn't give him a sinner's prayer. He literally said, it's impossible. What did he say? He said, you must be born again. And Nicodemus wasn't stupid. He said, well, I got to go back in my mother's womb. He was literally saying, well, then it's impossible. And Jesus says, it's a move of the Spirit who goes where he wishes like the wind. And so it's going to be a move of God upon you. You have a Christian background in your life, and you may very well be, God's family, but you have not been regenerated yet. I just wanted to speak. I just want to jump in here because it just intrigued me. You kind of had that reaction to the commandment. You said, well, that's God's ego, and it's intriguing because I believe I kind of like the study of egoism, and I think there can be some virtue in it, like with, I don't know if you're familiar with Ayn Rand, but I just want to say this: those commandments, those first four, and then those last six, those first four are our relationship to God, and the last six are our relationship to man. And Jesus condensed them and said, the greatest commandment is this, that you love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, and mind. And the second is like it, love your neighbor as yourself. We never have to be told to love ourselves. But these commands I think are impossible unless God give us a new heart. I pray that for you, Pixie, that you are transformed.
First, I'm going to say thank you for the sentiment because I do believe it's genuine, whether I agree with you or not. Second, I'm going to say that if it has to be God moving my spirit, then it just made your entire message inconsistent. I'm sorry. And hopeless for that matter. And let me explain why. Because if it has to be God that moves my spirit, there is nothing I can do to believe. Nothing. So unless God decides to move my spirit, I am just a vessel created for destruction, and I am absolutely hopeless.
You don't know that because
on top of that, my best hope, given the Bible's instructions as a manual, right? If I'm looking at it in the typical Christian perspective, my best hope at any sort of seeing the gates of heaven, right? Even the gates itself, not even heaven, right? My best hope is to be better than the people he chose to walk with him. And I think that's the opposite of hope, right? And he does demand that we be better than the people he chose to walk with him. The people he chose to walk with him saw him perform miracles. They witnessed it firsthand. But the typical Christian perspective will tell you, despite Peter denying him before man, if you deny him before man, he will deny you before God. Despite the apostles running away, if you run away, you're screwed. Despite doubting Thomas saying, I will not believe until you show me the hole in your hands. Despite him demanding proof.
Well, okay,
you have to believe with no proof. And you have to love God. You have to love God above all else with no shred of evidence that he has ever existed without him ever showing up in your life. And this is what Christians present as a message of hope.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. If I may speak to that a moment, is that okay?
Go ahead.
Okay. Literally, they showed up to Peter's house, whereat he was hiding in the dark, terrified. And they said, Jesus said that we should meet him and you too. Okay, Jesus forgave him there at that place and said, Peter, feed my sheep. Do you love me? Feed my sheep. Said it 3 times, correlating 3 times he denied him. And then he appeared to Thomas, when Thomas was able to place his hand in his side, and he said, blessed are you, but blessed are those who have not seen me and believe. We have his word. We have the entire testimony of his life. The 400 and some witnesses saw him walking around. We have the replete word of God that cannot be squashed or crushed, though it's been tried many a time, and it continues to rise to the top. We have this witness, is what I'm saying. We have this declaration of Jesus, the Messiah, and God taking care of the creation, that we have no excuse. No one is without excuse, is with excuse before God. Because they know inherently that he's there. We just suppress the truth and unrighteousness. But people need to be introduced to Jesus. But Jesus, he must change your heart. And listen, Pixie, if I was to rely on myself, man, I am hopeless. I am damned. My heart leads me astray. Jesus said this, and I'll let you talk. He said that the kingdom of heaven is like a man who finds a treasure in the field, goes and sells everything he has, and then comes and buys that field to get everything for himself. What happens first? By his mind, he ascertains the treasurefulness of this treasure that is the most beautiful thing in the universe that he could possibly imagine. The Creator condescended to us, and then he forsakes himself. He sells everything he has, but then he gains his life. He gets the treasure for himself. Jesus says, I went to the cross for my glory. So you are getting, we're pleasure-seeking creatures, but we're supposed to seek that pleasure in Christ, and we can certainly do it through what he's made. But
sure, but I think there's, first of all, I'm going to say I don't think that that's a moral statement. I think there are plenty of people who find pleasure in helping people, and I will take them over the Sunday morning pew warming fanatic any day of the week. But second, again, you've reiterated the fact that it's going to take God or Jesus or something of that effect,
because he's actually God.
To move my spirit, which I guess is like what he did to Saul to turn him into Paul, right?
Exactly.
But God has not done that. So again, you're telling me that you're on one hand, but hold on. On one hand, you're telling me it's my fault because I'm a sinner and I want to pull away from God and I love to hate God and all of this because I'm human. So on one hand, it's my fault. But on the other hand, I can't do anything about it because it requires intervention from God to move my spirit. And that is why I think the message is incoherent. You can't tell me I can't do anything to believe, but I don't want to believe because I'm evil. This doesn't make any sense.
How can the clay say to the potter, why have you made me like this? I mean, Paul literally anticipates your objection. God must move, and if it relies on our heart, we're without any hope. But
you're a Calvinist. I was created for destruction, and I have no hope because it's up to God.
I am a biblical Christian, and I believe that it's very clear in Scripture that God is God, and he saves whom he will, and he has every right because he's God. Listen, people say, why does God send people to hell? They're asking the wrong question. The question is, why was I able to roll out of bed this morning and take a breath?
But here's my problem.
I am in opposition to the Lord. We all deserve destruction.
But here's the thing.
But in his grace, he saves his people.
But you've defeated your own argument. You have said on one hand that the reason I have not come to God is because it is me who turns away from God. It is humans who turn away from God. I hate God. We all hate God. It is me. I hate God. I run from God, and that is why I do not have God. In the same breath, you have also said that I cannot come to belief unless God wills it, unless God moves me to do it. So it cannot both be God's responsibility and my fault. It's one or the other. Either you believe that I can come to God through my own understanding, or you're a Calvinist who believes that I'm predestined based on God's desire. But you can't play both sides of that fence.
Hold on real quick, because people really misunderstand this. People are predestined to salvation. It's very clear in Scripture. But he doesn't have to do anything for the reprobate. I'm not saying you are. But where does evil come from? God just dumps his hand out.
Then the reprobate.
Let me finish because this is really cool because a lot of people don't talk about it. If God removes his grace from the creation, it falls to its default ringer. God removed his saving grace from that first archangel, and he defaulted. He defaulted to pride. God must listen. We're not God. He must uphold what he's made. If he turns it loose, it will fall. I'm saying this: all clay is fast running away from him, and so he must reach in, scoop up, and shape clay into vessels of honor by his good grace. And
so you're a Calvinist.
He elects people based on his good does
So,
not.
so you're a Calvinist. The reprobate
You
never
bet.
had a choice. The reprobate
bet.
could not come to God because God
All
did
men,
not choose
all,
to save
all
him.
men, it says in Acts, all men everywhere and women are commanded to repent and believe. And just because God
Right, but
commands, just because they don't have the ability, doesn't mean that command isn't valid. God is God.
Oh,
And
they
so-
don't have the ability. They don't have the ability to do it, but the command is valid because God
Okay.
is God and
Exactly.
God is
You know,
love.
the clay
You are
seed,
playing
potter.
both sides of the
Okay,
fence, and you
clay
it
didn't
seed,
has
know.
gone
potter.
long enough.
Why have you made me?
It has gone long enough. That's long enough. All right,
Thank you, Rick. He makes no sense.
Pixie, do you see within all of your objections why I think is necessary the intended reader argument?
I do, and I don't have a logical argument against that one yet. But do you see how easy it is to argue against the typical view? They
Well, of
they
course.
trip over themselves to play both sides of the fence as if it's
And
not a
you
contradiction.
didn't get anywhere, Pixie.
Look,
You
it,
didn't get
it can
anywhere.
be
You're a
it can be
creature.
absolutely
You're a
accurate
creature,
as they're
railing
as
at your creator.
it can be absolutely accurate as they're reading it if there's an intended reader that it was pointed at. It obviously can't be true for all the people trying to do it.
I would agree with that, and I would say to Lion's dilemma over there that he should worry about speaking for himself. That's a lot of projection going on.
I'm called to proclaim the
Unless you're
gospel
calling,
to the
unless
world.
the only person I've railed against tonight, I don't think has created
God.
any. Unless you're calling
Who's
you
God?
my creator,
You're
or unless
railing
you're
against
calling
God.
Brick my creator, I
You're
don't
a
know what you're
creature.
talking about.
You've been created. I mean, you just hate God because you
Really?
think that you
I
have
hate
some.
God.
Do you believe? Where does logic come from, Pixie? Where does logic? You like logic?
Why
Where
do
does it
you?
come from?
I think.
Where does it
Why
come
do you
from?
think? Why do
Where
you
does
think?
logic come from?
Why do
Answer
you
the
think?
question. Where does logic come from?
Why do you think it came from somewhere? Answer the question.
Because it's subjective and absolute. It's not based on your whim, Pixie.
Okay, but that would mean it didn't come from somewhere because subjective means it came from a mind and objective means it just is. So if it came from somewhere, it would be subjective
Wrong.
and not objective.
That's
So I'm asking you
that's
again,
the newspeak.
why do
You're
you think it
listening
came
to
from
woke.
somewhere?
Stay away from the woke.
No, I actually am
No,
not
wait,
listening to
wait,
woke. You're
No,
being
Wait,
ridiculous.
Lions Den, that's not woke ideology.
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is, if there's a person involved, even if it's God, then that person is the subject. It is subjective, literally.
God is the first mover.
No, that's
He
fine.
He is the uncaused
fine.
cause. He can.
That's fine.
You're trying to compare him to a creature. That's
No,
a big problem.
No, I'm not.
No, I'm
not.
saying God has a mind, and it
Okay.
came from His mind, making it subjective to
Hold
God,
on,
making
Pixie,
it
hold
subjective,
on.
not objective.
Hold on.
He is a
Lions
spirit.
Den.
Okay. God
Lions
is a spirit.
Den. Lions Den. Pause. Pause if you can. If you can't, I'll help. Okay, she's using debate language, and you're not, and you guys are talking past each other, and I'm just trying to point it out.
I think it's funny. We actually went to the laws of logic. We find they're objective. And so,
Which means they didn't come from anywhere. They were discovered. It doesn't mean they came from anywhere. Coming from something or somewhere means it is subjective to the thing it came from, not objective.
That makes the laws of logic God. I mean,
you're completely ignoring a lot of logic, my friend. There is nothing objective about logic. If you think there is, then you need to go look at the three people in the cave with the shadows. Aristotle knew this a long time ago. There are so many paradoxes in logic. To say it's objective is just blatantly false.
Although it does work for most things.
Which is why I think the fact that you can have a sound argument without having a valid argument simply proves that it's not objective.
Blue sleeps faster than Tuesday, guys.
Okay, side's improving, Kate.
Pizza is tall, therefore the much. Okay. Good night. Good night. Enjoy your
once again, you can have a sound argument without having a valid argument because it's not completely objective. Go figure.
Are sound arguments logical?
Sound arguments are logical, but that doesn't make them true. They would have to be sound and valid to be true.
So we're going down a rabbit hole of absolutely retardedness.
Because he doesn't know what he's saying because he wants to pretend that I don't.
So let's
Well,
just
it's
move
easy
on
to
with it.
see.
Let's just move on with an actual conversation if that wasn't one.
It seems like everybody's just hating on Pixie for some reason. I don't get what
Well,
the.
well, I'll
Can
tell
get-
you this, Marty. So I'll be absolutely brutally honest with you, Marty. If it seems like that, I'm sorry, but it's not that. What is happening is that Pixie, in my opinion, seems to not want to have a conversation, but seems to want to be able to preach at somebody.
Actually, no,
That's
I have
why-
plenty of conversations. Maybe
See
it's
what I'm
because of the way
See
you
what I'm saying?
approach me.
You
No, I'm
literally
asking.
do
This
it
is a
again.
conversation. Did you ever consider it's because of the way you speak to me? Because I have plenty of conversations all over the internet.
Did the words hurt you? Oh.
No, I'm asking you, this is obviously, I'm asking you, this is from your limited experience with me because you haven't seen me interact other places, and that's fine.
No,
Have you
interacted with
considered
you.
a friendly
I've absolutely
conversation
interacted
here?
with you.
Yes, here. And
Yes.
maybe on Wilds, but you haven't seen me in like other places. So in your limited interaction with me, this is
I've
your experience.
absolutely
So
seen you on other
asking,
channels. I've
I'm
actually seen your
asking
show too.
no, you actually probably not.
How do you know? I actually have visited your
maybe
channel.
one.
I'm
Maybe
subscribed to you. You tell
Okay.
stories. You read books.
actually I do more than that, but those are the only ones that stay up, and that's how I know
So
you
you've
haven't
made assumptions
followed
about me.
No,
right?
I
Absolutely untrue.
no, you made assumptions about me because I don't interact like this all the time, which is why I asked if you
I didn't say
considered
it's all the
maybe
time.
it was the way if maybe
So
which is why I
what you're doing right here is you're trying to straw man
No,
my
No,
argument.
what I'm saying,
to
no,
do
I
your
never
debate
strawmanned
tactics,
anything.
right?
I never touched your argument.
And,
All I
and what I
said,
see
have
literally
you
is nothing but
considered-
argumentativeness from you.
all I said
It's
was
absolutely
have
impossible to have a
considered-
conversation with you because you're just going to cut me off no matter what I say.
have you considered it's the way you approach me and the way you never let me finish a sentence, so I
Yes, I
return
have.
the favor? So okay, so you get mad when I return the
I
favor.
said I have considered it.
and you're
I
doing
considered
yeah, you're doing it,
yet it is not true.
and you just
Maybe I've
but you
considered
did
it, but it is not true.
You
What is
just
happening
interrupted.
here?
You
what is
haven't
happening
let
here
me
is
finish a
absolutely
single
debasing.
sentence. You
You've actually
haven't
used
let
ad hominems at
finish
times.
a
I've never
single-
called you names.
You haven't let me finish a single sentence. Maybe that's why I don't interact with you the way I interact with other people. Maybe that's something that you should possibly consider.
What do you want me to consider? Explain it to me again.
No, thank you. Rewind.
No, I won't consider it then.
Did Richard leave?
Yes, unfortunately.
Where'd he go?
He probably got tired of this nonsense, and I do not blame him.
Yeah, I don't blame him either.
Good for you.
Yeah, good for you.
Yeah.
I was holding a perfectly valid conversation, thank you, and you interrupted.
No,
to
you
me
weren't. You weren't conversing with anybody. You've been preaching this whole time.
You can't let me finish a sentence. I
You're trying
cannot
to
finish
tell
a
me.
single
Go ahead,
sentence.
tell me.
I can't finish a single sentence, but I'm the problem in the room. It's not that I have a problem interacting
Actually, I
with
was
you.
responding
It's that I
to Marty's comment about your
everything.
conversation
It's different
tactics, and then you interrupted because you felt some kind of way about it. That's actually
Sure,
exactly
that's
what happened.
Yep, okay. Keep telling yourself that.
Rewind it.
I don't need to. Isn't that what the big guys say? I don't have to consider it now.
I don't know what the big guys in your head say. It's in your head.
Oh, I was just repeating you. So I guess
No,
you suck.
weren't. You haven't repeated me the whole time I've been up here.
Oh yeah, you said I don't have to rewind. I don't have to consider it, and that's exactly what I said.
If you
I guess
two
you
don't
have a
calm
shitty
down,
memory,
I'm
too.
gonna
You have a
tell you to
shitty
get a
memory.
room.
You have a shit ass memory.
I appreciate your zeal, Pixie.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're very passionate, Pixie, and it's very good. I like it.
I'm very theatrical. I will give you that. I will say I come across far more invested than I actually am.
Well, that's what I kind of am curious about. Why are you so invested in pushing people away from God?
I'm not invested. I just said I come across more invested than I am because I'm theatrical. Coming from the person who says I'm the one who can't listen, maybe you should get a hearing aid.
Ooh, girl.
Okay. Wow. See what I'm talking about with the ad hominems? right? So your debate
You're
tactics.
the one who said I couldn't listen. You don't like it when I throw the shit
So
back in your
debate
court.
tactics are
That's what's wrong.
disgusting.
That's what's wrong. You want to throw rocks and hide your hands, and you don't like it when I throw it back in your
So-
court.
So
Suck it
your
up.
debate tactics are
Buttercup.
disgusting, right? Right? Because you sound like Andrew, right?
I
good
don't
job.
even know who that is, so I don't really give a shit.
No, you really
Andrew
do. You sound
Wilson.
like Andrew Wilson. Oh, you're
I honestly
stupid.
don't
You're
know who
stupid.
Andrew
Yeah.
Wilson is. I honestly don't know who
He's
that
on
is.
the whatever podcast a lot.
I don't know what the whatever podcast is.
I don't know what that is either.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you just type in Andrew Wilson and you'll see him. He's a hardcore
you'll
right wing
see his-
Christian.
Yeah, he'll see his
Oh, and he's
nasty
comparing
debate.
me to wait. I'm an evil heathen who hates God, but he's comparing me to a hardcore right
Oh,
winger
yeah,
Christian.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can't do both. You can't be a hard.
He
Oh,
does
What are you,
like.
Steve Savage? What are you, Steve Savage?
We have
It's actually a compliment.
It's dangerous on the cojones, but you know.
Well, just so I want to tell you, yelling into your mic is not making you more right. Just so you know.
I'm not yelling. Here, let me turn my mic down. That might help. Is that better?
Yeah, you've been coming across really loud the whole time.
Oh, my apologies. Is that better? For real, is that better? Because I can turn it down more.
It's a little.
It's all good.
Okay. I am very theatrical. I will give you that. Very theatrical. Very animated.
Yeah, and like I said, I do appreciate your zeal, and I actually do know that you do read stories on your channel, and actually, I
do,
really
but
like
that's
the
not
way.
all I do, which is why I know you haven't been subscribed long, because A, that's a recent thing, and B, that's not all I do.
Okay, well, so I haven't been subscribed long. I've been subscribed as long as you've been subscribed to me. I know you subscribed to me, and I appreciate that. But with that said, I do appreciate, that you're able to articulate your words very well, and the way that you read actually is very much a good thing. And so I'm trying to feed you compliments, yet you continue to debase me, and it's very off-putting, to be honest with you.
Because you give me backhanded compliments. You say this, but you suck because blah blah blah, and you're this, and I'm going to send you that, and you're stupid because this, and I don't appreciate your patience, and I'm not going to pretend to. Do you want me to pretend to? Here,
I haven't done that. What I've attempted to do is have a decent
Throw your next
conversation with you.
backhanded compliment. I got it. Let's do this.
So what I've attempted to do is have a decent conversation with you about theological things, right? About God, and how that I believe that people are falling away from fear of God, right? And that they fear man.
Yeah, no, I got that. We just never made it past the part that you can't handle that I disagree, because apparently that means I don't know what you're saying instead of I disagree.
See that, hold on, let me stop you right there, because that's where you just said you couldn't handle it, right? So that's the part, right? That's the poor debate tactics, because what you're doing is you're trying to get the audience to agree with you.
What I'm doing is
That's
reminding
exactly what
you
it is.
that went, because you made an
I'm trying
accusation.
Look,
What you did is you made
I'm
an
trying to teach
accusation
you at
and
this
pretended nice about
that your conversation
bad
skills
when I
are
corrected
way
you,
off
really
par.
didn't.
We can have a decent conversation, but please,
And if you stop lying,
you just told me, you literally, I don't even want to say it anymore. You know what? You're just going to go on and off the rails like you've done.
sure.
And there's really no point of having a decent conversation.
I don't think you're an honest interlocutor. Have you considered that?
No, I'm a human being.
And
You've
a
never
dishonest
considered that?
interlocutor. Yeah,
I'm
I
not
get
an
it.
interlocutor.
We can't hear you, Theo. If you're talking, we can't hear you.
Right.
He doesn't know when
Wait, guys,
he's
wait.
not.
I'm
Stop.
not your
You-
ideas.
stop.
Now we can hear you.
For a second, just stop. All right. I can converse with both of you normally. The problem only arises when you two try to talk to each other.
Because I don't consider him an honest interlocutor because he
Right,
hasn't been
your
so far.
consideration of me. Your consideration of me. However, I have attempted at many times to have a real and decent conversation with you. Now, I'm not. Hold on. I'm not saying that I care whether you believe it or not. What I'm telling you is what I believe.
Well, then I think you failed miserably at it, and you should take some communication courses. Because none of that was friendly. And I'm not going to pretend it was to
It's
make
funny
you
that
feel
you
better.
say that, because I can have conversations with other people, but not you.
I can have
And
conversations
I've
with
also
other
noticed
people,
that
but
you
to
can't
me,
have
it means
conversations
nothing.
with
It
other
means
people.
nothing that I can have conversations with other people. It means nothing that you can have conversations with other people. It means nothing.
Here, I got one.
You and I don't communicate well. We don't have communication styles. Maybe I'm misunderstanding you. Maybe you're misunderstanding me. Maybe when you think you're being nice, I think you're being condescending. And maybe that's true vice versa. I don't know. But the fact that I can talk to other people and you can talk to other people does not mean anything in this conversation.
Well, I'm not trying to talk to you. That's the difference.
No, you're trying to talk at me, and that's part of the problem.
No, I'm not trying to talk at you either.
People who talk to me instead of at me.
I'm not trying to preach at you. I'm not trying to preach to you. I'm trying to have a conversation.
Well, you
Well,
can't have a conversation if you're not talking to her. When you just said, I'm not trying to talk to you.
Thank you, Marty.
If you're not talking to her. So you
Well,
either
we just discussed this, Marty.
talking at her.
Now, we just discussed this, Marty. You've written music, you've written poetry, that sort of thing. You know that we can't get to verse 2 until verse 1 is finished.
Yeah, but
When
I'm saying you just contradicted yourself by saying first you said you're trying to have a conversation, then you're saying you're not trying to talk to her. Well, you can't have a conversation if you're not talking to her.
No, that's not true.
You literally just said that.
No, that is true. You can have a dialogue. You can have
So
a
what I'm
monologue.
saying is
You cannot
premise
have
is not.
a conversation.
Hold on, Pixie, because me and Marty are having a conversation now. Okay? What I'm saying is your premise is not true. Just because I'm not talking.
We're all having a conversation. And if you want to have a private conversation, just you make it a private one.
Chill out. Calm down. What I'm saying is that I'm not trying to talk to her. Right? I'm having a conversation. There's a difference.
But how can you have a conversation if you're not talking to someone? That's
So
what
when you
I'm calling out. That's what I'm saying. That's a contradiction. You can't have a conversation and not talk to someone. I mean, I can have a conversation with my cat, but I'm not talking to him because he's not talking back.
That's what I mean by dishonest.
Hold on, Pixie.
He does try.
Hold on.
Yeah, he'll go right, which is talking to me, I guess. So yes, he does.
Hold on, Pixie. So, Marty, if you are talking to someone and you don't stop so that they can respond, you're still talking to them. You're just not having a conversation.
Sure you are, because sometimes you might have to elaborate to get to your point, and it might take you to get to your point. If you can say, hey, listen, I have a very low attention span for like people talking and taking like hours to get to their point. You need to get to point A, point B quick in conversations, because otherwise I start staring off into space and I forget what you're talking about, and I forget that you're even sitting there. That's called ADHD. But
he's describing a monologue.
Pixie, stop!
A monologue
Stop for 2 seconds.
But
a monologue.
Can
No,
me
a
and
monologue.
Marty have a conversation? Right? Like, I mean, we don't need 4 people talking at the same time.
I just think you said it backwards. You said you're trying to have a conversation, but you're not trying to talk to me. And I think you said it backwards, because I think what you meant was you're not trying to have a conversation. You're trying to talk to me, because what you're describing is a monologue talking at me and not a conversation.
No. This is absolutely ridiculous. You don't know how to have a conversation. And that's me throwing shade on you at this
I
point.
don't really give a shit. Have at it again while your brain cells keep dying.
You don't know how to have a conversation. You don't know how to converse.
No, I do, just not with you, because you clearly suck at it.
Well, you suck at it.
All right.
I do, harder than you. Thanks for noticing.
No, guys, you're both wrong. You're having a personality clash. It's really obvious.
You just don't get up.
No, she does this with anybody who wants to have a conversation.
No, I know that's obvious. I
She
pointed it out
insults them,
earlier.
She throws ad hominem. She throws cuss words out there because she's absolutely disgusting.
Absolutely nothing here, because it was clearly a me and him.
What to say about her?
Right now, I'm
It
just
doesn't matter what you say to this person. She did it the last time I was up here. She does it to everybody. She's done it to you. She's done it to everybody. She just won't shut up for 2 seconds. Shut up.
Marty, have I attacked you in any way at any point?
Never had an issue with Pixie in the interactions I've had with Pixie. This is not my first video talking to Pixie.
You either, Marty. You are awesome. It's just
never had an issue. So maybe you guys just don't get on. It happens. All people don't have to get on with each other. You know, you just don't get on.
See, this is why I can't get along with him,
All right,
because
I'm just gonna go ahead and mute.
things
I'm
like
gonna
this.
mute up for the
Earlier,
next 3
I
hours.
said,
Okay.
you can talk to other people. I can talk to other people. That obviously has no bearing on this right here. But what does he say? Instead of saying, you're right, this has no bearing on this right here, he says, you can't talk to anybody ever. And that's what I think is so dishonest. And he does this, and not just in this, he does this in like every point he makes in every conversation. And that's why I think he's a dishonest interlocutor. And that's why we don't converse well.
So check out my books on Amazon. I put the links in the side chat and in the regular chat.
How much would postage to Australia cost?
It's on Kindle. If you have Kindle, it's on Kindle.
I don't have any of that.
Well, I don't know how much postage to Australia, but you can get it. It's on Amazon.
Yeah, it was like $4 US.
Oh, really?
Amazon. I can't do the Kindle thing anymore because I was almost finished with a book. Almost finished with it. And then it died. And I was like, no. So then my super munchkin was like, you could use mine, because she had a newer version. So then I borrowed hers and it died. And I was like, no, I'm going back to books. So I did. And I no longer have a Kindle. Are they better now? Do they die on you randomly? Does anybody know?
I don't know. I don't have. I have old school books, but yeah. So I was just trying to diffuse the bomb by telling everybody to check out my books.
Books are great. I love books. I should add you to my shelf. You should be on my shelf. It's a shame you are not there yet.
Cool. Check out my book. Links in the side.
No,
chat.
not to be offensive, but there are much more better names with authors that I need to get a hold of first.
No, you're fine, dude. I only wrote 2. I'm working on 3. So, but yeah, I was just trying to diffuse the bomb by saying, check out my books, which, I mean, you know.
I'm totally going to do that. I'm working on number 2. Unlike her, you can't find mine anywhere, though. I don't share my writing with people. Well, I share my writing with like 5 people, but that's about it.
Oh, yeah.
What type of poetry is it, if you don't mind me asking?
That I wrote?
Yeah, book.
It's on I had a traumatic breakup, so I wrote 2 books about it.
No, I mean, like, what style of poetry?
Oh, I don't really have like a style. I kind of just like write as it kind of comes. I don't have like a whole method and a process. I just kind of sit down, and if words come into I work with dogs, so there is times where like I don't have like if we're supervising a dog that's out in the yard, kind of have like a lot of like just like kind of standing around doing nothing time. So stuff will pop into my head, and I'll just write that down.
Okay, so I know you don't have a particular style, which is the same thing that I would say. But as somebody who also writes, I have questions for you.
Sure. I mean, I'll answer what I can. I'm not a pro yet.
Are you someone who tends to rhyme more or someone who free flows more?
It depends on the poem.
Okay.
I have that rhyme, and I have ones that don't.
Okay, see, I would agree. I would say I have a couple that don't rhyme, but I will say those were actually harder for me. It was easier for me to rhyme, so most of mine do.
Yeah, it just depends on how.
Do you use like a lot of symbolism, or is it very like straightforward?
Oh no, I use a lot of symbolism.
Me too. I like really bury things. That's cool. Awesome. Now I'm really excited.
Yeah, it was. Like I said, I had a bad breakup 2 years ago, and I wrote 2 books about it. So this is the second one that I posted.
Well,
I'm
glad it was 2 years ago, because I'm glad that shit's not recent.
Still dealing with the trauma, obviously, as my second book has been out for a few months. So, but I have to get to bed because I have to work at 7 a.m. in the morning. But it was good to talk to you guys, I guess.
My favorite person on the pen. Okay, good night.
Good night. Bye. Nice to meet you guys. Some of you guys.
Hi, Marty.
I think I just met you today. This is the first time I met you. Yeah.
Sleep well and dream easy and all that good stuff.
All right. Me and Merlin are going to bed. Good night, you guys.
Good night. I need to copy that link right now before I forget, because that sounds like a bunch of fun. Ooh, I could add it to book club. That would be, if with her permission. I will ask her permission first. I won't just start reading your shit on air. I promise. But I will ask your permission at some point, Marty. Because I do have a book club stream, and those do stay up. The other streams tend to come down, and I will address that right now to squash any rumors. The reason they come down, the reason I only have like 1 or 2 lives still left up, is because when I'm talking to my friend, when certain friends get on my streams, like I'm really used to them and I'm really comfortable with them. And occasionally my Super Munchkin's real name slips out. So when her real name slips out, I immediately delete the live stream after it's done, which is why there's like next to none up there. But yeah, I do live streams sometimes.
God dang it.
But if you go to my
talking-
channel, you'll see a bunch of book club stuff. Hey,
Odian!
glad you're here. I hope Richard comes back to you in the back. Sorry,
You
I
guys
annoyed
are
the fuck out
talking
of you.
about. You guys are talking about books, and I was like, "Yay, let me join!"
I
And then no
love
more conversation
books.
about books.
Did you
God
see
damn
the
it.
book club finally delved into the Dark Tower series? Next week, we're going to finish the first book, and then we'll start the second book. That's going to be a long series. It's a 7-book series before I can start a new one
Do
for the book
Warhammer.
club.
Do all 300 books of Warhammer, I dare you.
Jesus, bro, you hate Pixie.
No, if I wanted to do a long one outside of the Dark Tower series, it would probably be the Wheel of Time series.
I was saying the reason I was saying that he hates you is because Warhammer is a dark, effed up world that if you want to be a depressed cynic that hates everything, that's the book. Those are the books that you read.
Wait, but I'm already there. I'm already there. Okay, well, okay. You know how I have a friend who described me wonderfully one time. He said, I have never met anybody quite like you. And I said, what does that mean? And he said, it is not possible to be any more self-contradicting without having multiple personalities. And I thought that was like the most hilarious statement ever. 1 second.
Tell the hubby I said hi.
Will do when he returns. He's rushing out the door. But I said, what do you mean? And he's like, you really, like, you have 2 halves of your personality. And it is true. I've done a lot of self-analysis, and it is true. I can be ridiculously sweet, like ridiculously sweet, or I can be like absolutely fucking vicious, right? But like my personality is like that.
That's just the definition of a woman.
Right, but I mean like every part of my personality is like that self-opposed. Isn't that weird? Like I am incredibly cynical. Like if you hear it, like you'll have conversations with me and people will be like, she is the most cynical person I've ever met. But then I'll have like conversations with somebody else around the same topic and they're like, are you kidding me? She's like the most hopeful, like optimistic person I've ever met. And the thing is, like I identify with both sides of that like I am very cynical and I have this like undying optimism at the same time and I can't explain it.
I will say though, Richard, your response a while ago, the shit had me almost falling over
It's
in my
true.
chair.
I mean, in my experience,
it is, well, that is true. Well, at least verbally. Verbally, women can be incredibly sweet or incredibly brutal. But I meant that like as a whole. I mean, like either you know me as somebody who is always going out of my way for you. For example, like I've had like almost near strangers call me in the middle of the night to come get them because their best friend wouldn't and they knew that I would, right? Like I've had people I don't know very well crashing at my house. I've taken people in, I've taken dogs in. I had like the hippie house for a long time. And so you have like this large group of people who are like, oh, she is the sweetest, most giving person in the world. She would never be mean to anybody. And then you have people I'm not very fond of, and they will tell you the exact opposite, and both are true. Both are true.
Marty is giving you permission in chat.
Nice. Thank you, Marty. Like I said, long series, but as soon as I finish the 7-book series, I am on it. Thank you.
I just want to know if she believes if Jesus actually walked the earth. That's all I want to know.
Again, I believe it's possible. Do I believe it happened? Not any more than I believe it didn't happen. Does that make sense?
Well,
like, there's no proof he did. There's no proof he didn't. It's possible he did. It's possible that more than one did, and he's a conglomeration of figures. It's possible that it's describing somebody who's not here yet. There's a lot of possibilities, right? But to say, do I believe he's some historical figure? No, not any more than I don't believe he was.
Even atheistic scholars agree that Jesus did exist.
Well, some agree. Some say that he's mythical. Some say that he's myth based on a conglomeration of several people. Like I said, many of them are possible. But I don't. But you're asking me what I believe, and I'm telling you, it's more like I don't have a belief, right? Like, sure, it's possible he existed. It's possible he didn't. I don't have evidence either way.
Like, do you believe that any history has been told was truthfully?
You know, I mean, people point to like eyewitness testimonies or this document or that document, and I get that there's some loose outside of the Bible text that say things like this group of people over here spoke about this, or this group of people over here believed this. And that's fine, but that's not necessarily saying this happened. It's just saying these people believed this happened. And so, like, sure, like it's possible, but I don't think it's any more possible than it is. Like, I don't think his existence is any more possible than his non-existence, as far as I can tell.
Do you believe World War II happened?
Sure.
What about the atomic bombs on Japan?
Yeah.
That's still World War II.
But we have evidence for these things, and it's not this group of people over here believed this, right? That's not, we have recordings. We have recordings. Right. We have recordings. We have journalists. We have
verification.
The Revolutionary War. We don't have any video of that.
No, but we have independent, like as he said, we have independent verification from multiple sources. It's not a single extra source saying these people believed this. It's multiple sources all saying that this happened. And that's a much, much different thing.
Okay. The only problem with all of that for all of you is that the description of the two witnesses is the major aspects of the life of Christ, saying that Christ does his mission in end times during the book of Revelation being actually performed, and thereby it's not something of, and that it's not something of the past whatsoever. What's that?
No, I did cut you off. I won't cut you off again. Sorry about that.
No, but what'd you say?
Well, so what about Genesis, like Jesus Christ in Genesis?
Okay, tell me what you're talking about, and I'll try to respond.
All right. Well, this all goes back to Arthur Schopenhauer saying. Arthur Schopenhauer said, "Well, if we have to live after we die, then why didn't we live before we were born?"
Okay, I don't see why that necessarily follows.
Well, Jesus Christ would still be the same destructive, merciless demiurge from the apocalypse and the 144,000 in Revelations and Armageddon as he would be in Genesis, in my analogy.
Okay, if you assume that Jesus is God, and if you assume that Jesus is unchanging because he is God, and if you assume that the Old Testament is talking about the Jesus of the quote-unquote second coming, then yes, you'd have a valid argument. That's a lot of Christian assumption, though.
Yeah, and accept. Go ahead.
So I don't accept those things as being valid because they're argumentative with the way I read the Bible. And the way that I read the Bible, it's coherent within itself. That would be incoherency. I'll give you a
man, you're gonna make me laugh. You're gonna make me laugh if you say incoherency again.
It's
how about just one? I'll get back on track if you throw up air quotes and say Jesus.
I don't understand what that means.
It just means I hate you in Latin.
Jesus means I hate you in Latin. Well, the word Jesus.
No, man, it's a George Carlin joke. It's a George Carlin joke. George Carlin would say, I hate people who throw up air quotes. So that's why I asked you to throw up Jesus. So you'd be like, like you'd say Jesus, and then you throw up air quotes. That means I hate you because you're throwing up air quotes.
And
you're saying Jesus Christ. So while you say
Tyler,
Jesus Christ,
that was like 3 times removed. I'm sorry I didn't get the reference. But
it was a George Carlin joke.
Oh, that's fine. I believe you. I just didn't get it, and I apologize. I didn't know the reference. But to get back to your point, in order to assert what you said, you have to assume a lot of Christianity, which I personally don't agree with, because it causes conflicts within the Bible.
But he's leaving something out too.
All right. Well, I might need a cigarette break, man.
Okay. Well,
Tyler, you just got here, man.
I know, but it's like really, it's like really late where I'm from. It's like way past like, I don't know, like 48 o'clock or something.
Here, I'll pass this instead.
It's like 56. It's like 56 o'clock over here.
That doesn't make sense, my dude.
Well, I'm going on like day 3 of no sleep. I'm a werewolf.
No, I get you. I get you. I have trouble sleeping too. I got it.
I have lichen blood.
And someone said they had something else to add to the comment that Tyler made. Who was that? Was that the freak?
Oh, well, I was going to say the God that he's describing that ought to be is a God that has no judgment, and that's not true about God.
Well, the God that ought to be should be Siddhartha Gautama, right? Gautama.
No, he would deny. He would deny Godhood.
He would deny Godhood.
Yes.
Right, because he was an atheist.
Well, it doesn't take an atheist to deny God. Ask Peter.
Bruh.
Ask Jesus. He denies Godhood.
Right.
He was God when he was on earth.
Well, he definitely denies Godhood and saying, you know, I hate my baby daughter. I hate my baby boy. I hate my baby that just got aborted. I mean, that's basically what Jesus said.
I'm not understanding. Are you talking about?
Or he said Jesus. He told Judas. He told Judas to. He said that Judas was better never to have been.
That's not him saying that he hates him.
Wait. To be
fair, he is saying that he hates him. You just said you're better never to have been. Hey, Richard, you're better never to have fucking been, dude.
To be fair, there's an interesting thing about Judas in particular, especially if you look at books that were taken out of the Bible and not just the books that made it into the canon. And the interesting thing about Judas is the later the gospel was written, the more Judas was vilified. So,
Jesus said it himself.
A lot of those
the scriptures
stances were actually written later than some more lenient stances towards Judas. Just some FYI thrown in there. The later it was written, the more harsh the view towards Judas, and the more vilified he becomes.
If you mean later translated, I'll agree.
Well, later translated, later written. I mean, all the Gospels came so many decades after Jesus' death. So in that
at least 7.
Right. So in that aspect, the later the gospel was written, the later it was documented, the more Judas is vilified. Not even the 4 gospels that were chosen to make it into the canon of the Bible tell the story in the same way. Right. One says Judas is evil. Another says the devil entered him when he dipped the bread into the water. Another says the devil entered into him at another time. Right. Like all these things. The point is, no text has a truly consistent view on Judas, and the later the text was written, the more Judas becomes vilified.
I think I have a consistent view of Judas, but somebody was trying to say something, and I want to get to Simos real soon.
Simos.
Yes.
Simos, tell me a joke. Cleanse my mind of this bullshit.
The
I thought
newest
Simon
one
was
to
a prophet.
enter the chat, Simos Funk. Yeah.
Hello.
I thought
Hello.
Simon was a prophet.
Yeah, you could say that. I've been known to make a bit of money every now and again.
Nice doublespeak. I think doublespeak is officially dead after that.
Also,
Thanks.
hey, Simos.
Hello. I
Have
was
you been
just
listening,
thinking, I
Simos?
was
You just get here.
only a little bit. The only thing
How
that came
about
to mind.
Jesus Christ is doublespeak?
Tyler, if you could give Simos space, you already stopped, and I was hoping he could get, like I let you say something as soon as you came in.
Yeah, moderate us. Moderate thy people.
Thanks for your cooperation.
No, the only thing that came to mind was the non-canonical Gospel of Judas and what that has to say. If there is anything in it worth, I don't know what's in it because
What is a non-canonical? A non-canonic?
Is that the one where that
Nice.
might be? I could be wrong. It's been a long time since I looked up a lot of the Gnostic texts and the Gospels that didn't make it into the Bible. But there was one Gospel that didn't make it into the Bible where
Many.
Judas is actually not a villain at all. And I don't know if that's the Gospel of Judas. It could be. But he's actually not a villain at all. As a matter of fact, that silliness, that Gospel, sorry, people, actually refers to more than one God. Because Judas and the apostles are praying, like the Last Supper prayer, they're praying, and Jesus walks in. And in this story, he actually starts laughing at them, basically, and he tells them that the God that they're praying to isn't worthy of praise.
There is one
The God who is worthy of praise is beyond even him, right? And they go through this whole thing, and he pulls. Long story short, Judas ends up speaking up when none of the other disciples would. He wouldn't look at Jesus, but he spoke
After he
up.
kissed him on the forehead.
Jesus takes him aside. And they have this conversation, and he asks Judas what's troubling him. And Judas says, I keep having this terrible nightmare where all the other apostles are stoning me. And he's like, oh, yes, they will hate you. And he's like, but why? And Jesus tells him,
that's a terrible nightmare. That's such a bad nightmare. I'm just scared as shit.
Jesus tells him, because it is your job to sacrifice the man that clothes me, and proceeds to tell him how to betray him. Now, that one didn't make it into the Bible. There's several other versions that are not nearly as nice to him.
So that's a canonical. So that's not a Gnostic text. That's a canonical one, not a Gnostic one.
I just said it was not.
Wait. It was not
Gnostic,
what, ma'am?
Gnostic is a certain practice, a certain group.
She's got it.
And non-canonical means it wasn't approved during one of the ceremonial councils.
So the Apocrypha. Have you heard of the Apocrypha?
Yes.
It's not the Apocrypha is what is at the end of the Catholic Bible. That is like the Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Mary. No, this is not even in the Apocrypha. This is outside of the Apocrypha itself. This is stuff that did not make it
more
into
than one
any
Apocrypha.
Bible. But the point, it's probably more closely aligned with Marcion.
Is it sold on Amazon?
It's probably more closely aligned with Marcion's belief. Look into Marcion and those sort of
like a myth.
No, actually, Marcion was well established before the Christian church was. He also started putting his text together first.
Like a lore. It's like the lore. It's like extra lore. It's like extra lore. I'm not trying to be funny.
Racing to put the Bible together was because they were being outpaced by Marcion. Anyway, point being, there are many, many different versions of the gospel of the story of Judas, from him not being a villain at all to him being somebody who should not have ever lived, right? And there's a lot of space in between in the way people originally looked at that story.
Okay, so my understanding is that in the Gospel of Judas, he is painted as somebody who understands his mission, and has and has an understanding and a conversation with Jesus that he has to accept his role that he has to play to betray Jesus, and it's much more of a what's the word I'm looking for here? It's much more of a role that he plays.
And
that
Well, how is it
Simon,
canonical text if it's canonical? If it's
and he
canonical,
takes-
doesn't
Hold on,
that mean that
Tyler.
it's all oral?
Tyler,
no, non-canonical is the word I used.
Oh, that means it's written, right?
That means it's
No.
not canonical. Just means canon.
Which means
Right.
it's only oral, right? Canon
No.
means
No.
only oral.
Canon means
Tyler.
it was accepted into the church doctrine.
Jesus,
Tyler,
day one.
I hope
Day
you're
one.
exhausted because I've never heard you being like this. Now, we just all gave you the definition of what canonical and thereby non-canonical would mean, and what it
But you're
means
saying
is
it's
that Tyler, it means that when councils gathered to decide, according to whatever sect, to decide what would be in their church's canon, what works would be included in their Bible. Some things some churches left out, other things other churches left out. That's what
Do you know how many Bibles there
non-canonical
are?
means. How many different versions of translations of Bible there are? Is that what you
Of
mean?
the Holy Bible, yes, of the Holy Bible.
Several is fine to say
That's
several.
a good answer. That's a good answer. I would say
don't
a
have
dozen. I would say a
a
dozen.
literal count, but I'd say something around maybe 50.
50, Jesus.
Yeah, there's probably about
Maybe
50
in 10
different
years.
translations.
Maybe in 10
No,
years.
I mean right now. Like
oh,
you
of
go
all,
to
like over from all time, like overall
translation.
time.
Yes,
Yeah.
of course. Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
so Simus, two things. When you said just as well, I got the joke, meaning it wasn't funny anyway, so it wasn't really a joke. And your point to the pseudepigraphal book of Judas, I agree with, just because and based only and solely on my non-traditional reading of the Bible. For instance, I could ask the challenging question. Yeah, I could ask the challenging question to any Christian: what would happen to the human race and their salvation had Judas not done that? So is he
Simon,
evil? Right.
Had Judas not done that? Had Judas not done what, Richard?
Judas's job.
Oh,
the turning over of Christ. Turning him over.
Basically sell him out.
Well, I don't look at it that way, but he does turn him over to authorities.
Well, he followed orders.
That's what I think is true.
Okay.
Right.
So wait.
That's against what the Bible says. And that's why I'm turning to these extra law.
He was deceived by Satan?
Wait, is it against what the Bible says, or is it against the way Christians look at the Bible? Because I read the Bible and necessarily find that in there.
I can't say whether it's in there or not. You know me.
I mean,
Richard,
I don't think
say whether it should
was
be
Jesus following orders.
Hang on
was
a second,
Jesus following orders?
I can't say whether it should be interpreted X, Y, or Z way. All I can do is say this is my understanding of the way the early church took it to be.
Some,
that's right.
Yeah.
Some, not all. An early church though, like
just
Augustine
2 questions
and Origen and those kind of guys.
2 questions. Can society, by the non-canonical or the canonical texts, and I forgot my second question.
Okay, well, there were about 3 million, and I don't think they've been released to the public.
3 million that aren't released to the public?
I think the actual gospel, the original version of it, or
not
the original version, but the oldest version that.
Like 60 years later, it was written like 60 years later or something.
No, it was probably written 100 or 200 years later, something like that.
Some of them aren't even fully translated, though. Like some of them,
doesn't make any
by
sense.
the time they found, they had for the Gospel of Judas is one of them. Actually, nobody has.
Isn't that a Gnostic text, though? I'm not trying to be funny, but isn't that
it's
a Gnostic?
Not Gnostic. It's not.
Gnostic. It's non-canonical, and there's a difference. But point being, the Gospel of Gnostics read some of the same text Christians read. They just have a different view on how to interpret it. It's not like they're have a whole different set of material. They have the same, like, Adam and Eve story. What it means to them, what they see in it, is what's different. For example, the serpent is actually like Eve talking with her subconscious, but that's a whole different story. Point being that we don't have the full Gospel of Judas, and it's not because we can't translate it. It's because by the time these documents were discovered, there were pieces that were damaged enough that there's not enough there to be translated. So, like, we've translated what we have, but there's like a paragraph missing, or there's a couple of verses missing, right? Like, there's some stuff like that too.
That's not.
Yeah,
what
that was
my
really interesting what you just
Bible says at all. That
Yeah,
is
so the
completely
first
wish I
complete
knew
Bible
more.
is dated 300 years after, plus 300 years.
I want to
plus.
read everything, but it's just
I
like
thought it was 30 years.
No,
Was
the
the
first.
first
Can't read
first-
everything.
I don't want to read
The
anything.
first complete Bible.
Oh, the first complete Bible. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. But like I said, they were racing to complete the Bible because Marcion was outpacing them with his beliefs.
Well, Bible's the wrong word to use there. But
So
yeah.
so what does the Bible say about the canonical text?
The Bible
That's-
is the canonical text.
Yeah.
That
Okay,
the Bible
so-
is the canonical text. Anything that didn't make
Yeah,
it into
yeah,
the
that's
Bible is
I get it, but it's like hard for me to say it. I'm not
I'm
an
not even
expert.
sure what's the difference between the first. This is to Richard. What's the difference between the first three Gospels and or theological introspection? I'm sure you'll know this as well. What's the difference between the first three Gospels and John? What's the difference in name there?
I have no idea.
There is a difference in the name.
Matthew, Mark, and Luke.
You mean
Yeah,
the
those-
language that the name is based in?
No, it's because those three are tell a similar story, right? They tell the narrative of Jesus, and John's is a theological work, which is different.
He's talking about the John the Revelation. Or
You're talking about the
Revelator.
Gospels?
The Gospels, yeah. The first three
No,
Gospels are known
he's
under
talking
one
about
name.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
No, and that he's actually making a fair point. I always thought John was the odd one out, and it was a little weird that he was.
Let's just talk about Gabriel. I don't like Gabriel.
I often wondered, why would you keep John and get rid of Thomas, given that Thomas spoke of his parables and his wisdom and all of that? And I think here's the difference. Thomas did not refer to Jesus as the Son of God, but John did. And I think John speaking to Jesus as the Son of God and that kind of rhetoric made him good enough to keep. Because the argument that Bishop Irenaeus made, which makes no sense today, I know, but back in the day, whatever, But one of the arguments that he made when he wrote a scathing dissent of a lot of the Gospels, including Judas, was there are 4 main directions of the winds from the heaven, and there are 4 main directions of the compass, and therefore there are only 4 Gospels, and it is Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
That's a nonsense argument. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he still made it.
The name is synoptic. That's the word I was looking for. Okay.
The Synoptic Gospels, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I was just getting confused there for a moment about canonical and synoptic. That's all.
Oh.
But
It actually doesn't
don't
matter
worry.
if Judas was good or evil, because John 13:18 it says that the scripture is going to be fulfilled. Jesus said it, and so it's just a thing that is. You don't have to judge it as good or bad, or you don't have to complicate Judas or anything. Scripture must be fulfilled. It's fulfilled. That's all there is to it.
It was written.
A lot of things were written. Not all of them made it into the book.
What about
It was written.
what about the Gospel of Peter? I mean, that was very heavily considered.
Was it really written on? Were the 10 Commandments really written on stone, though?
That's not. What
I
that
don't
means.
know. How did he fit the original 260 odd laws?
Where are the original tablets? If I may ask.
That's not what it means. That's very Christian, but it's not what it means.
Dude, you don't want to see
Bible-
you don't want to see Moses's freaking tablets, man.
The Bible
You wouldn't
troubles
in the Ark of the
itself.
Covenant.
The Bible
That's
troubles
breaking the covenant.
I'll put it this way. I don't think I'll see them anymore.
That's breaking the covenant.
I don't
No,
think I'll
they
see
are
them
in the Ark
more
of the
than I'll see
Covenant.
the glowing salamander and golden tablets from the Mormon book.
The Bible troubles itself to give colloquial usage definitions to 5 different things. And stone, the word stone is one of them. And stone definitionally means something unchanging over time, with all of the law written in it, with no tool of man lifted upon it. That's what
So wait, so they were
stone means
destroyed.
there.
So
What?
the 10 commandments written on the tablets by Moses were destroyed.
Yes,
They're
we have
not, they're
destroyed
probably
them.
lost.
It's true.
Oh, that's
It-
crazy as shit, dude. That just made everything like so much cooler.
You find
You're
the ark,
welcome.
and you probably find the commandments.
You find the
Yeah.
ark and you'll find the commandments. Who said that?
I did.
Tyler.
I don't know,
you
but
find,
there was a
you
guy
find the
named
ark and you'll
John
find
who
the, you'll
said
find
if
the
you
ark
found
and
the
you'll find the
golden
commandments.
salamander, you find the
Oh, I know
golden
where the
tablet.
ark is. I know where the ark was.
And then the magic hat too.
Well, I
Look,
think it's just.
It was
I
a
think
really
it's- I
it was a
think
really
it's just-
crappy
I think it's just a copy
suggestion,
of
but
Hammurabi's laws.
I'm not
anyway.
Christian.
And I think that's where the idea of them being on stone comes from.
which only confirms them.
Wait,
Yeah,
did you hear that?
The Stele of Hammurabi is literally carved in stone. Yeah.
Simus?
Yeah.
Did you hear that Jesus's cave was underneath the crucifixion, and that the earth split open and blood from the
Ron
cross
Wyatt.
dripped down into?
It's Ron Wyatt, yeah? Tyler? Ron Wyatt? He's a charlatan.
I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is.
You're quoting the work of
So it dripped
of
down
Mr.
into
Wyatt,
the
who's an
cave
obvious charlatan.
where the actual Holy Grail was.
Yeah,
but not
we've
the
heard
actual.
all this.
I didn't mean to say
Yeah.
the Holy Grail. Yeah.
Yeah, we've heard all this from Ron Wyatt and his son. Okay.
Ron Wyatt.
Christians can't even agree on what the Holy Grail is. Some
Don't-
say
I thought you said Ron White. Ron White
Well,
is like
they
that
don't.
drunk comedian.
that's fair, but they don't.
Look. The word ark means literally a container. The word covenant means the promise that God made to man. The ark of the covenant is literally that which completes God, a container which completes God's promises to man. That's what it means. Now, there's
Sounds
only
like a
one
human.
container. There's only one container like that in the Bible. It's called heaven. It's not on this earth. It's not even talking about something on this earth. That's not what it means at all, even if somebody made a statue of it.
Yeah, I mean, you just
we
said
don't
a
know
lot.
about
You just said an awful lot.
Another theory.
I think I'm full. I think I'm
I
officially
had a
full.
theory that the human body is the Ark of the Covenant because God said He would live inside of us under the new promise, which is a
You stop that
covenant.
New Age crap.
It was a theory I've thought about. Because like,
Well, don't repeat bad ideas. Just find
How
out if
is
they're
that a-
good or bad ideas first.
Isn't that interesting though? Because Ark is a vessel and a covenant, is a promise, and He told us He
Okay,
would live inside.
okay. Let me tell you what's wrong with that, Isaac. Let me tell you what's wrong with that. What
I'm just
you're
thinking.
saying is, let me tell you what's wrong with it. I heard what you said. What's wrong with it is now you expect mankind, or some mankind, or all of mankind to complete the work of God.
Not
That's
only
what
that.
you just explicitly said
Where,
must be
where
true.
does it say the Ark of
Or
the
the work of
Covenant
Satan.
completes
Wait,
the work
hold
of
on,
God?
Don't
hold
forget
on.
about
Even
Satan.
That's what
even
a
if-
covenant is.
on top of that,
Or-
He said non-believers are a representation of God's promise to man.
How? Can't wait for this one.
Because if everybody's body is the Ark of the Covenant, because
Well,
Jesus
no, only if the Holy
lives
Spirit
inside
you're
of
allowed
you.
to live
Oh,
inside.
I
of you.
see your point.
Only if
Everyone with the Holy Spirit in them, they are collectively a singular thing, the Ark of the Covenant. Okay.
it's just a theory. Yeah, it's just an interesting thought I had one day. It's not like my
Yeah.
belief. It's
That's
just
sick.
No,
That's actually sick, dude.
Actually, it's if you gave me my straight up, because I don't think it's going to affect you negatively anyway. It's just demonic prayer. It's bullshit.
Yeah, it was just something that was like okay because of the word play.
Suwus.
Look, I'm not singling you out.
It's
I've
open
had demonic
for
prayer
analysis.
myself. I've had ideas from demons which I had to disprove, and at first I did believe. And so I'm not saying you're an exception or that I
don't believe it. It's a theory.
Well, good.
Yeah.
Well, it's a bad theory. It makes no sense.
Well,
Richard, if
I'll
I
keep
could
it
go back
as
to
a theory.
something. Acts
Yeah,
4,
drag us back on topic, DeFreak.
all right, in Acts 4:13 it says, "Now when they saw the boldness of Peter and John, they perceived that they were unlearned and ignorant. They marveled and took the knowledge of them that they had been with Jesus." Basically, what this is saying is that most of the disciples were illiterate, so that a lot of the gospels that we call gospels that they didn't canonize were thrown out. Well, not thrown out, but they were discarded, to not be part of the book because it was probably false testimony or weird testimony or unlearned testimony that it didn't streamline the path to Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and let's not, to add to that ever so slightly, let's not forget that they were trying to create a book that could be like copied and carried around. So they were trying to shrink it.
A book isn't the right word, but yes, a story.
How's it not a book? Yeah. Well, okay, I'm willing to accept your argument, but why not use the word book?
No such thing as a book back then.
Wait, no, that's not what I said. I said when they were compiling this, they were trying to make one book small enough to carry around.
Well, you mean in Nicaea or something like that?
Yeah, during the councils, and there was more than Nicaea. Of course, you know that, but
of course that was a lot later. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Yeah. Okay.
They had codexes then, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, dude, I'm not that goofy.
Okay. I like with all this chatter going on with goofy ideas coming from left and right here, I'm a little confused because
a person could get that way.
But I don't know how to interpret it, so I try to keep the open mind on it all, right? Which is why listening to, I'm fascinated. I get the idea that Isaac was saying. That is a very Gnostic idea, isn't it? Really. So that's I can dig that, no problem. Go ahead.
How is it not? Oh, like the divine spark in every person, like that kind of Gnostic, like the perfect.
Well, yeah, it almost
the Terence McKenna Gnosticism.
No, it assumes
okay.
Smoke weed Gnosticism.
If you have the Holy Spirit, then you have knowledge of God, and that makes it Gnostic.
Right, but like the Gnostics don't really believe in the Holy Spirit in that sense. Like I said, they believe they have a lot of sayings like the perfect person inside of you, things like that, or the spark. And they believe like a piece of God is in every person. That's that spark in you. That's that life. That's that divinity.
Richard believes that his cigarettes are beers or something because he has to hide his face every time he smokes a cigarette. So he thinks they're beers or something.
Right. But it's not so much like God is sending the Holy Spirit into you. It's that every single person possesses a divine spark and therefore possesses
I think that means
God.
The divine spark is our imagination, and our imaginations can be poisonous.
No, in the Gnostic sense, it's like a piece of God. But you have to understand, in their worldview, God is not the same as yours, and Yahweh is a bad guy, and it's a whole different thing.
I think that
with a dragon body.
That part of Gnosticism is very close to deism, where the physical intelligent being fractalized is the God.
Sort of, it's light, the source and light. But yes, fractalized. You are correct.
Give or take.
That is the concept.
I mean, my gosh, you wanted to pray to a beast.
No, not at all. As a matter of fact, in their eyes, the beast is more like Yahweh. Yahweh's a bad guy pretending to be a god.
Yeah, Yahweh's always been how is Yahweh's like the craziest god ever?
He's a bad guy. In the Gnostic belief, Yahweh's a bad guy.
But I'm saying, Yahweh is Yahweh, and I wouldn't confuse Yahweh with Yeheldaboeth. Yeheldaboeth.
That's not what
Yeheldaboeth.
So we're talking about two different Gnosticisms then?
No, we're talking about Gnostic back in Marcion's day.
Yeah, there's a few different Gnostics.
Which is Yeheldaboeth, right?
Marcion is not really Gnostic. It's more Gnostic adjacent. But I guess like the closest comment, like the closest modern thing related to what I'm speaking of is probably hermeneutics, however they say that.
Hermeneutics.
Thank you, Richard. See, Richard's on it. He knows.
Hermer.
I think it's hermetics. Yeah.
Hermeticism.
Well, the word she
Anyway,
was closest
point
was.
being, let's go back to what Richard was saying.
It just really surprises me how much, I don't know, fan fiction, I can say it that way, built up how quickly in early Christianity, where Yaldabaoth, it was associated as like a demiurge, and that's what Yahweh was. But in order to accept that, I'd have to accept a lot of things that are still standard in Christianity and make contradictions in the Bible, such as God is love.
So basically, Yaldabaoth is God, where God is Satan, without God having a left and a right hand man. It's just Satan without like a left hand and right.
You're gonna mess
it's like
up my
Satan without a
memory
left
by
and a right hand man.
Yeah.
by reversing A and O. You're gonna mess up my memory. You're gonna convince me that that's how you say it, but you keep switching those two letters. Tyler.
It's really easy, Richard.
Baoth. It's Baoth.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Baoth. Yaldabaoth.
Stop teaching me wrong.
Okay, he's saying he doesn't agree with the Gnostics because he would, in order to agree with the Gnostics, he would have to hold with certain Christian fundaments that he doesn't agree with. Now, for the Gnostics,
I'm an atheist.
close, but you're not correct. For the Gnostics, the source, what they call the source, is described as light. Everything comes from that light. Now, the light did not directly create. That actually has a lot to do with Sophia, and that's a whole nother story. Now,
and that's the girl. That's you, right?
No, they say Yahweh created Adam, but that's not exactly what happened. He thinks he created Adam, but Sophia had a lot to do with that. And they have a lot of the same biblical texts, but they interpret it very differently. Like I said, they have the serpent in the Garden of Eve story. However, most Gnostics interpret the serpent. Okay, there's a whole belief in Gnosticism that isn't in Christianity, and I cannot stress that enough. There is a part where, I'm not going to get into the details, but let's just say Eve is being let's just say she's being tortured and leave it there. I'm not going to get into the details. She, being born of Sophia, not Yahweh, right, has access to this piece of light that not even Eve understands, and she separates herself from her body in order to not experience this torture. So their view of the serpent talking to Eve in the story is not Eve talking to some deceptive thing. It is Eve reconciling with her subconscious against the bad guy that is Yahweh, who is not the creator. It's similar, but it's a whole different set of...
they're just all Egyptian gods. They're just all Egyptian gods.
No, they're not Egyptian gods. Not at all. As a matter of fact,
my God, are you serious?
As a matter of fact, hold on, let me finish. As a matter of fact, Marcion,
orgasm, please.
who was beating the Orthodox Church in influence in the early years, that's who the council was racing. Marcion argued that Jesus was a standalone figure, that he had nothing to do with any other religion, including Judaism. He said this has nothing to do with Jesus. Jesus spoke against the Jewish system and against the Jewish laws and against the Pharisees. Let him have it. This is completely separate. And he was outpacing the church for quite a while before the church caught up. None of these ideas are new. Wow. They just seem heretical to you because they're not canon now. And that's fine. You can disagree with them. But these are beliefs that were sincerely held a long time ago before the Bible even came to be.
What bullshit?
No, seriously, that's something. Okay, that time frame is anywhere about 100
Just
to
that last
about.
part, that very last part. The 100 to a what?
No,
BCE.
when I said the council was racing Marcion.
Way before. Okay, way before. The Marcion, they're called the. What's that M word you keep saying?
Marcion was a
Marcion.
person.
Marcion.
Yes, he was an early church. Well, they wouldn't.
And they're
wouldn't call him
100
a church
BC?
father, but he was, he was a bishop, I think.
He
Do you
had
know-
his
do you know
little
Augustine?
book
Do you know
together, and
Augustine?
it was basically the Gospels only. It was basically the New Testament only, and he argued that it had nothing to do with Judaism, and that is why Jesus argued against Judaism, and that they shouldn't try to steal the Jewish text and add it onto it. That is what Marcion argued. This is a
Here's
very
the problem I have
deep
with Marcion.
it's
The Old
Bible.
Testament all the time.
Here's the problem I have
What's
with
the problem?
Marcion. You have to assume early Christianity, which their pride in themselves was based in the Hebrews people's pride in themselves as the chosen people. I'm not going to get into why that started, but you have to assume that kind of pride in order to make Marcion's argument, and the pride is unjustified.
And the argument's false.
I will agree that you have to assume that people translated everything correctly in order to assume that Marcion's beliefs were also correct. I agree with that.
There was already verbal tradition and intrinsic prejudice and pride within the translation that Marcion argued against.
There was also some theological explanations given by Paul, which contradicted what Marcion was going to be teaching. So I think Marcion was going against a large group of people that were had already reconciled Jesus' teachings.
I don't think he was
hang
going
on.
against Paul. I think Paul was the center of his entire teachings, actually, were like the letters of Paul. He was going forth with Paul in the New Testament only and saying that
I hadn't
Jesus
finished the sentence,
and
though.
that God was not related to the Jewish God. I'm sorry.
Finished, though.
Well, Hebrews just
Wait.
No, wait,
I
interrupted him.
really
I
want to
didn't
hear the end of
interrupt
Simon's idea. I really want to hear the end of Simon's idea. Really.
Right. Well, it's the reconciliation of how you can take the Jewish religion, the Old Testament, and expand it out to the Gentiles.
Okay,
That's what Paul was. That's what Paul was working on, at least.
So we're Pharisees, right?
But I also I agree.
Hang on. And the sacrifices that had to be made in order to do that were things like disavowing the 613 rules that the Jews had to continue with, and obviously circumcision. Right.
No,
So those were the two things that were sacrificed. Marcion was saying we don't need any of the sacrificing. We don't have to make these like contradictions to the biblical view, the old, the Torah. We could just leave all of that alone, because that's not part of what Jesus was teaching. In fact, when you go into the biblical myths in the Torah, if you can understand them this other way, right? I.e., Yahweh being, the bad guy in inverted commas, or the demon.
Okay, half-hour warning.
Now,
It's getting close to my bedtime.
Now go ahead.
Come on, it's Saturday. It's the Sabbath.
No, I was just going to say, I agree with that.
You guys love celebrating the Sabbath, right? Don't you guys love celebrating the Sabbath?
I just don't know. I'm going to have to go back and research how much of that interpretation onto what Paul was saying came when. Does that make sense? Because I agree with you. And I agree with Richard that you first have to adopt the church's frame in order to get what Marcion gets out of it. Does that make sense?
Say that sentence again.
So in order for Marcion to argue his point, he first had to accept what the church translated and then argue, like add on to it and argue against that translation, right? Like what you were saying, right? Like like he would have to add on to it. The reason we don't have to adhere to that is because it's not part of that, right? Like he would have to add on to it. I get that.
No, because there were other gospels, right, that were more important.
Right, but Marcion didn't consider them part. Right, but that's what I'm saying. Marcion didn't consider those part of the text, is what I'm saying. Marcion had a very.
I think he did. Yeah, I think he did.
He had a very specific.
They are found in. They are found in libraries.
Right. No, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying how they are. Like, I'm gonna have to go back. I understand you are correct, but I'm going to have to go back and look at the way in which he added on to interpret that. That's what I'm saying. Not that you're wrong, that I need to go look at his justifications. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay.
I think you'll find that he more heavily relies on. Well, okay. So the Syrian Gnostics relied heavily on the Gospel of Thomas, and the Egyptian Gnostics relied on the Gospel of Peter.
Oh, yeah, right. That's right. And then there was the group that relied on Seth.
Sure.
Sethians.
There's yet more.
Sethians.
It's about.
Who did the Syrians hang on to? Who did the Syrian Gnostics hang on to?
I think they were heavily influenced by, but not alone, the Gospel of Thomas.
Thomas, they say about Thomas is that Thomas meant twin. Like, basically there was a good and evil, and they called him Thomas because Thomas meant twin, so that you had one, beautiful body and one ugly body, and your ugly body would try to turn your beautiful body ugly.
The argument against the Gospel of Thomas was, if I remember correctly, was that he never referred to Jesus as the Son of God. He referred to him as like a sage or a wise man. And they didn't like that. They thought that it was selling Jesus short. And B, he had some philosophies, let's say, some Gnostic influenced philosophies that weren't too friendly to the church establishment itself, such as the verse that says, where he asked Jesus, when you're gone, where will we find you? And Jesus basically answers, I am not in mansions built of wood and stone. He says, I am inside you and all around you. I am not in mansions built of wood and stone. Split a piece of wood and you will find me. Lift a rock and I will be there. And the church didn't like that either.
Wow, what a paradox! And then he tells you, and then he tells you, I'm just saying, for the record, okay, buddy, for the record, your God also said that there are many mansions in heaven, but those mansions don't matter. He just said they don't matter, except there are mansions in heaven for you.
But those mansions are for you, not for him.
So they're for you in heaven?
He said, he says, I go to prepare many mansions for you. So he's preparing mansions for people in heaven. Now, when they ask Jesus, where did they find him when Jesus is gone? Jesus says, I am not in mansions built of wood and stone. But also, these are two conflicting ideas here, right? Because remember, Thomas didn't make it into the Bible.
Oh.
So whatever the councils thought about the Gospels and how they wanted it translated and what picture they were putting forward, Thomas did not fit into that.
Oh, by a long way.
Oh. I think I was talking about Timothy.
It also says in Thomas that he had a relationship with Mary as well.
If I'm not mistaken, the Gospel of Mary says that the biggest thing she learned from Jesus was that it was not about the afterlife, and it was not about rewards you gained. That heaven was somewhere you found while you were living.
Okay.
That it was about what you did here. Mary came off very Gnostic as far as I remember. But that's interesting.
Yeah,
I'm coming off very polygamous. I need to chop my tongue off. I'm sorry, Simon. I need to chop my tongue off. Richard.
You need to turn what off?
I need to chop my tongue off. Or like cut it in half, like with scissors, cut it off.
Why? Why?
Oh, because silence is golden.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, it says something like he kissed Mary on the lips, and Mary was the most beloved disciple.
Well,
So who slept with Mary? Gabriel?
in the Bible, or in a lot of early texts, he actually had female followers that are not really acknowledged in any way in the modern church. As a matter of fact, in the early churches, women had some roles of authority. It was Sister Phoebe who was entrusted to deliver the documents to Rome for the census. He had a female disciple named Salome that nobody likes to talk about, right? And there's some early texts that suggest that Mary was a disciple. There's also some writings that suggest that, unlike other philosophers of the time that traveled in groups of men, what distinguished Jesus was that he was not opposed to traveling in groups of men, women, and children, right? So I think that that's interesting. Now, Salome is mentioned in the canonical text. She's mentioned much more extensively outside of the canonical texts. But a lot of texts seem to indicate that Jesus had followers that were not just men like the other philosophers did. I find it interesting that there's been a particular erasure of that.
I find it interesting that everyone will believe everything everyone else says except for what Jesus Christ said.
Oh, he said, do unto others as you would have. He didn't even say that. He didn't even say the golden rule, did he? No.
Whatever he said about himself, I would consider that. That's all I'm saying.
He didn't say much about himself. He had a lot to say about other people, though.
Well,
I think he was about probably 6 inches.
Has literally a list of all Jesus's, what. I mean, it literally has.
I mean, he did let a woman wash his feet with her hair.
Someone talking. The Gospel of Thomas does have a list of sayings.
He liked kissing prostitutes' feet.
Oh, for fuck's sake. You're fucking insufferable, Tyler. What the fuck?
Simus, man, I love you. Come on. It's the joy of
don't love you.
What? He had a list of
except
what,
what Jesus said, and you're going to be just fine.
Simos, he had a list of what?
The sayings of Jesus. There's about 2 pages of literally just quotes from Jesus.
That's right. He spoke of Jesus as a great wise man.
The Gospel of Thomas is more like a hadith in Islam. It's like a chronicle, like diary. It's not really part of the Gospels because it doesn't really give the gospel message,
Have you ever wondered?
Direction.
Here's what I think. I think I ran into this phrase a long time ago. I don't believe in God, so I had fun. I should say I had fun with this idea.
Yeah.
My last ditch attempt to hold on to some philosophy of God was maybe omniists had it the closest, right? That there may be truth in every religion, but no religion is the truth because none of us ever got it right.
But why not Jesus?
And they have this thing that they ask you. They say, if I ask your daughter to describe you, and I ask your husband to describe you, and I ask your mom and your sister and your brother to describe you, A, they're not going to describe you the same way. B, they're likely to not even use the same name when they describe you. Who's wrong? Who's wrong? Right? So I thought, okay, maybe I can explore this.
Yeah.
Right?
Maybe.
So, hold on, wait. So, looking at the Gospels, looking at the Gospels, if the guy who was known for science is the one who speaks of his miracles, and the fishermen are speaking of how he fed the crowd off of these miracles, and the scholar is speaking of him as a wise man, why is that surprised? Why would the scholar not do so?
Why not just take over what he said about himself as what he says about himself?
He did. He quoted him many times. Why does he need to repeat the same quotes all the other 11 disciples are repeating in order to be taken seriously?
Probably because they all witnessed it.
He witnessed it very well, did he not? Was it not Thomas who said, I will not believe until I see the holes, and then he saw them? He witnessed it very well, but he's not taken seriously. Why? Because he's not a parrot? Because he had some other thoughts to add? Interesting.
Is he the
Well,
book
it's
written
not.
after John?
It's
Probably.
not.
He's probably the book written after John.
It's not relaying the gospel
On that
message,
note, I'll be
death,
right back.
burial, and
He
resurrection,
said
which is
he was
what
quoting
means
Jesus.
saved.
Quoting Jesus isn't telling what Jesus said. That's another interesting statement you made. I'll be right back.
That's not what I said. I said that he is, and that he was it's like a hadith, it's like a diary, it's like a log, it's like a journal of what was going on, but it didn't relay the gospel message of the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ, which is what you need to actually be saved, and that's what the whole gospel is to begin with. So just because it doesn't fit the narrative of the gospel, then yes, it's kind of like, it's nice to read. It's, it's a way to learn and know God, but it's not something that is going to get you salvation.
No, somebody just made me pull out my Bible. Simon's just made me pull out my Bible. That's dirty.
You there, Richard?
I mean, I think it's pretty clear. At least the Catholic and Protestant canons, why those specific books were selected, and it's like the Freak says, a lot of it, they're supposed to lead up to salvation, right? And I guess the results of that at the end of the day. I've been looking at a few of the Gospels mentioned, and let's see here. So it seems the consensus is that they were written quite a few years after Christ, like in the hundreds of years. It's like some of the other ones. Well, that's what the sources are saying. That's fine. I'm just saying, they seem to be written as responses, versus just merely just telling stories. The other interesting part of it is that the intent seemed to be to contradict certain aspects of like older texts, right, as they relate to Jesus, either to separate Jesus from the older texts, right, or to just outright deny Jesus, like the deity aspect of him, essentially, right, and what he would have to do as a requirement in order to quote unquote, to save people, right? So I think these people realize that, and realize that these aren't affiliated with what was originally written, and so they decide to not add it.
All right.
There's many reasons
Jesus is the fulfillment of the Old Testament, and everything that was like written about it and everything. He's the fulfillment of it. So like for it to contradict doesn't really make sense. It should be in line with what was prophesied, basically.
I don't think it contradicts, and I think there's a lot of people.
As far as the writing goes, to me, everything was written before 70 AD, because if any of it was written after, they would have mentioned the destruction of the Second Temple, and none of it does.
Okay, first, the Gospel of Thomas does not contradict the Bible in any way. It did not make the church happy. It was not favorable to the established church, but it did not contradict the gospel. Now, it did not directly call him the Son of God, but that was not his focus and has clearly been covered in so many other texts. Why does he need to keep beating the dead horse in order to be taken seriously? As I said before, does not contradict. As a matter of fact, he mostly directly quotes Jesus. Second, the church made a lot of arguments against a lot of texts, and as previously stated, some of those arguments were as ridiculous and as petty as there are 4 main directions of the winds, there are 4 main directions of the compass, therefore there are only 4 gospels, because yes, that's a logical descent of the other pieces, sure.
I mean, it would make sense to them given the context that they were talking about at the time, right?
Just to say that there's a lot, and I mean a lot of dialogue over many years, right, from the fathers of the early church over what should become canon. Right?
Yeah.
It's not something that was decided like on a whim or because there was some spurious logic. Right? They went through every single word of every single gospel they could find to find out what they should and shouldn't include in canon. And
All
at
right,
the
a
end of
couple
the day,
things.
it was a theological decision to include the books that they did include. Peter is a very good example because it was one book that they seriously considered putting in and was very closely voted out. Right? It was very nearly put into the canonical gospels.
Was Peter?
Hang on. But it just had a couple of issues with it, which were theologically unsound for what they wanted to move forward with in terms of making the what's the word I should say? Making Christianity,
The
more
narrative.
appealing. The narrative and how single-minded it should be in order for
I heard
Christianity to grow.
More cohesive, which they failed in. I grant you that. But I
don't think
think
it's even that.
also,
It's
but I
just that
think they also,
they wanted it to spread.
right. But I think they also did it because I agree with you. But
And
because
Peter
they
had
wanted
some
it,
things in it that the pagans would not accept.
right? But I'm not saying I disagree with you, but I'm saying that because they wanted it to spread, right? I don't think those theological discussions were limited to theology and philosophy. I think a lot of it had to do with
theology, not philosophy.
how it kept the church itself centralized and stable, how it kept a power structure. And I think that also influenced what became part of canon. And I think that if you look at the way in which these things came together and the way in which they were decided and what they were pursuing, it becomes pretty obvious that part of the influence in deciding what was in and what was out was this power structure that they were establishing. And so, yeah, it's theology and it's philosophy and it's those things, but it's also creating a centralized, focused, like, hierarchy.
Yeah, but that was
so what is it? Hold on. What is it about the gospel establishes a hierarchy in the church?
I didn't say the gospel did. I said that in selecting texts, the church they didn't discount. Some texts were not discounted because it conflicted with another text. Some texts were discounted because it spoke negatively against the church establishment and they didn't like that.
Yeah, but that was all written before the church even gathered at the council or whatever. So, but not only, a couple things real quick. The Gospel of Thomas is actually quoted in the Quran. Okay, that's one thing. Another thing is
that's crazy.
Another thing is
it's reference.
Not really. It makes sense.
That I lost my train of thought. So,
sorry.
So
you were saying that the Quran mentioned the Gospel of Thomas, or at least referenced
that okay. So the same church that gave us the canon, the 66 books of the Bible, is also the same church that has given us the Apocrypha and uses that today. Okay, so it's not all set in it's not God is he's the living God. Like, things change, like they are updated. He's not. I know he's the same today, yesterday, forever, but he's
the Holy. You're talking about the Holy Spirit or the Holy Ghost?
I'm talking about him.
Yeah.
Okay, but you're talking about capital H, him, Jesus Christ, the Holy Spirit, or the Holy Ghost, right?
So
from the resurrection,
being set in 200 or 300 or whenever it was.
Can we establish what we mean by Apocrypha?
They X'd out the Apocrypha, but now that same church is the one that's reintroducing it.
No, I don't think you understand what the Apocrypha is. The Catholic Bible has the Apocrypha. The Catholic Bible accepts the Apocrypha. The Apocrypha is part of the Catholic Bible. The Gospel of Thomas is not a part of the Catholic Bible.
No, but I mean, we have it. And
so it's not a part of the Apocrypha.
I didn't say that it was. I said that.
Yes, you did. You kept saying it's part of the. Never mind.
No, I said the Gospel of Thomas was quoted in the Quran. There's a couple of verses.
Yeah, and then you kept saying Apocrypha.
But she's saying it's not real. She's saying it's not. She's saying it's a fake association.
Yeah,
it's
that's
all
just,
valid. It's just not all the right timing.
yeah,
Just
well,
like the
that's
Book of
obviously a
Enoch is
dispute.
really kind of irrelevant until now.
Well, they're testifying. They do testify. I mean, the Muslims do testify for Jesus Christ. So I don't know what your point is. I mean, my point is, are you talking about the resurrected Jesus
in the
Christ?
Quran, it wouldn't be in the Quran if it was a fake or invalid.
All right, but I thought we were talking about the Jesus Christ of Revelations, not the Holy Ghost.
Well, it's also worth mentioning that all of these Gnostic Gospels date much later than the canonical Gospels.
Not the guy in the
And
future.
that's yet another reason why they concentrated on getting at least the 3 synoptic Gospels in. And then the question was, which other Gospels? Shall we include Peter? No. Okay. But why? Because there are certain bits which are very pagan-esque, and it's going to ally Jesus with the pagan beliefs. And that's not a good thing. That's
Quick
not a
note
good
of
thing,
apology.
clearly. And then secondly,
the available scripture that was available, like it was becoming more and more sparse. Like there wasn't a whole lot of parchment left. Like they had to like scrap together a lot of the stuff.
Quick note of apology. It's not the Apocrypha, but it is considered an apocryphal text. So my apologies to Freak.
No problem.
Yeah, no, I think all of these Gospels were floating around at the time. We don't have them, and we certainly don't have many copies of the Gnostic Gospels because, of course, they weren't included, right? But after Nicaea, the book was then canonized, as it's called, and then written out written in Greek, obviously.
Okay. Well,
so what I'm saying is that the church's dynamic even still, if they could exclude it then and then they can include it now, it's timing. If it applies to the times of today, then it should. That's all.
Now, what if I'm not mistaken? By the time it was canonized, and I don't know the exact date. I want to say it was around 380, somewhere in the late 4th century. Not quite sure, but I think it was somewhere around there.
Yeah, whatever, mid to late. Yeah, there was several.
Yeah, maybe 382 was the Council of Rome, so somewhere around there, maybe a little after. Anyway, the point is that is when the Bible canon was established. So that's almost 400 years later. There's a lot of room for beliefs before that. The point of the council was to establish a cohesive belief because there was not one before. And Marcion was beating him to it, so they were racing Marcion.
So how do you explain that they excluded the Apocrypha stuff then, but now the same church is using it now? How do you explain that?
No. Okay, so there's the Apocrypha, and then there is apocryphal texts, which I just learned. Right? That's why I kept saying it's not the Apocrypha. It's not the Apocrypha. So the Catholic Bible does have additional books to the traditional Bible. It does have more books than the traditional Bible. However,
and they created the traditional Bible.
Hold on. However, that separation comes later between the split between the Catholics and the Protestants. Before that, okay, even though the Catholic Bible has more books than the Protestant Bible, there were still many Gospels absolutely discarded before that Bible became canon.
Yes.
Indeed.
I think it's 81, if my memory serves me, that the Catholic canon has in it today. Okay, guys, I know this is the never-ending conversation, thus how it is named. But I'm going to ask you guys to give your final thoughts and wrap up your points, or add to your points. Shill whatever you have as I ask you to and call you, and then we're just gonna tie a little bow on this and call it a night, guys. I'm an old man. I'm tired. Okay, so just as you see,
thank you for the service.
You're welcome. One of the best mistakes I ever made. Theological introspection. Who was mostly quiet tonight? Floor is yours.
I'm mostly quiet all the time. I prefer to sit back and listen. And like I said, I don't open my mouth unless I know what I'm talking about. So I was hearing a lot about it, the apocryphal writings. So most of the apocryphal writings were decanonized way back in the 5th century, and the books that are in my 100-year-old Bible here that have the apocrypha in it, they were decanonized a lot more recently. As far as they're concerned, like I just read into the Gospel of Thomas, the reason it wasn't actually considered to be a part of it is because it's just a list of sayings by Jesus. There's no actual story in it. So I believe all you guys are way off in what you're talking about and speaking a lot of nonsense, to be honest. Other than that, love you all. Great conversation.
It was a very good and spirited conversation. And seated next, Pixie, if you would, please.
Did they finally decanonize it in the Kaplan Bible?
No, it's closing ideas.
No, I was just asking. He said it was like decanonized, and I was asking, did they finally do it? Because I missed it. Anyway.
Was it Satanized?
It's in the side private chat. I don't think it was ever canon.
Not the apocryphal texts, just the ones that the Catholic Bible had that the Protestant Bible didn't have, which the Catholics used to refer to as the Apocrypha, not the apocryphal texts. That's different. That's what I was saying earlier, which is why I apologized, because I didn't realize he was speaking of apocryphal text. I thought he was speaking of the Apocrypha, which is why I made a note to apologize to him.
I wasn't actually commenting on that. I was just commenting on the Gospel of Thomas, as that's the only one I researched.
Right, that's why I was saying it was not a part of the Apocrypha, and then I realized he wasn't talking about the Apocrypha, he was talking about the apocryphal text, and it is apocryphal, which is why I apologized. So thank you, I thought I just something. Thanks so much.
No,
anyway.
Not really. We just had a word confused there, that's all.
Is apocryphal, Pixie, is apocryphal in the dictionary?
Apocryphal is
guys, never-ending conversation doesn't mean in one day.
I'm sorry. I just wanted clarification. My apologies. Thank you for your tolerating me graciously as always. You are amazing.
Pixie, I know you had a great time, and I know you came in wanting to be, I'm going to say, spirited, and I don't want to discourage that in you. It's one of the things I love about you. Do you have any closing thoughts?
Just thank you for your gracious tolerance, as always, dear one.
Okay, and Simus, you're seated next.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, I think that the question itself of what books are included in the Bible is obviously an interesting story. Best left to historians, of course. However, I do think that when it comes to theological considerations, that it is important to recognize that the context in which the Bible was put together is considerably wider than just what's been left in the Protestant Bible, let alone the Catholic Bible, which has, many, well, not many more, but more books. 66 verses, whatever, 73, I guess, and that makes a difference in that that church law, or the dogma, as they call it, that the Catholic Church is beholden to, makes it flexible, like DeFreak was saying, which I think is a really interesting concept that aided the early church to become the monolith that people throw stones at, shall we say? And I think that's a fascinating thing, because the history of Europe is so bound up with questioning that book. Early Christian dogma was so challenged that it led to the split between North and South Europe. And that in itself is an interesting historical fact, which has led to, modern science and obviously, and some would say the Enlightenment as well. definitely you're an
Simon,
atheist.
have you
Go
heard
ahead.
that Northern Irish joke about the mugger in the alley?
No.
So this guy sneaks up behind this guy, and holds a gun to his back, and he says, "Catholic or Protestant?" He says, "I'm an atheist." He goes, "Yes, you're an atheist, but are you a Catholic atheist or a
Oh, right, yeah.
Protestant atheist?"
Yeah, no, I've heard that joke. But instead of an atheist, it's a Jewish, somebody that's Jewish. And they go, "Oh, you're
Oh,
Jewish. So are you Catholic Jewish or are you Christian Jewish?"
Euros.
Yeah. Anyway,
okay.
that's what I would say. The whole context of it is important, even if you're not a believer. So I think that's interesting in itself, and that's where I would.
True, and you can make whatever context you want if you're just willing to read something inconsistently.
Well, I mean,
And
that's
people
why I
do.
would look. That's why, as an atheist, I look at the history of it. It's more important to me personally, rather than any theological constraints or compromises which are made because of some doctrine or dogma, like the Catholics do.
Always dependable, Simus. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Tyler.
Richard, I need to get off this. I need to get off my welfare because I didn't serve in the military, and I need to be thrown into the forest with the bears or the wolves on the West Coast, or I need to be sent to Russia immediately. Thank you.
Are you bored?
Those sound like terrible ideas.
I need to be deported. I need to be deported to Russia right now.
That sounds awful.
Interestingly enough, about Elisha versus Elijah, you notice in the word Jah in Elijah, meaning Jah as in Jehovah, that word Elijah means my God Yahweh, essentially. But the word Elijah, the bald prophet who had the bears attacked, also quoted in the book of Ezekiel, also quoted by Goliath, also quoted in the book of Revelation as something Satan promises, that the wild beasts of the field will attack the people, is exactly what Elisha has done, and his name means my God materialism.
My God.
Yeah, so it's very revealing if you look up the names and what they mean. Next seated, Brick Jonesy.
All right, very cool, man. I'm so glad that I can finally speak interrupted. Thank you so much for having me up, D-Doc. So I'm really gonna try to run
Hey,
through
Brick,
these.
hey, say whatever it is you want to say, buddy.
Now you knock it off.
I knew you were gonna do that, GS. So there's 8 real quick points. I'm gonna try to run through them real quick. One is, you've heard me say it before. It's more important to be at peace than it is to be right. So even if you're wrong and you're at peace, you're right. Number 2, understanding conversation structure. First, you have an opening statement, then you have a verse, a converse, and then you have a closing statement. That's the way a typical conversation goes. And so I just want to point that out. I've noticed something about this conversation that's happened tonight. It's been more attempt to disprove the text than there has been to try to prove the text. And so in that, I've noticed that unbelievers are attempting to explain beliefs, yet at many times they're not willing to listen to beliefs. Now, what I see in the text is, if I'm seeing what is good in the good, what is in the text, then why would I go outside the text? And what I'm referring to is the text that's outside of the canon. So I believe that the text and the word is directed, okay, and that history is not philosophy, that those texts are historical. And when you look at the 7 congregations in Revelation, there were 7 different mindsets these individuals had, yet they were cohesive in their individual beliefs among the congregations, yet they all needed correction. So there was cohesiveness, and they all received correction, and hopefully they received it entirely. But ultimately, it is God who reads the hearts of men, okay? And because he reads the hearts of men, I can't say whether any individual in history or living now is going to go here or go there. And ultimately, it's his choice. So I say, Praise Jah.
I think that was succinctly put, and I suspect you had notes. Next seated to Freak.
Oh yes, you had to remember to cry first.
I also found it going on what he said there. I found it interesting that the unbelievers will go down every single rabbit hole and avoid the rabbit. Also, Richard, I do want to say that God is love, because love is the only thing or concept or anything that could actually allow every other thing. It's the only thing that could allow everything else. Okay, so just that fact alone, God has to be love. The Most High, the Divine, the Creator is love, and I think that's all I've got.
And yes, that would be a good clean reading of. Now I forget the verse. Generally specific.
So yeah, I guess I learned something new tonight. So, but I think there might be a correction unless I misheard. And so it said in Christianity, the word apocryphal was first applied to writings which were to be read privately. I had to look this up, by the way. This is not my knowledge. I'm impressed with those of you that have it. Rather than the public context of church services, apocrypha was edifying Christian works that were not considered canonical scriptures. Over time, apocrypha took on a more negative connotation due to the questionable origins and doubtful chronicity, chronological order, or canon, I guess, of these books. Those who don't accept these books as canon call them apocryphal. So it sounds like they're putting apocryphal almost to mean that anything apocrypha is apocryphal. But those who do accept them call them deuterocanon and deuterocanonical books, meaning belonging to the second canon. So this is something all new to me. So I'm glad you guys mentioned it, because it's going to help me try to study it out. And I'm amazed, and I wasted like an hour of my time over there. I wished I would have stayed here. And thank you for letting me back up.
All right. Anything else? Anybody else?
Mr. Theological Introspection looks just like Gilby Clarke from the old Guns N' Roses. That's all.
He's heard that one before, apparently.
I need a better mustache. That guy has a sick mustache.
That's it?
Okay, well,
Okay.
I just say, I mean, that's Nietzsche, but the other picture, is that a caricature? Tyler?
Tyler, unmute and answer. Tyler.
Wait, what's up?
Is that, I don't remember what it was called. What was the picture, Tyler?
It was Socrates. Socrates' last moment.
Yeah, when he's drinking that thing. Who's it by? Who's the picture by?
Oh, I don't know. It's not the original.
Of course.
I probably can get the original though. I can probably get my hands on the original somehow.
I doubt it, but yeah, okay.
No, I'll get it for you. Don't worry. I'll get it for your birthday.
I'll look it up.
I'll get it for you for your birthday.
Any other points of business on a personal note? And this is somewhat outing, but I think will be appreciated just the same. If you're having an argument with generally specific, know that he and I fought a little bit of fisticuffs right off the bat. So hang in there. He's going to respect you for it.
I don't remember the fight. I don't remember you ever being
That's
being
because
anything.
you didn't actually care about it in the first place. It's just something you do.
No, that's not true. I didn't feel like you were fighting me.
Yes, it is. It is true.
Oh, see, that would be.
What were we fighting about? So I'm Pixie?
Oh, yeah.
You're telling me I'm Pixie?
No.
No.
I'm not saying you're Pixie.
You're like the son.
Yes, you remember our first
But I'm not calling myself a prophet, but I'll make a prediction right here.
Yeah.
Just like the end of the last conversation, where Generally and Pixie were having a pretty stout little argument there. No, I shouldn't have said little. A pretty stout argument there, right? At the end of it, GS came back and said, hey, you made really good points, and I respect that. Now, it's going to take him 2 or 3 more times.
to prove that she's wrong, Roger.
No, to it.
Because she's really good at
it. No, that's not it. To gain some respect for her.
I already
just
have
telling
respect for her. I have enough respect for her
I'm just saying.
to talk to her like I would talk to any other human being.
Back at you, James. I you know what? And as much as we go back and forth, I don't have a negative opinion of you. I do get feisty, but like I said, I'm theatrical, and it's much more fun for me than you think it is. Like, I'm not emotionally invested. I don't hate you, anything like that. But mental sparring, that kind of sparring, I absolutely love that. So the fact that you can do that, and not be like, I hate you, I 1,000 times respect in you, so you should absolutely know that. And as much as we disagree, I consider you an honest interlocutor, and so I want you to know that too.
Yeah, that's my saying. I could be wrong, but I promise I'm not lying. I appreciate you noticing that. Thank you, Pixie, and I look forward to more interlocuting. I'm happily married man, going on 34 years. I'm not trying to wreck my happy home. So when I said that, I didn't mean it like any kind of like interlocuting, like scissoring or anything.
No, I get it. I am also taken. It's good. It's good.
Me too. Just being a goofball.
Save the Discord for the panels and not the spouse.
Me and Richard are going to go elope in Las Vegas next week.
Is there any way that we can continue this conversation, like, so we can keep Richard up for the rest of the night, like offline?
Well,
I'm going to go find Richard in Nevada.
I tell you what I can do, in all seriousness. I need to go to bed, which is not the same as all you need to go to bed.
Bro, you live on the West Coast, man.
Yeah. He's got good habits.
No, it doesn't.
I live in Santa Fe.
Everybody say
Santa
thank you,
Fe,
Richard.
Santa Fe, as in it's 9 o'clock at night, right?
No, it's 10 here.
Everybody say thank you, Richard.
10 there because it's 11.
Everybody say thank you, Richard.
And thank you all for adding. Thank you all for adding to my experience and for showing up in the first place, and everyone in side chat. And I love you all, and you're not going to understand how much, because I can't express it very well. I wish I were a poet. I am not. But I tell you what I'll do. I'm going to leave this running.
Like live, not live.
I'm going to leave it running live.
Don't leave it running live.
And you guys carry on. And
don't do that.
There's just no way for me to. No.
Well, we can do it in the back chat.
There's no way for me to bring anybody new in. That's what's not going to happen.
We can just do it in the back chat.
It's almost full anyway.
Can't you put a timer on it?
I mean, I'm planning on flashing Pixie when we get into. I don't want that on the internet.
Of course you are. Of course you are. Okay, so good night. You guys enjoy the show. Carry on without me. Peace.
Are you really gonna? Okay, so
I'm really going to.
You did it.
So we have to agree that Pixie is going to be in charge. Otherwise, no one's going to be able to talk.
Okay.
Basically, it's the Pixie show. The Pixie versus
it's Pixie's
Mr.
rules.
Married Man for 34 years.
I have not been married that long. Wait, hold on.
Pixie, do you want to agree that you're in charge, or you want to argue with me about how you're in charge?
Okay, Super Munchkin's 18, so I've been married for 17 years.
Oh, congratulations.
Almost.
Have you seen William Freeman around?
Can you marry cats?
I haven't. Like, I know
he's working on it.
I know he's been around, like, in the last week or so. Like, I think I stopped by Brojo's to leave a like. Like, I didn't say anything because I was super busy and in and out of meetings. But Brojo had a live, and I went and I left a like, and I immediately left. And I feel like he was there, but that was a couple of days ago.
Okay.
Okay.
So, generally specific. Do you
Yes, sir.
do you consider Richard like a spiritual mentor or father to you?
That's kind of an interesting query. Can I learn from him? Yes. Do I look at him as a father? Well, it says call no man father. So, mentor, I could probably accept that. Yeah, I've been mentored by younger people than myself. I don't see a problem with that. If they're a subject matter expert in something that I lack knowledge in, then of course I would be a fool not to
Wait,
tuck
he's
myself
younger than
underneath
you are?
there.
I don't
Yeah,
think he's.
I'm pretty sure he is. I'm 55. I'm an old
Yeah,
fuck.
he's
But
old enough.
I do own a mirror, so I understand why Pixie likes interacting with me.
That's not that old. I'm almost.
A day
Wait.
over 30. Get out of here. You're not even.
No, I will be 40 in December.
What?
Yeah, I'll be 40 in December. I am
all right.
39.
Good on you. A happy birthday.
You haven't crashed any cars lately?
I'm
have you?
33. No, I'm just kidding. I'm
No.
32.
The last time I crashed a car, I was. Wait, I was 20. I was 20
So-
the last time I crashed a car.
So, Pixie, I got a genuine question for you, and I don't want it to be personal.
Mhm.
But speaking from my experience,
Yeah.
I really enjoy having these conversations because sometimes these aren't the kind of conversations you want to have with people that you're really close to because it might offend them.
Mhm.
Right? So it's good to have this outlet, right, to be able to have this interaction and to engage. Now, my wife has next to no interest in talking about a lot of this stuff. Now, would you say, and again, this is personal, so you can no comment, and I'm not trying to find out anything about your husband or your wife or whatever, whatever
you
the
hate
situation
talking
is.
about this stuff?
Do the person that you're the closest to, are they not interested in these conversations? Therefore, you really get a lot of catharsis from having these conversations in these venues,
No,
like
it's
I
not
do.
that at all. Actually, when we do talk about these things, but we talk about these things very differently than I talk
Mhm.
to other people about them. First of all, it's a lot calmer, obviously. But
Right.
second of all,
Is that
we
by
tend to
choice?
What's your
or is that-
background? What's your background, Pixie?
hold on, I will get there in a second, and it is by choice, but I'll get there in a minute. We tend to go like different directions, and one of us will get exasperated at some point, like,
Right.
and it's not anything bad. It's just like a, you know, and so he does appreciate that I have an outlet because he is an introvert and I am not. Now,
Same with
is
my
it
wife,
by
yeah.
choice? Yes.
Yeah, my wife's
Excellent.
exactly the same.
I was a theater debate kid.
Opposites
Actually,
attract.
Did you debate with jazz hands?
You
Is
and
that how
Greta
it-
Thurman or whatever?
You're like jazz hands.
So when I say mental sparring, I
Greta
mean it.
Thurman.
Now, I'm obviously a non-believer, and so what I say here is a lot of questioning, and that gets under people's skin. Outside of that, though, I would say don't automatically trust what I'm saying when I'm arguing with somebody.
Because you'll do
Don't.
dirty tactics in order to win. Is
You're
that
like
right?
Greta.
It's not
You're like
that,
Greta
it's that
Thunberg
I will play devil's
with
advocate.
the Bible.
I will take a stance I don't even believe it, particularly if like the room seems to be on the same page.
Mhm.
I will go in there and be on the opposite page just because, just to get the conversation going. Because why is everybody agreeing on this, right? So,
Do you have a background in religion?
do I have a background? Not necessarily. No, not really. I grew up wanting to believe. My grandfather was a preacher, so I would say that I was in church every time the doors were open. I mean, Sunday morning, Sunday evening, Wednesdays, Thursdays for youth group. I did vacation Bible school. I helped with church camps. Like anytime the
pretty much
doors
Yeah,
were
that's
open.
torture. That's
there.
that's. Do you think that's
What's
child
the denomination?
abuse? I'm
No,
just kidding. I'm just
actually,
kidding.
when
I'm
I
just
was
kidding. I'm just
when I
kidding.
was young, when I was young, I absolutely loved it. The only thing I hated was the puppets and VBS because my arm hurt really bad. But like, no, I actually loved it. I loved helping my grandfather was my hero. You have to understand. To this day, he is one of the best people I have ever known in my entire life. Like he was remarkable. And I am incredibly, incredibly lucky to be that man's granddaughter. I absolutely adored being able to help him. And I think part of the reason I did a lot of, I wanted to believe was because of him. He was such a remarkable person. And I think a lot of the reason I learned to be like, I was always on my best behavior too. And I think part of the reason was because my grandmother told me at a very early age, she had said something like, look, right or not right, fair or not fair, how you behave when we go to church reflects on your grandfather. And so I took that very much to heart because that was my hero. It was, for most of my life, helping out in the church was actually a joy. It was something I loved to do. It's why faking it was so easy.
So,
but it never made me a believer.
So thank you for sharing this about your grandfather. He sounds like a remarkable man. So the question is, what was it? What qualities did he possess? And did these qualities match what the Bible says about to be, like Brick would say, that peace is the ultimate objective.
Okay, I'll tell you a lot about my grandfather. All right. So
well, I just want to know, like, what qualities did he exhibit, and were those qualities pursuant to his pursuing Christ,
at all
or
times,
were they just always there?
At all times, my grandfather was trying to see the best in everyone and trying to help everyone be their best.
Okay.
When somebody went and tattletold because there was a girl smoking in the bathroom, and she was being all frantic, do you want me to kick her out? Do you want me to all of this? And I'm sitting there in the front pew with my little coloring book, and I'm watching my grandfather. And he was getting ready. And he said, you mean that bathroom right there? And he pointed to the one like right outside of the congregation hall. And the lady was like, yeah, she's smoking in that bathroom right there. And those bathrooms had like the speakers in them. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
And,
so she was still in there.
Did and stuff, you know?
So she's in there hearing the message, right?
Right. And he said, I don't want you to do anything. When we start, she'll hear us. And that's all I need.
Amen.
He threw a birthday party and went and bought a birthday cake for a prostitute at the church because he had found out she'd never had a birthday party before. My mom and dad were never divorced, but if you ever hear me talk about my childhood, I say things like, I had every experience a child can have. And that's true. It has been just me and my dad. It has been just me and one of my siblings and my dad. It has been just me and my siblings and my mom. It has been my mom and extended family with my siblings. It has been both of my parents with extended family, and it has been with just both of my parents. I grew up in every single one of these situations. My dad, also a remarkable person, was a Vietnam sniper. And when he was on one of the rescue teams, he got shot and they fed him cocaine. From the PTSD and the addiction he came back with, he had a lot to deal with. So for a while when I was very young, my mom and my siblings and I did not even live in the same state as my dad. It is very evident when you look at the fact that there are 22 months between me and my sisters and 6 years between my little sister and my little brother. But when my dad came home, and my mom's side of the family had a lot of resentment, it was my grandfather who saw the best in my dad, and my grandfather who brokered peace, and my grandfather who went out of his way to help us establish a relationship with my dad, given that he was kind of the father figure in our life. My grandfather did not accept money from the church. The only time he said preaching the word of God was not a job, that a man should work 6 days a week for his bread, and he did. He worked for the city. The only time I ever saw that man accept anything from the church was when he accepted a parsonage home, but then he fully paid them for it with interest. He is unlike any preacher I have ever known since. He was the most patient and most forgiving person I have ever known. And it is a shame I am not more like him.
Was he like a quiet, strong, and quiet type? Or was he like
Rest in peace to my grandfather. I think my grandfather was my favorite person too, but he was an atheist. Casey.
Yeah. Well, and I had a hard time reconciling it. I thought, when I thought that I was broken, or that whatever people had that recognized God, like I just didn't have it, right? So, or the Calvinist was right and I was created for destruction. And I just kept thinking about who my grandfather was compared to who I was, and I'm never going to be that man. I mean, he was remarkable.
That's how I feel. That's how I feel too.
Yeah, it took me
He
a
was a
long time
Calvinist.
to understand. It took me a really long time to understand.
Do you think we're getting? Do you think we're devolving?
That he wasn't. Well, I think
Technology is devolving us. I think technology is devolving us.
I'll get to that in a minute. I think it's more than technology, but I think I learned that I always thought he was who he was because of what he believed as a kid, as a little kid. But I think as I got older, it helped me make peace with myself when I realized he's not who he is because of what he believes. He's an outstanding example of what he believes because of who he is. And I think that helped me a lot because I really just felt broken for a long time before that. And I think there was a study that showed, speaking to technology dumbing us down, I think first, there's two studies that I really like regarding technology. And one says that with all this information at our fingertips, you think we would be more informed. But studies tend to show that people have a tendency to search until they find something that confirms their bias or their preconceived notions, and then they stop. They stop there, and they don't get the other information, right? So I think we have that strike against us. But I think there are other studies that show like being in nature is actually really good for your health, for your mental health, for your physical health, especially for women. I don't know why the studies say especially for women, but they say especially for women.
Because women are the superior species.
So,
No.
so Pixie, I don't want to.
But I think maybe the further we get away from
Pixie,
nature,
can you hear me?
the more we hurt ourselves. Yes, I can.
Okay. So you're saying a lot of good points, and if I let you continue, you're going to talk all night and say a lot of good points. And
no, that was the end.
And I'm going to want to speak to them. But so the interesting, you're saying some really, really good stuff. And so my question to you is this. So you're saying intrinsically your grandfather was thus. Intrinsically your father became thus. And it had nothing to do with God or the Bible?
My dad wasn't a typical believer, so no, I don't think so. I mean, my dad, I think if I had to label my dad, I would say my dad was more of a deist.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You know what deist is?
Yeah. But that's also the native side of my family, so that makes a lot of sense.
What about
so you were struggling with your faith? Did you ask your grandfather like for counsel?
I'm
my
guessing he
grandfather
passed
never
away.
knew I struggled.
So,
he was gone before people realized. Everybody, like I said, I liked.
When did you realize you were a deist?
No, I'm not a theist. I've always known that I don't believe.
A deist.
I'm not a deist. I've always known
her
that
father.
I don't.
When did you learn the word deist? Like 20 years ago?
When did I learn the word deist?
Yeah, like 20 years ago?
I would say probably when I was like 13.
Like when you were a teenager?
Yeah, like 13, 12, 13.
Yeah.
Around there.
So I just want to respond.
My father, I wouldn't have identified my father as that until much later. I didn't really, like I said, everybody just kind of, it was such a joy to me to help. I loved my grandfather and all of that. And when he passed away, it was like this tradition. I went with my mom and I went with my grandma and I went with my siblings, and I loved helping out so much that like everybody just kind of took for granted that I was a believer. They all just thought I was.
Right. So I still want to engage
that I started talking about those things.
So I'm still trying to engage with something you said that I found to be very fascinating. And you said that people tend to stop, and I agree with you, that people tend to find something that confirms a bias and then they stop there and they don't look any further.
Right. I'm
such an odd duck that not only did I find the church when I felt like spiritually I was in a position of strength. Like I found Christ when I was almost 51 years old. I would have considered myself a hopeful agnostic. That's how I would have classified myself if I had to put a label on myself. And so I always believed that there was a higher power. You know, all these different religions would call it the same thing. Like Richard would say, I see Injil, sees Injil, right? Like you can see the rhythm in all these different religions. And like you're saying, nature is also another form of seeing the obvious. I'm trying to, what you said resonated with me, Pixie, but it seemed to confuse me because I seem to be the exception to that weird rule. Because I feel like I thought most of my life that all these religious people are nuts. They're all saying you're close but no cigar because you don't believe exactly like what we believe. You're going to be warm for the rest of your life or for the rest of your eternity.
I mean, I guess in that instance, I'm kind of an exception to the rule too, right? Like I fought to believe, and I did a lot of searching. I searched through the Bible, and then I thought, okay, well, that's not working. Maybe if I go back to Judaism, you know, I'll figure out what I'm missing. And I looked at a lot of that, and then I thought, okay, well, this is definitely not working. Maybe if I just go back and I look at like the different religions in the whole region, like all the different religions and what ideas we're trading, maybe that will answer some things, right? So I started looking at Marcion, and I started looking at Zoroastrianism.
Were you a Marcionist?
No, I read his. I was never a believer, and I've never believed in any.
Is he a saint?
No, I've never. No, the church does not like him.
Just who is Marcy? Who is Marcy?
Marcion.
You're obsessed with Marcion. He's like your
second
husband.
I know a lot about him. That's not the same thing. I liked him as a historical figure because.
Yeah, but what is a religion? Like, I've never heard of this. Like, what is the cult?
Basically, he thought that he believed in the teachings of Paul, and he had like the teachings of Paul plus a few like New Testament letters and things, and that was like the core of his belief. That was it. And he didn't believe it had anything to do with Judaism. He didn't believe that it should be connected to the Old Testament. He didn't believe any of that.
Paul was a really bad person, right?
Well, I don't believe in any of it, but I started looking really into Zoroastrianism. Actually, I looked a lot.
What about Rosicrucianism?
I mean, that was just more like a sect of an already like established.
So did Marcy come before Gnosticism? Or yelled about
Marcion. Here's the thing. Marcion gets lumped in. Marcion gets lumped in with Gnosticism, because
they're around the same time. They're around the same time frame.
Yeah, I would say he's like around the same time period, but adjacent to Gnosticism. Not quite Gnosticism.
Like 700 Marcy, 700 AD.
No, I mean he's competing with the Nicene Council. The Nicene Council is
I know, like but Pixie, please.
I'm putting it around 300.
Pixie, I'm begging you.
What?
Just give me like when Marcy, the religion or the cult that you're talking about, when that was. Well,
that's what I'm saying. Given the fact that the council was competing,
you can't give me a date. You can't give me a date. You can't give me one number.
I want to say a little before 380, but I'll have to look.
Okay.
I will look. It's been a long time. I told you I went from Marcion to Zoroastrianism to all this other stuff. It wasn't like,
God bless you. God bless you. God bless you.
Pixie, what do you think about intelligent design?
And then I went to Omniism. I looked at
Omniism. What the
stuff.
fuck?
Yes. What I'm saying, like I went exploring. I didn't just stop someplace.
What is Omniism?
I have yet to find God speaking to man. I just find a bunch of men building gods.
Well, so the Bible says
second century. Okay, Marcion is 2nd century. Are you happy?
So listen, the Bible says, the Word of God says for us to not lean on our own understanding, but to trust in all things, God in all things. And God says, he who seeks wisdom, let him seek it. Let him ask of God who gives to all liberally and without reproach. But let that person ask in faith, for he who asks, or she who asks without faith, was surely to receive nothing from the Lord. For they are a double-minded person, unstable in all their ways, like a wave upon the ocean, tossed about by the wind. Sounds to me like, Pixie, the wind has been really having its way with you.
The cynical side of me says I could say the same thing to all your churches because none of you agree. So clearly none of you are getting the right message from God.
Wait, we don't believe
It's
in
not
God.
helping you. It's not helping you. Otherwise, there wouldn't be
Well, do
how
not
many
God.
denominations and how many translations of the Bible. Like,
That
apparently,
doesn't
it's not
mean that one
helping.
of
I don't
them
know what to
isn't
say.
right. And
Catholics lean on their interpretation. Baptists lean on their interpretation. Who's not leaning on their own understanding of the words they're reading? It's not helping anybody. There's no cohesive message.
That's
Right,
all.
but you're
that's all
doing
pretty
whataboutism. When I'm
and-
talking
No,
about
I'm
what,
saying, if what you're saying works, if that's true, show me where your understanding is better and cohesive and ours is not. And you
I
can't.
don't have. I just told you, lean not on your own understanding. Instead, trust in God in all things, and
Who
prayer
does
and
that? What
supplication.
Christian
I
does
do
that?
it. I don't lean on my own understanding.
I think every single
Even
human
Jesus
being
did it.
thinks
He said it is
Thank
written.
you. I think every single human being does it. You have to read. You have to process what you're reading. It has to
yeah, you have
mean
to be
something
an
to you.
evolutionary species.
You are
You have to be a,
understanding
you have
it.
to
And the
be a
reason
Homo
somebody
sapien.
Not all Christians believe
and the
You
reason
have to be a
somebody
Homo
else
sapien. You
interprets
must
it differently is because
Some
they're
humans
processing
believe
it
that.
and analyzing
I
it
lean
differently.
on God's
Why
understanding.
not process the red letters?
I don't lean on my own understanding.
That people do, but nobody agrees on exactly what the
Look,
message
here's
is.
the thing.
That's what I'm saying.
I said I was going to
You
mute
take
myself
it
for
in,
3
you
hours.
analyze
It's
it,
been
process
2 hours
it,
that
and
I've
you
been
say,
muted. I would like
oh,
to say
this
something.
means this.
Conversations
I
are
would
not
like to
meant
say
to be
something.
agreeable.
Okay, it's
They're
been
not meant
2
to be
hours that I've been
agreeable. They're not
muted. I
meant to
muted
be
myself for 2
agreed
hours.
upon.
Okay, I said I muted myself for 2 hours. Okay, I said I'd mute myself for 3, but I've muted myself for 2 hours. Now, everything that I talked about before about being at peace, so that I can be right. I don't want to be wrong. This is a fact. But you know what? If I'm wrong, but I'm at peace, then I'm right. So I want you to understand what that means. That means I can be wrong. I can be very, very stupid. But if I'm at peace, it doesn't matter. I don't understand why you need to yell in the mic.
Sorry, I was like, because I really needed Pixie's cult. I don't even know it yet.
Mr.
I
Taylor.
don't even know what you're
have-
talking about. I've never heard of it in my life.
Taylor.
I
Mr.
don't have
Taylor,
any
Pixie,
gods. I
Pixie,
have explored many
Please let me
beliefs.
address him, please. Mr. Taylor, I
Yeah,
understand that sometimes me, Pixie, Simos, some of us can be somewhat long-winded, and a point might come up that you want to address, right? But understand that there are other people listening. When you constantly interrupt, it is annoying as fuck. Please stop.
Here, here. Thank you.
I took my medication.
Okay, my apologies for cussing, but you get the
Short
point.
answer, I have no gods. I've just looked into and explored many beliefs from many people from many different angles, and I have yet to be convinced of any gods.
All
Is that
precepts of
clear?
men instead of looking at the red letters and getting it from God. Get your
No, I've
concept
done
of
that. I've
God.
read the Bible a lot. You forget. I just said I grew up in church, and
I
I
know,
very
but
much enjoyed
all
helping.
you're doing is referencing third party this, third party that is Estrium this, that Estrium that, and
No, what I
forget all about
said-
the words of Jesus Christ.
DeFreak, don't be dishonest, because if you listen to me, what I said was what also made me break the rules was that I didn't stop. Right? When I couldn't find answers in Christianity, I went and I looked somewhere else, and then I looked somewhere else, and then I looked somewhere else, and then I looked somewhere else. The point was that I kept exploring many different facets and that I didn't stop looking. That was the whole point. I don't know what you turned it into. I don't know why. I don't know why this guy over here thought I magically had some cult I belonged to because I said that. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't know what you're on about, but that's all I said.
Well, all I'm saying is that you're looking at the at what other men believed about what they, about how they interpret it, about what this man, how he interprets it, how that guy interprets it.
The Bible
You're
is
looking
what
at the
men
words of Jesus
believe.
Christ himself. That's the
Bible is what men believe. As much as people quoted Jesus, Jesus didn't write any of that down. It was written after he died. And how many people quoted him before it got to the person who quoted him when it wrote it down? All beliefs are just what somebody believed.
If I may,
didn't write an
Pixie.
autobiography because then
hold
we would
on,
discredit
Freak.
that.
I'm going to try to just ask the real quick question, and then I'm going to leave it alone. Are you trying to prove something, Pixie, or are you trying to disprove something?
Neither.
Then what's the deal?
What?
Why do you keep
what's
yelling
the
at
point?
people?
Yeah, if you're not proven or disproven anything, why are you so angry?
I have to know, like, because I'm asking the question and that's it. I'm backing out.
I'm not angry. You're the one who gets emotional and starts being condescending, and then you get mad when I return the energy.
I'm just asking a question.
I don't even think of you when I leave. I didn't even remember your
I don't give
name
a
until
shit.
you popped up.
You're absolutely rude. Absolutely
And you
rude.
are too. I find you to be rude and
We'll
dishonest.
cry about it for
You're my
2
least favorite
hours.
person up here,
So that
and
I
I
can't
really don't
speak.
give two shits about
Just
your
talk
opinion.
over me the whole time, and I'll talk over you, and then we'll just not even hear each other. And
You
nobody will hear
have.
us.
Every
Just
time
talk
I've
and
been
talk and
here, you
talk, and
have.
nobody
That's
hears
why I
us, and
don't
nobody
care
hears
about
you,
you.
and nobody hears us. And we just do the same thing that we did 2 hours ago.
So I think
That's all
Brick
you
at-
do too. That's why I don't like you.
Right. I think Brick asked a really interesting question, and I'm echoing over somebody's mic. Is that
Why-
Tyler? Is that your
Why do I
microphone?
continue to explore? Is that what you want to know? Why do I continue to explore?
Somebody's mic is open, and I can hear myself talking in the background. So Brick asked a really interesting question.
Mhm.
Tyler, can you mute your mic, man? Just test,
yeah, no
test,
problem.
test, testing.
Just ask me why I continue to have these conversations already.
Tyler, can you mute your mic, please?
Because everyone's echoing over.
Thank you.
Test. Yeah, it is Tyler. Okay, sorry, Tyler. I'm not trying to be rude. I think I've kind of lost it. Actually, I do apologize.
Prove or disprove?
I think
Neither.
the interesting thing here is that I think I can learn from Pixie, and I know for a fact I can learn from Brick. But what I have to caution myself is when I lean on my own understanding, I'm going to be wrong. I'm going
Everybody's
to be wrong.
That's
Right.
what you misunderstand. I have the premise that everybody's wrong, including me. I don't discount the possibility that a God exists. I think the most disheartening thought that I
Right,
can think of is that if a God exists, any of us got him right, because that is just that's a whole mess.
The only one who's not wrong is Jesus Christ.
So you say, but I'm supposed to believe your interpretation of what this Jesus Christ said above somebody else's interpretation of what this Jesus Christ said, and it's not open to interpretation at all because not your understanding, all perfectly clear as mud. Got it.
That's what you've been doing. That's exactly what you've been doing, and I'm telling you to just go
And
directly
you
to
don't
him.
do that. That's why you've been telling me exactly what the Bible means, even
All
when
I
you
hear
disagree
is no,
with
no,
somebody
no,
else who's
no,
telling me
no,
exactly
no,
what the
no,
Bible
no,
means,
no,
and you
no,
disagree
no,
with
no,
somebody
no,
else who's telling me exactly what the
I'm
Bible
saying
means.
you should read
Because
Now-
every human does that. Every one of us.
So now I remember what Brick brought up. He asked the question.
Not
was,
all of us.
And Tyler's unmuted again. So the interesting, Tyler, do you have earbuds or something, bro? Like I can
something
barely.
wrong with my? Is something?
Yeah,
wrong
it's
with my-
echoing
No, it's not
back
bothering
through. It's like really bassy because
Yeah,
I got
hear it too.
I got a real deep manly voice, and Pixie's got a shrill voice, and she doesn't hear it. There's no reverb.
I'll unmute when I need to talk.
I
All
do
right.
have really
I'm
high
playing with you.
pitched
I'm playing
voice.
with
No,
you.
I
Pixie.
do. I haven't abnormally high
You have a
pitched voice.
perfectly
I
fine
really
voice.
do.
So
Is that better?
Brick was saying, he pointed out, it seems like
Does that help at all? I'm
it
messing
seems
with
like
settings.
people with beliefs are getting their butts kicked,
I don't
and
know.
not able to
I'm
explain
sorry.
why
I
they
do
believe
have
what they believe by
high-pitched
people who
voice.
don't.
Apologies.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you while I'm talking. That people that have beliefs are getting their
Now I
butts
can't hear you.
kicked by
Hold on.
people that
Okay.
claim to not have a belief in the thing that these people believe in, and it's like you won't even listen to the testimony of the believers because you feel so sure in your unbelief that there's nothing to believe in that you won't even listen to the believers. So
No, I
it's
do
like,
listen
at
to
what
the
point in
believers.
time do we get to say our experiences? I mean, I've heard
No,
your life story for quite a
that's
while now, and
first of all, that's
it's actually really enthralling. I just want to let you know I'm very interested in it.
First of all, I do listen to a lot of believers. I'm sorry you haven't been around when that has happened. We have limited interactions, I know. Second,
I'm
it's
just
not
talking
that
about
I
my
hold
experience
on.
tonight, Pixie. That's all.
And you can tell me your experience tonight, and I will gladly listen. But here's the thing: nobody was telling me their experience. You were telling me parts of the book. You were telling me things that didn't make sense. You were telling me things that
The
contradicted
books
itself,
are
and
our
you were
beliefs,
mad
though.
at me because I said it contradicted itself,
Wait,
and I asked.
I
for
was mad.
clarification.
I'm not mad at you at all.
No, I'm saying you as in plural, not you specifically.
Well, we're talking now, so I'm not trying to transfer anything onto
What
you.
is it that you feel like I discounted that you were saying specifically.
Well, no, it's this is what Brick was saying, and there's a lot of logic to what he's saying because I can't even finish the sentence. Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. Continue.
So his point was, as believers, we're trying to espouse why we believe what we believe, and every time we try to finish a sentence, you're interrupting us, telling us we're dumb and full of shit.
Okay, dude, shut the hell up, dude. Pixie makes really good points, dude. What the fuck? Why are you still going at each other's heads?
So why the fuck are you even
No, everybody stop, please. This isn't about.
I'm just trying to moderate. I'm just trying to moderate.
You're not moderating.
You're not moderating. Dude. Take some more medicine.
Okay, then someone else moderating.
Hey, can I just say I don't find his criticism at all
Thank you,
insulting?
Pixie.
Can we just say
I'm
that?
not trying to insult
start
you.
with? Because
Thank you,
I don't
Pixie.
feel insulted right now. Can we just start there? And everybody breathe?
Yeah, I like
cool. Okay, so I interact with different people differently, and I grant you that. I will absolutely grant you that.
Mm-hmm.
I do try to listen to you. And I think when something doesn't make sense, you make an honest attempt to help me when I ask for clarification, right?
As I should.
I think that is why I interact with you differently.
Mm-hmm.
Brick specifically does not let me finish a sentence or a thought, and then he gets mad when I do the same thing to him. Okay. When I ask for clarification, he implies that I'm stupid or incapable of understanding and says that he cannot explain it another way. When I have tried to speak with him, he has twisted my words and turned it into something it's not. I don't consider him a person that I can have honest discourse with. I don't. And I'm sorry if that offends you. That has nothing to do with you.
Oh, it doesn't. I'm not offended, but I'm just asking a question. That's all.
But that's where that is. So, I have serious conversations and I seriously explore. I think if I didn't have an interest, I wouldn't be here, right?
You're fascinating to me.
But
not in a weird, I want to study you in science, but your brain is I find your brain very engaging and fascinating. And I understand it might not be for everyone, and I get it because I'm not for everyone. I'm not for everyone. I'm a lot, dude. I'm a lot to deal with.
That's the thing. And I will, and people get offended.
Well, but hold on. If you're going to be like me, you're going to be real lonely, Pixie, because you gotta consider other people a little bit. Otherwise, they're going to outcast you at some point.
Here's the thing. It's very clear who I consider.
Ask me how I know that.
Hold on. Here's the thing. What I'm saying is it's very clear who I consider and who I don't. I will tell you I am fond of you. I will tell you I appreciate our mental sparring. I will tell you there's no hard feelings. I will also tell you I think you're a piece of shit if I think you're a piece of shit. I'm not going to mince words pretend to like somebody I don't like. And that offends some people, and I'm okay with that. For example,
I'm with you.
Irenic's a piece of shit. Every time I see Irenic, I tell him he's a piece of shit. I'm never going to say otherwise because that's who he is to me. Right? I'm not going to pretend to be like, oh, we're so civil up here. No, we'll have a civil conversation.
So since
if you try me, I'll also remind you.
Since you're referencing me, Pixie, why don't you have an actual conversation with me? And I just have to ask you.
Because I haven't found you capable of one.
Is it because I patronized you?
It's partly. It's because you're patronizing and condescending, slightly pretentious, and I have yet to find you capable of one. You're also dishonest in the discourse.
Well, here's the thing. I actually accept that because I was intending to patronize you. The word is patronize. It's not condescending. It's I was patronizing.
There's a lot of different words.
And do you know why I was patronizing you?
I don't care because I don't like you and I don't take you seriously.
Because your language is disgusting.
And you're disgusting, and I don't care.
You use ad hominems. You throw out absolutely disgusting things.
I don't care what you think of me because I think you're disgusting.
I know it. I know you don't care to have a conversation with anyone other than to just tell them everything about your life story. That's literally it.
Actually, no. I actually don't very often. Thank you very much. And that is why.
Well, I, for one, and I love Brick. Brick knows I love him. And there are times where I'm rude to Brick too. And I really think about it and I feel bad about it. I think it might just be our personality types. And I think if you were to ask God about Pixie's heart, I really think he'd be a little confounded. I think he would say, I don't know. This is confusing because she seems to have a really decent heart, but she is absolutely she's
Look.
absolutely what's the word? Deceived. And it confounds God why you're deceived.
Well,
right?
So the thing about it too, and I know you've heard me say
Sure, I
this,
guess.
I do not pretend to read the hearts of men. That includes
Right.
women, any of mankind. And so all that I intend to do when I'm engaged is to simply have a conversation about beliefs, ideals, that sort of thing, right? I'm not interested in the ad hominems. I never have been. I never will be. I think it's absolutely disgusting, right? And I don't engage in it. Now, I might engage in a tiny little bit of patronizing when it gets to be too much. This is true. I will say, "Oh, it's okay, little one."
First time,
I do that, right? And I do
first
that.
time I met
That very
you,
little
you
bit.
pretended to know who I was and what my motivation was. That is condescending, and that is ridiculous,
first
and that
time
is more than just sharing
You're
your
gonna have to
beliefs.
explain that one to me.
Well, clearly she's held
don't
on to
even
some.
worry. Don't even
well,
worry
clear-
about it because
Oh no, I have a memory.
I've heard
All my
the things that
interactions
you've
are
said
like
about
sales.
me.
All my interactions
I
are
have
like
heard the
sales and
things that you've said about me
constantly
right
adding.
here, right now on this panel.
Sure did. I will
right?
say it to your face. No issues with it.
So cry me a river.
Not crying. I said
You
what
sound
I
like a
said.
woman.
I have no problem with it because I am one. Go figure. I have ovaries. Wow.
So Jesus loves us all. And wow.
I think the solution to this is that everyone has to be generally specific.
Yes, exactly.
Nice.
I like what you did there, Batman. I am Batman. No, I mean, I listen, man. And I'm kind of bummed out that I really think there's something for Brick to learn from Pixie. There's something, I know for a fact there's something for me to learn from Pixie. I need to be able to. I need
There's
to be
something
able.
to learn from everyone, even
Exactly.
people we don't like.
But see, how can I? How
My
can I?
favorite
How can?
episode- oh, sorry.
Well, how can I sharpen my ability to defend why I believe what it is that I believe if I don't have an interlocutor? But at the same time, with respect, I got to be able to finish a sentence in order to explain why I believe what I believe. So maybe if we all just put our fifis in our back pocket for a couple of minutes, maybe we can actually have that conversation and learn from each other. Maybe Brick can strengthen his ability to spar with unbelievers or people that are questioning. I mean, it's not like this. You just fell off the turnip truck yesterday, Pixie, and said, "You know what? I don't believe God exists." This is something you've been deliberating for a long time. I can tell. I can tell with your rhetoric. I can tell with your intellect. I can tell with all the way you carry yourself, the way you speak with passion and assurities and certainties, right? But how can I learn from you? And how can I better present my argument for the existence of God? And how can Brick do the same? And how can you help to either answer questions you might have or educate us where we might be amiss?
Let me ask you a question. When I say this doesn't make sense, this contradicts this. Okay.
Can
Especially
you give me a direct example? I mean, you don't have to, but
if I do, he's gonna say I'm picking on him.
Well, no. I give me an example of something that you believe doesn't make sense.
You
about
can't. Okay, here's
and
the
I'll
thing.
engage it. Brick, you're not allowed. You're not
Well,
allowed
no,
to unmute unless you can be
What I'm
patient.
saying is, like, if I say something's contradictory or something doesn't make sense, I'm not saying you're stupid. I'm not saying your belief is unfounded. I'm asking you to reword it or to clarify because it is contradicting and it doesn't make sense. I don't know why that's seen as a personal attack. For
So do you-
example, you
so
cannot
do you-
tell me that I am not a Christian because I hate God and I run from him, but also tell me that I cannot come to know God until God moves me. It cannot be my fault and something I cannot help at the same time. This doesn't make sense.
I've
This
never
is a
said those
contradiction.
things.
Can I
He's
can I
give an
just
example,
interject?
so I gave an example.
Right,
May
but
I
if
just-
he's
that guy Lyons did though.
Lions did. I specifically didn't use Brick because I didn't want him to feel like I was picking on him. Can we not
Okay, no, let me engage. Go ahead. Who was just talking? Simon?
It was me.
Go
So
ahead, Batman.
so to answer your question, I know you were asking Pixie, right? But I've kind of told you this a few times. There's 3 or 4 things that you probably need to do. Right. Pixie probably knows these things because she was part of the debate club and they kind of teach you certain things. One of the things you have to learn is active listening. Basically, the idea of just shutting up and actively listening, right? And probably taking notes, right? The other thing you have to do is that you have to learn or develop the ability to adopt another person's position for internal critique purposes, right? Because sure, someone's going to do an internal critique of your position, but they're doing it from a external perspective, right? They don't have the same faith you have. They might not have the same understanding or personal relationship or whatever. So unless you understand their perspective, you're going to run into issues when it comes to communication. And the third thing I would say is understanding different positions, different the different positions that exist within your theology, right? Because like Pixie just espoused, right? In her soliloquy a while ago, she mentioned like 4 different doctrines alone, right?
Division.
So what you would have to do in a situation is say, okay, these are the things that I believe, right? Let's focus on these beliefs. You have to address it as these things that you believe, that you glean from the Bible, that you want to address. And yes, when she says this and this is contradictory, right? What she is essentially asking is for you to clarify or or determine whether what's the word I'm looking for? Clarify or make it make sense. Demonstrate that it's not contradictory if it isn't. Using
Right.
the Bible.
If it only appears contradictory, show me how it's not.
Yeah. So those are just to answer your question. Generally, I'm being generally specific.
Well, I don't necessarily think I was asking a question. I think I was making more of a statement of how we can learn from each other is by not being dismissive immediately because we're not speaking quote unquote the same language. And and rightly, Batman, you pointed out active listening is very important, and not just waiting for someone to stop talking just to speak. You have did you digest what was said? So I would like to ask you a question, Batman. You said that she spoke about 4 different doctrines. Do you mean doctrinally from different religions?
No.
No.
Or do you
Just
mean
from
4 different
Christianity.
doctrines within the Bible itself?
Yeah, doctrines within Christianity.
So you mean just doctrine?
Yeah, doctrines.
Yeah.
There are multiple doctrines.
Okay. So what were the 4 doctrines that she spoke about in Christianity that I missed?
So the first one has to do with, or somewhat tied to, the idea of Calvinism, obviously, where you can't believe unless
So
God
doctrines
decides.
within different religions. Okay, Roger.
No, Christianity. Calvinists or Christians.
Some Christians would say no, they're not.
Well, some Christians say Catholics aren't, but Protestants wouldn't be
Right.
here if they didn't split
So,
from the
but
Catholics.
that's
Who's
my
the
point.
original Christian?
Still has nothing
So-
to do with Jesus Christ, but
The
yeah.
point.
No.
Exactly.
You guys are
Exactly.
general. This is what I'm saying, right? So you might not acknowledge Calvinism or Calvinists as being Christians.
So then the
right?
fight's not with me then.
No.
That was one of many possibilities, though.
But what I'm saying is that, and that's why I said the scripture that he who lacks wisdom, let him ask of God, who gives to all liberally and without reproach. But ask that you have to ask in faith, for you'll receive nothing if you're not asking in faith. For you're a double-minded person, unstable in all your ways. So if you're a Calvinist, you're a Protestant, you're a Catholic, you're a Buddhist, you believe in the Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny. You're of many minds. You're unstable in all your ways. How are you going to receive anything from the Lord? That was me quoting a scripture, not doctrine.
And I understand that, but I'm saying that explains, as a non-believer, that holds absolutely no answers, because from an outside perspective looking in, I see many believers from many denominations, and all of you are praying and asking God, and you can't even agree with each other. So if you can't even agree with each other, how
Wait,
am I
what
supposed
did you
to
just say?
Well, hold on.
Wait,
What does
yeah,
that
you're
have to
right.
do with you and
True
Jesus
that.
Christ?
So why does there have to be a unanimous consensus, though?
Well, I'm just saying, if asking with faith is what gets you the truth, then it shouldn't be debatable. The fact that it is debatable among believers means that's not working for you, and it's not going to magically
What other men say?
Who determines whether or not it's asked with faith? Would that be you? Would that be me? Or would that be God knowing, and then the answer is received?
I don't know who determines if the answer's from God. You, the one receiving,
so if
or
I
me,
pray,
the one
but hold
hearing
on.
it.
Well, let's explore this premise. I'm not against you. I'm for you right now, and you're helping me. Okay, you might not realize it, but you're helping me.
Yeah, well, okay. Like I said, I get theatrical, but when I am tearing at an argument, I promise it's not personal.
No, I'm not taking it personal.
Understand, and I want you to build it back up.
I don't want you to get emotional, so to speak, or theatrical, because what's going to happen is it's not going to turn me off. It's going to turn other people off, and they might miss something, some wisdom that you might have for them.
Okay, I will try to be calm.
Right. So you don't want to be dismissed by anyone out of hand. You want your argument to speak for yourself. I'm not going to lecture you about that.
No, I will try to be less hyperactive. Let's go. Continue.
Right, because I want to learn from you. I really do. I genuinely do. So I keep having to re-steer the ship, and I apologize. That's me being double-minded.
Yeah, stop thinking with your dick, dude.
Yeah, Tyler, you sound like a Captain Savaho incel, dude. The closest you're going to get to a woman's frickin' vagina is your mom's dirty clothes hamper. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, y'all, that was mean.
Yeah, that was deserved. You fucking
Y'all say
incel.
I'm mean.
Go sniff somebody's chair that when a female gets up from it in a fucking in a
y'all say
waiting room.
I'm
Go
mean.
sniff a chair, you fucking chair.
Yeah,
sniffer.
I'm the mean one. I'm totally the mean one.
Captain
What do you think
Savaho.
about intelligent design?
Fucking incel punk ass bitch. I'd fucking swirl your ass and flush you. Nerd and fucking turd. That's exactly what I do to you, bro.
Nice.
I can take it.
I'm saved, but I'm saved, but I'm a long way from fixed, Tyler.
Y'all say I'm the mean one.
And you think I'm a nerd?
Oh, I know you're a nerd.
Looks can be deceiving.
I know you're a nerd, bro.
It's okay. I'm a nerd. Yeah. I was a geeky
So,
theater debate kid and all the AP classes and GT. I was a freshman in a junior senior math class. It's okay.
No, this
I
guy's
like
just
to
mad. He's
read.
never
I
killed
practically
nobody.
have my own library. I'm a nerd. It's all good.
I think you're literally actually angry. You have never murdered anyone.
Yeah, I bet you know what a dinky do, huh?
Who wants
What?
to hurt you?
And then you start talking to me like a 2-year-old.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm just trying to make sure you understand. We
Okay.
lost
Oh, I
Bricky.
thought you said I wanted
Roger
to hurt
that.
something.
Oh, we
I don't
lost Brick.
have to kill the bugs.
Commence,
Oh.
Pixie. This is Pixie
Random
show.
chance or intelligent
Since
design?
no one else, since everyone else is just going to blame her for not talking about anything while they slander her.
No, it's all good.
See,
I don't think
that's
that's
Captain
happening.
Savaho behavior. Like, you think Pixie can't stand up for herself?
No, I think
I'm
Marty.
a misogynist. I can't stand. I mean, okay. So what? You want to make a misogynist argument?
No. To be fair, a lot of people would like Marty felt the
Isn't
same
that?
way.
Aren't those the big hitters
Like,
though?
it's feisty. It's so look. It's not them. I promise. I am very feisty. I like stir the shit sometimes just because I can, and then I laugh about it. Like, don't get upset at them for this. For real.
Yeah, I have like no time to chill. There's like no chill. Zero
like-
chill.
I bet your finger smells like ass, dude.
Not from last night.
Y'all are off.
Not from last
Yeah.
night. Not
Confucius
since
say,
last night.
man who
Not
go to
since
bed
last
with
night.
itchy butt, awaken with stinky finger. There's some philosophy for you.
Well, dude,
Hey.
when you don't have a wife to give you rim jobs every night, I mean, it's kind of difficult.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
what I'm saying.
I
Yeah.
don't
Is
get
your
my
name King
partner.
David? Is this King
My
David we're
partner-
talking to? Is this guy
Go
King
ahead,
David?
go
or
ahead,
something?
Pixie. This little Captain Savaho incel.
I just want to say that I have never given my partner a rim job, and that is not happening. So-
Is that because you're a pearl clutching? Believe in
She doesn't
God,
believe in the
appearing?
G-spot.
No,
You wanna go
actually,
to
She's
I
hell?
probably
don't.
prude.
I don't. I don't have many rules, but there are a few of them, right? Like assholes or exit onlys is one of them.
Yeah,
So.
that's an Audi.
I wish asshole would be deleted before God, honestly. Like asshole can get deleted out of the English language before God. I don't care.
Then would you believe?
I'm just tired of hearing the word asshole like 24/7,
I'm
365.
I should have said. I don't know.
What is
Tyler catches 100%. He's saying you're a catcher, dude. You're a power bottom. You push back into that dick. And
This is the only thing I catch.
Oh, look at that, dude. Push your glasses up with that finger now. Fucking nerd.
Dude, it smells like shit though. I just pushed it up my asshole.
Smells like what?
What?
It smells like my asshole.
No, stop. I like zoned out for a minute and I came back in the middle of that and I don't need the complete picture.
Well, I'm gay. I'm gay, and whoever I've been actually fingering my asshole. I've been fingering my G spot for the last 30 minutes listening to this guy.
Oh my God. Smoking. Get some more medicine, dude. What are you sick from?
Dude, I've been fingering my ass. I've been finger banging my asshole for you for the last 30 minutes, dude.
Yeah.
Call the cops on me, dude.
Yeah,
I'm harassed.
what illness are you suffering from that you?
Oh my God. Does anybody have the power to mute people?
What, you don't even believe in illness. You just said you don't believe in illness, motherfucker.
What?
Okay, you believe in mental illness, dude.
What?
Okay, you believe in mental illness?
Holy red herring, Batman. I mean, I know you used to put
What's
things
your
in
name
other guys' mouth, but I'm not
what's your name,
interested.
first of all? What's your name,
into
first of all?
mine.
Hey,
What's your name,
Richard
first of all?
is not here, and he very nicely left us running, saying he trusted us. And y'all all said that I was the mean one, but that's
You
turning
are.
out to be a load of shit. So can we
You
calm
are
down?
the meanest one here, Pixie. You're the meanest ever.
I think we found the next guy that's going to be on a roof with a rifle.
Is that generally specific? Generally specific?
Yeah, words are hard there, champ. Go ahead. Keep your chins
Generally
up. I'm sure I'm
specific.
rooting for you, buddy.
Can you say etymological? Etymological?
I'll take my dick out of your mouth for 5 seconds. Maybe you'll be able to enunciate there a little bit better.
I'm just wondering if you can say a word.
Ayo!
Wow.
See, I'm not the mean one. I don't want to hear y'all tell
Oh,
me
I'm being nice, actually, dude. This is how we show people we love them, you know? This is how guys talk to each other.
Especially when their finger smells like shit from finger banging their asshole.
Boy,
Listening
you're
to
really
their voice.
you're really butthurt about that. No pun intended.
No, my butt doesn't hurt. I finger bang myself to your voice every night. Actually, your voice every night. Actually.
Wow. He's definitely voting for Kamala.
I get it, dude. I own a mirror and I listen to my own voice on playbacks occasionally. I get it, dude. I understand.
Yeah, I just finger
I
bang
hate on
myself
that.
listening to you.
Yeah, I'm sure you did 3 or 4 times since I've been here.
Hey,
Pixie, do you have a channel? Pixie, do you have a channel?
She
Pixie?
has a channel. Yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
go
do
over
have
that
a channel?
channel so he can ask you to send him nudes in an email or something. This guy's such a freaking twisted sister.
No, I'm just I'm the reincarnated Amendum.
Yeah. Berg hard over there, Batman. You can
I'm
do it.
Durian
Not
Rider.
you,
I'm
Batman,
Durian
not
Rider
you,
without
Batman.
the money.
Hey, Pixie, are you a science nerd? You said you were a nerd.
I'm
Are you
Donald
into,
Trump.
into science
No wait,
stuff?
I can be. I'm Joe Biden with the weed.
Yes, but certain aspects of science don't come
Yeah, you are.
naturally to me. For example,
One
like
time at band camp, Tyler took a flute.
I
I
like
was listening.
science, but like I have trouble with certain parts of like physics equations and stuff. But I didn't really like geometry very much, so of course I don't like physics formulas.
So,
I like chemistry better, but I also liked algebra better, so that makes sense.
Sure. So,
Am I still echoing?
Evolution? Do you buy into evolution? Do you buy into?
I've zoned you out, bro.
GS, am I still echoing GS?
I've turned you down.
Am I still echoing GS?
It's not so much echoing. There's a tiny bit of feedback, but it's not bad. Do what?
Sounds like
Jeffrey?
he's underwater.
Do I believe in evolution? Is that what you asked me?
Yeah, and like intelligent design versus like random chance, Big Bang.
I don't know. I think both are fun theories, right? But I think I can't possibly know. I don't think it's like.
Have you ever dabbled in the flat Earth or globe Earth
for
stuff?
me to actually know.
Yeah. You don't strike me as one that's ever.
Oh, who the
dabbled in
hell
flat
hasn't
Earth,
dabbled
so.
into flat Earth, man? You have to dabble in the flat Earth to be to be an adult, to be a teenager. You have to dabble in the flat Earth. To be 14-year-old, you have to fucking
I mean,
dabble in
didn't
the
we
flat
all
Earth.
do the
Dude.
experiment? Didn't we all do the experiment in junior high?
I mean,
When
seriously,
like it was the week
you're gonna call her a fucking flat earther?
No, he's saying if I ever looked into it, but I specifically remember it was the week before we did the rockets. It was 1 week before we did the rockets. We all walked outside in junior high, right? And we had these yardsticks and we had string and we had all this stuff. And remember, I hate physics, so this really stuck out in my head. We had to calculate the curvature of the Earth outside with our meter sticks and our string and our all kinds of bullshit. This formula, you know, like didn't we all do that in junior high?
Did you
You
say
think
kinder
Eric
high?
Dubay doesn't know what he's doing? Eric Dubay knows exactly what he's doing, just like GS. Just like Dixie,
did you say kinder high?
just like Neo in the fucking Matrix, just like Batman, just
Oh!
like Batman,
Junior high.
just like the
Junior
guy
high.
in the top left corner who's been like rolling weed the entire time.
Would
He
it
like
have been
rolls
better?
joints for a living.
Hey, no, don't start that. I've been smoking the entire time, thank you, and that is THC. Did you? Would it have been better if I said middle school? Let me ask you that.
No, I thought you said kinder high. I thought it was hilarious. I'd never heard it before. I thought it was hilarious.
I went to 3 different high schools, one of them twice. And one time I moved and I said junior high and somebody looked at me like I came from a foreign country. They were like, what the hell are you talking about? And they kept saying middle school. And I did not understand because the place that I had come from was so small. They didn't have a middle school. They had like pre-K through second, then third through fifth, and then junior high, and then high school. And so I had never heard the term middle school. And it was just like this weird, like, language barrier I had to get past when I moved. It was hilarious.
Yeah, I remember my first experience when I joined the Army and I went to the West Coast. And I was at this sandwich shop. It was like, I guess like they got, and I was like, yeah, you guys serve grinders here? And they were like, what's a grinder? Like, no, we do sandwiches here. We got hoagies. And I'm like, no, not like a grinder, like a grinder, you know? It's like, well, what's a grinder? I'm like, yeah, it's like bread. It's got meat in it, like a chicken parm grinder. You know, you put chicken parm in a grinder, you know, you eat it. It's a sandwich. They're like, oh, you mean a hoagie? I'm like, what the hell is a hoagie? So, yeah, so I was just as confused as a hoagie was. Just like Tyler's confused to what a clitoris is. He'll find it eventually. You're muted, by the way, Pixie. I wish Tyler was. Oh, he is. Thank God.
We embarrassed the hell out of my mom one time because I thought when I was a kid, when I was younger, I thought that all franchises were the same. Like all Sonics had the same thing, things like that, you know. It wasn't until I was much older that I realized that that is not the case. Different places can customize their menus. So again, this tiny little town that we're in, they had this whole customized drink menu. Like you could go order a Starburst, which literally tasted like a liquid Starburst. I think it was like Big Red and Sprite and vanilla. I don't know. And they had a drink called the Orgasm. And I didn't know what that was as a kid. Like I just knew it was a drink, right? I was also singing Nirvana. I didn't know what a libido was. I just knew it was part of the song, you know, that kind of thing. So we're in a new town and we stop at a Sonic and my mom's like, what do you want? And my older sister's like, I want an orgasm. I was like, oh, me too. So my mom gets on the intercom and she's like, can I get 4 orgasms? And they're like, what? And my mom's like, never mind. Did we all just like drive off? And then I learned that not all Sonics had the same drink menu.
That's a cool story. Rich and compelling. It's actually a good story.
My mom's the preacher's kid, so it was actually hilarious.
Ah.
I had a good question for you, but I forgot, so I'm just going to keep trolling Geo in chat right now.
Yeah, who is Geo? They got whoever they are. Is that animal, mineral, vegetable?
I have a question.
Is that AI?
I don't know, but I have a question for you, GS.
Yes,
you said that you did not come to God until you were 51.
Almost 51. Yeah.
So I assume you had heard of God before then, but like, did you grow up in a non-religious household or an atheist? Like, how did you just grow up not affiliated with religion? How did that go?
Well, I don't want to get too personal into my life, because there are a lot of haters out there that like to use every little thing I say against me.
Witness.
That's why I always give you an option to not speak about things that are too personal. You can be more vague.
Right.
But yeah, it's more secular upbringing. Nothing was forced down my throat. Unlike it's kind of the opposite of your upbringing, I think.
It wasn't forced on me. I gladly participated, but yeah.
Right. So, and I gladly participated in my upbringing too, which wasn't around the church, because we know what we know, and we don't really know what we don't know until we find out we didn't know it. I know that was a lot of word salad there. For me, it's like it was kind of your same argument, and the argument being that everyone said, like, and I made the point earlier, everyone said this is the right way to go. These people are all wrong. And to your point, like, weren't they asking in faith? Weren't they praying? Well, obviously they were praying amiss, because the Bible does talk that you can pray amiss, right? So you can think you're earnest. So I hope that answered your question a little bit. I was kind of simpatico with what you're saying.
Yeah, no, thank you.
But for me, the thing is that the line that really humbles me is when basically they'll say to Jesus, Lord, Lord, did we not prophesy in your name? Did we not cast out demons and do all these different miracles? And he'll say, away from me, you doers of iniquity, for I never knew you. So I can sit here and claim all day long that I know Jesus. But what humbles me and breaks me and puts me on my knees, and almost even in the telling right now, I almost have tears welling up my eyes, because I want to know on that day, will he say, I know you?
Oh, you know what? I got to stop using that line then. I got to stop, because if that's like, yeah, I got to stop saying what I said before then.
What? I didn't hear it, but
well, I don't know that I've ever said it to you specifically, right. But like, somebody's been up in my face before, about like, it's your fault you don't believe, it's your fault this, you're gonna burn in hell, you're gonna all that. And I think I've like straight up said to them, like, I wouldn't count myself lucky to be a believer, I'd be twice as scared. And they said, why? And I quoted that verse.
Well,
so like, hearing
I don't know that you should stop saying it. I don't know that.
I shouldn't.
I don't know that you should stop saying it. I think you should say it all the more, because that is very humbling. And again, it's one of those things where it's like, you can say you know Jesus all day long. To your point, to my point, but I want to know: is God going to look at me and say, "I know you. You ran your race. You were a true and faithful son. Now come on home." And I frankly don't think I'm worthy.
Do you think that you're saved? Yes.
I'm saved, but I don't think I'm worthy of heaven. I don't think I'm even close to worthy of heaven, honestly. I think I got a lot of praying to do.
Do you think Jesus Christ is your savior?
No, I know he is. Yeah.
Right. So you believe in Jesus Christ?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
But the question is, well, saved is one thing. Worthy of heaven, like I
do you
I
believe
could preach.
Jesus Christ resurrected to save?
Right. So now we're being a little pedantic.
I don't think we are. I think we're just.
Yes, I've already said yes. Listen, Simon, I've already said yes to everything you're presenting.
Yeah. Okay.
But if I go and I preach the most fire curbside preaching that I've ever, and then I go to a strip club, start getting drunk and tipping a stripper before I head home to my wife and kids, go off the road, slam into a tree before I can ask God for forgiveness, guess where I'm going?
Yeah.
I'm not going to heaven.
Well, you don't know that.
So it doesn't matter if I'm saved.
Dude, you just said you were. That's what your religion says.
Okay, hold on. No, actually, that's
you're a
not.
Christian.
You don't know that.
You're a Calvinist. That's what you are. You're a Calvinist.
A, you don't know that, and B, if in fact you aren't going to heaven, right, because you haven't repented, then you were in the wrong belief anyway, because you're a Protestant, not a Catholic.
Well, no, some Protestant sects still believe that, including the Anabaptists and some others. But it depends on what denomination you belong
okay,
to.
So he's not one of the believing or repenting Baptists, right? repenting Protestants.
Well, I'm just saying it depends on which one.
Well, I think you're being pedantic now. So okay.
No, there are sects that say that repentance goes
that's
beyond.
what pedantic means.
No, I'm saying that there are denominations
That's
that
what
say.
pedantic means.
Okay, whatever.
Hey,
Well,
Pixie, I want to ask you.
Yeah, well, then in that case, it was pedantic to say that he believes, therefore he's saved, and that's his religion. That's pedantic, just as much as me saying that that's not necessarily the case, because there are plenty of denominations who believe that the act of repentance means to turn away from what you were previously doing. So if you die in sin, you have not turned away from it, meaning you have not repented.
Still not so, because Jesus was asked specifically, what are the most important...
Depends on what denomination
Jesus
you belong
was specifically asked, what is the most important commandments that must be kept in order to be saved? And he said,
have no
love
God.
the brother as yourself and have no other God.
So,
and believe in the bodily resurrection.
So
Simos, I'm just saying, you know.
Simos.
That's the most important thing. He didn't say it was the only thing.
I would just like to say this. I don't pretend or pretend to speak for any man, nor do I give any man give permission to speak for me. Right. So what I say is what I say. What my words and my thoughts are my words and my thoughts. I don't give you permission to speak for me, and I understand you didn't mean it offensively or anything like that. I just want to clarify. You might put a label on me, but that doesn't mean that I accept that label. It's fine that you put a label on me.
I didn't say that I labeled. Well, no. You are
so what I'm just trying to say is,
are you a Protestant?
Listen, I can absolutely. I have a very verbose lexicon. I can sit here and just without brevity speak with erudite and ivory tower Harvard words all day long. I don't need another man to speak for me. So that's all I would ask you to just please don't speak for me in the future. Okay?
I wasn't speaking for you. I'm just saying, if by what you say,
you said I was a Calvinist based on what I was saying.
I didn't say you were a Calvinist.
So you were putting a label and speaking for me.
At no time did the word Calvinist come out.
Well, somebody did.
Yeah, because you said you got saved, and now you're saying you can't get saved, and that's not what a Christian believes. You don't even know your own Bible.
See, there you go. You're absolutely putting words into my mouth.
I'm sorry for cussing, but dude, I'm serious. Like, you guys,
you're
like, unless you're like a saint, I don't know how I can talk to you guys. And you're not going to admit you're a saint, and you're just going to say, I'm so sinful, and I deserve to go to heaven anyway. But I can never grasp my head, like, and, turn my head around. I mean, at least, I know Richard's not a Christian. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, I know he's the most, gospelly versed person on the internet, okay? Like, probably more so than, like, Matthew Dello, whatever the fuck his name is. And, yeah, like, so I have respect for you, dude, but, like...
It doesn't sound like it. You keep wanting to speak for me, even though I asked you to not.
Yes, I love your channel, dude. I'll subscribe right now. Just let me leave.
There's, do a new tab.
I'm so confused.
Yeah, it's Tyler. He's purposely making it loud.
Yeah, I'm purposely confusing people. Yeah, I'm just a confuser. I'm confusion. I am pure. I am confusion.
No, I got most of what you said. I was confused about why you had to leave to subscribe. But I also think that there was a misunderstanding, like a miscommunication.
No, I'm saying he said after all that shit, he wouldn't go to heaven. And he would go to hell. And that's what Catholics believe. That's what Catholics believe. That's not what Christians believe.
I don't think
that's not what I said. I said, do I think I'm worthy of heaven?
Calvinists believe.
He didn't say he wouldn't go to heaven. He said he would be unworthy of heaven.
I feel unworthy, which is precisely the one only saving grace that might get me into heaven. The fact that I don't think I'm superior to Jesus.
So you're fine. You're going to have a conversation with Jesus, huh?
Well, why don't you smoke another ball and figure it out, buddy?
I don't need to figure it out. I've already figured it out. That's why I'm not saying what you're saying on fucking.
You sound pretty angry for a guy that's got it all figured out, man. Where's the peace?
I'm just saying it's embarrassing, man. It's embarrassing. That's embarrassing, dude. That's embarrassing.
Oh, so is being a virgin at your age.
She was giving a hypothetical. That's all.
Are you not married? Do you not have children?
Oh no, I'm a virgin.
You know what? I so don't have anything figured out. That
exactly, I agree.
Is in college now, and I never even figured out how to be the best mom I could be. Probably, that's how much I don't have figured out.
This,
I think
this is
Ozzy
becoming
Osbourne
a very
said, by the time you figure life out,
A lot of testosterone. Even Pixie's got some testosterone going. Sorry, I cut you off.
Yeah, this is very unfruitful, honestly.
It is, but that's the point. That's the point of this catharsis, right? Catharsis to bring it back around.
Thank you for your response. I found it.
I still want to throw a scenario at you, Pixie, and see what you say.
I don't know what's wrong with my microphone. Go ahead.
Yeah, you know exactly what's wrong with it.
I don't know. Anyway, so there's 300 miles between us and the total infinity of the solar system and space between us and being vaporized by the vacuum of space is just 300 miles of the atmosphere, right? That's basically a drive from Tampa Bay to Miami. What do you think is holding? What do you think could possibly be holding that together besides some kind of intervention?
Gravity.
What do you mean?
Miles.
What do you mean? Do you think I mean like intervention and what? Like you mean like the laws of physics and nature, or some invisible hands are out there just like holding it together like a bubble? Like what do you?
Yeah, I mean, do you think that the laws of physics account for that just alone, just the laws of physics?
For the way that our atmosphere works, yes. Yeah, I mean, the invisible hands weren't doing much when we had a hole in the atmosphere, was it?
Allegedly. Yeah, I grew up in a time when there was a hole in the atmosphere, the ozone layer. I grew up in a time where there was going to be acid rain was going to destroy the world. Then they said it was going to be an ice age, and then it went through a heat wave, and then it was Y2K.
Yeah, that hole was above Australia. I felt direct fucking bullshit. It's not that the whole new ozone layer was
Antarctica.
Isn't it called El Nino?
Antarctica.
No, and El Nino has to do with rain.
Yeah, it has to do with weather patterns and currents.
Man, I could give a shit about climate change. Raise your hand if you believe in climate change.
Climate change would have been a fact without human beings.
Well, the problem is our resources. I mean, it shouldn't be called climate change. I mean, it should just be called the Earth is going to fucking kill you, and you're going to run out of resources, bitch. That's what Al Gore should have said, I guess, in my opinion.
No, we are exiting. Just a fact that was happening with or without us. Human created climate change is just us speeding that up a little bit.
Listen up, permafrost doesn't melt by itself. There's a reason conservatives would say that we just don't know the solution yet.
Everything you just said was fucking wrong.
Permafrost melts by itself.
Hello.
All ice can melt.
Hey, how did we get an additional
That's not
person?
what permafrost
You got an
is.
additional person because I have mod power, so I can add.
Oh, thank God! I was gonna.
What happened? What I miss?
Earlier, look. They say that I'm mean and aggressive, but earlier things were getting kind of wild, and I was like,
Yeah,
"What?
Tyler was mean.
Are we about to get like Richard's channel canceled? Because y'all say I'm the mean one, but this is like
Tyler was calling me an
Someone
incel
just-
and all kinds of stuff,
Oh, Wild Heart.
telling me I was a power bottom.
wild.
I don't know. Are you?
No, I get that backwards. I was actually saying that about Tyler.
What up,
Sorry. I get confused sometimes, and I'm pretty sure he is.
So, Pixie, how you doing tonight?
You know, I had a lot of fun, but things are like chill and a different kind of fun now that
Hold on. I don't know.
gone.
I don't know. Hold on. Sorry. I don't know who Brick.
Oh,
That one.
Brick's
That
He's cool. He's a cool guy.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. Pixie doesn't really like him a whole lot, but
I mean, as long as he's not a porn bomber, I don't care. It's not my channel.
He's not a porn bomber, and
Okay.
I
Well,
would never ever tell you to not add someone. You know that.
yeah, Brick's good.
I was going to say, like, how the hell did you get mods on Rich's channel? How did that
No. Hold on. It's not just for. Never mind. Who cares? Okay.
I
God
know what's
now.
happening. I got it. I got what's happening.
Yes, I'm God now. So.
Blasphemer! Repent.
Except on my stream. You can't do it on my stream.
Midnight
I should
Jesus.
fix that. I should fix that so you can do that on my streams.
Yep.
I should.
Well, you got to be careful because
I
you
don't know
can
if I
mute
should be
you, he
scared
can
or
kick
if I
you out
should
of
be
the
There's a
show and
pig in the
everything.
chat.
Midnight wouldn't do that to me,
Oh, they
except
could,
playfully, and then I would just laugh.
which would be funny.
Wait, hold on. What didn't I do? I'm confused.
See,
You
I
wouldn't
knew
mute
it. I
me
knew
in
it.
a, like in a non-playful manner.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, apparently somebody tried to join, but the whole thing is full. So screw you to whoever the person.
Well, actually, I'll hop out, and I appreciate it, guys. I'm
See,
gonna
this is why I
listen.
don't trust you guys. You guys run this
Actually,
little show. How is this Richard's show, and then all of a sudden, Snafu? I'm saying your name right, Snafu?
Who?
No,
Snafu?
my name is Sparkle. Well, Midnight Sparkle.
What's your name? What's your name, buddy?
Midnight Sparkle.
Call it midnight.
Oh fuck! I really do, dude. I really thought you were Snafu, dude.
I don't know
How
who
do you
that
know
is.
Snafu, dude?
it's a guy who has the speaker right next to his microphone on purpose, so no one else can hear, and he
Wait, is
leaves
that
his mic
Snafu?
on.
Okay.
So if we could boot him, that would be awesome.
Whoever's gonna leave.
I would like Tyler to leave. I'd stay if Tyler leaves, but other than that, it's
Yeah, because Tyler's
insufferable.
mic is totally
Hey,
garbage,
you know
and he
what?
won't
Why
mute
don't-
up half
hey,
the time.
Midnight.
Yes.
Why don't you just do me a favor and go ahead and put me backstage and let them up?
Okay.
All right.
Hang on a sec.
Bye.
Well, I'd much rather if.
move,
Okay, never mind. He muted his mic down. So I
Well,
guess
no,
I'm
hold
not
on. Wait, I can't. Like Pixie, I can't. Like I put you backstage, but the other person still can't come in because it's 10. Like
Yeah.
Richard can
I'll hop
update.
out.
Okay, well, never mind. Someone. Oh, wait, there we go. So I'm gonna add you back on.
Oh,
So
I was
whoever's
about to
trying-
go. I was typing that I would leave, and then he
no.
left.
Well, it's better he left than you. No offense to that guy, but I know you.
Actually, we were having great fun.
Yep, there you go. Doubting Thomas, the most doubtingest Thomas that
DT.
ever doubted.
Yes, sir.
Hey, DJ.
Justin. Okay, I guess this mic is not working.
10-hour live stream, fellas.
I mean, honestly, you know what? I'm glad I actually came when I did.
Midnight, Sparkle, how are you?
I
Hello,
have not
Pixie.
been.
Hello, Wildheart.
I did see. Time no see.
Midnight, what took you so long?
I was busy something else. I'll be right back. Yeah. Leave studio. God damn it. It's going. Yes.
So, what has the first 5 hours been about?
All kinds of things. And I'm a terrible, terrible meanie, Wild. I'm so mean.
Everyone knows that.
You're not so mean.
How are you doing tonight, dear one?
Me?
You, Wild. Yes, you.
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah. Just come off Ace's stream as well.
I missed Ace's stream?
Yeah, that went for about 5-6 hours as well.
Oh, well, I haven't even been here for that long, so that explains it. I've been pretty busy. You should
I went
totally
on
connect the
stream
next time
earlier.
you're on Aces, though, because I will totally go join Aces stream with you.
Oh, yeah, cool. Yeah, I'll send you a message.
Me
Awesome.
and Ace was arguing this morning. Well, I wouldn't call it an argument. It was a pretty good conversation. We were disagreeing on stuff and having adult conversations, despite him comparing me to someone who I absolutely did not know, which was pretty funny.
Oh, I thought you were going to say somebody you absolutely did not like, and I was like, oh, that is the worst.
No, I didn't know who he was talking about. I had to go and find the person's YouTube channel. I still don't know who the person is because like what the person believes or anything like that. Because I had to run out to go get stuff done.
Yeah, you were the dirty. I was just going to say you were the dirty Trinitarian, weren't you, Batman?
That
You're
would
right. I was
yeah.
the,
That
I
would
was the
make sense.
heretic in there.
just all jumped on him as soon as he got in. Like,
Well, you know, it's funny to me because I don't believe it all, but Ace is pretty fond of me.
yeah, he's
Every
fine
time
with
I
us.
see him, he's like, "You're a good egg," and I'm like, "Thanks, Ace."
I think he actually likes
Are
atheists
a
more
good.
than he likes like normal Christians. Do you know what I mean?
I don't.
And I don't think he hates me. I haven't pissed him
No,
off
he
yet.
doesn't. I know the people that you know the people who like he just really gets really annoyed by are like
JG.
JG professing preterist.
Preterist is pretty funny.
Preterist gets on his nerves. I think
Jill.
Jill and
They've
that
all in there tonight. Actually, they've all been in tonight.
Ah,
Yeah.
Ace, he had a rough night, huh? I should
I
have
want to
been
know
there.
whatever
I
he's
feel bad.
smoking in that little pipe because I don't know. I might have to start taking hits of that because he's like super chill half the time.
To be fair though, like Jill really annoys me too. I don't like Jill. Fuck Jill. Jill's a piece of shit.
Yeah, Jill annoys everyone.
Irenic's a piece of shit too. I don't think you're that bad, Brick.
No,
I still have hope for
Jill
you.
doesn't annoy me.
Oh, thank you.
Neither does Irenic.
They don't annoy me so much as I think they're a piece of shit. Like I truly, truly, in my heart of hearts, think Irenic is a slimy, scummy, disgusting piece of shit.
Wait, am I ironic?
No. Irenic's not in here. But he knows this. I've said this to his face. I say this every time I see him.
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't think that, by the way. Just so if they're watching, I don't think that.
No, I'm just speaking for me. And he knows why I think, well, I think he knows why I think that. And it has nothing to do with anything he said to me. It has nothing to do with me at all. I watched him treat a friend who had his back like absolute shit and then double down on it and then triple down on it. And if that's the kind of person you are to your friends, I have no business fucking with you at all. And I stand by that.
Let's talk about Hollow Earth. Has anyone seen the MonsterVerse movies? Hollow Earth is totally true.
No, I've heard of the Hollow Moon theory. Have you heard of the Hollow Moon theory? That cracked me up. I mean, it could be true.
Wait. Oh my God! Please unleash the Hollow Moon theory right now. Wait, Bob Lazar came up with that shit.
Conspiracy.
I was just sitting in a room one day, just minding my own business. Well, half minding my own business, half watching this chat. I wasn't even talking. I didn't type. I didn't anything. I'm just sitting in this chat, watching the chat go by, listening to the people talking, and the chat had absolutely nothing to do with the conversation on panel. Like nothing. Anyway, 3 people start having this conversation, and before I know it, there's about 7 of them. There's about 7 of them full on participating in this conversation about, did you know when they landed on the moon, it created a ringing noise and it rang out and out and out, and which sounds weird to me because why don't we have any of evidence of this, you know? But anyway, they're like, which means if it rang like a bell, then it's hollow. And I kid you not, these people are going on for like a good hour and a half about this
Yo, those people are crazy.
like hell. And
Yo,
I was
why are they so smart though? They're geniuses.
Oh.
They're geniuses, Pixie. They're geniuses. Wait, is it Pixies or Pixie?
Pixie.
Pixie. They're geniuses. I don't know why. I don't know how they're so goddamn smart and they're so stupid at the same time.
Look, I don't know. I was just cracking up. That's all I know.
They're
I was just
hilarious.
So I thought I'd
I
ask
think they're the funniest people. I think they're.
theory.
I think, yeah, that's crazy. I think Santos Bonacci should support that. And Eric Dubé should talk about it every day for the rest of his goddamn life. Until he fucking dies.
Anyway, I have to look this up. I had never heard of this before. People were like full discussing this like this was a full-blown theory. I was getting a kick out of it. I do weird things. Don't ask. To be fair, although it had nothing to do with the conversation, it also was like I was definitely in like a culty conspiracy room. Like I was not in like regular YouTube. I mean, I was in a space where like people are prophesying crazy shit and I'm just like sitting back watching it all. Yeah, it was that kind of space. So who knows what the hell they were coming up with. But it was interesting.
It's funny because I've hung out in a couple like occult rooms and stuff like that.
Me too.
And
You know what I meant, Pixie. You know what I'm talking about, Pixie. We're on the same wavelength, Pixie. We're on the same wavelength.
I was a part of like one of those rooms just to see like what really goes down. Honestly, man, it was like super toxic. Like all these people, it was just like weird cesspool of passive aggressiveness, and like there were like a few people who actually like took, when I say a serious approach, I mean like an intellectual approach to the stuff. Like they'll post like books, and have like serious discussions about it, right? Um, but everything else is just like this weird cesspool of freaking passive aggressiveness and people like backbiting and cursing each other.
Sometimes though, I've gotten into like some culty spaces, and I'm not. Oh, I shouldn't be talking about this. It's okay. I don't have the same name. I don't have the same anything. You people wouldn't even recognize me over there, so it doesn't matter, I guess. But I have been in some like crazy cult rooms, and I don't just mean like passive aggressive toxic ones. I mean like full swing like echo chamber, like circular validation going on. And the more they validate each other, the more wild these crazy beliefs get. I've been in rooms with people talking about how Hitler was not a bad guy and was just trying to teach the people he oppressed how to quote unquote work without stealing other people's money. I mean, just
What the fuck did I walk back into?
crazy stuff. And these are the same people that will talk about, I mean, you think like I'm not even talking about like they mummified one of the groups ended up mummifying their leader after she died, wrapped her in Christmas lights. That one made the news.
Fuck.
I mean, like they get kind of crazy. One group still arguing about like who was assassinated and who hasn't been assassinated and which ones are clones and which ones are holograms, and you can tell these people have clones apart. You can tell which clone it is by the color of the tie, and the yellow tie is the stupid clone. I mean, like these people like really get into it. It's crazy.
Points for creativity.
It's wild. Some of
Yes.
these rooms are wild.
I was going to say, the mummy with the Christmas lights, did they put a like on the top of a Christmas tree?
So what happened was there was this woman everybody called Mother God. And I spied on them for a long time. And she thought she was the reincarnation of all kinds of things. Jesus, Pele, freaking Cleopatra, like everything. Anyway, yeah, she got kicked out of Hawaii. When her cult went to Hawaii, she decided that she was also the reincarnation of their volcano god, Pele, among some other weird shit, and they chased her out. So she went back to the U.S. Then they ended up in Colorado. And like she got more and more abusive and more hooked on drugs. She went through like 3 father god twin flame people. That's a whole concept I do not have time for, but essentially she would be God and her twin flame.
I'm a narcissist. You can study me.
And the twin flame was Satan, right? Like it was this whole thing. Anyway, she ends up like dying. And like they don't believe in going to the hospital, they don't believe in medicine, they don't believe in anything like that. Anyway, she ends up dying, and they don't report it. They don't anything. They like put a bunch of like blue glittery eyeshadow on her face, and they like wrap her in Christmas lights, and they like make this shrine to her and just kind of like stick her in this room in this house that they're renting. Well, the cops eventually get this tip that there's a dead body in this house from the treasurer of the cult who took all the money and ran. And now there's like two factions. But that's a whole nother story. It doesn't matter. Anyway, point being, by the time the cops got there, she was like kind of mummified and still wrapped in Christmas lights.
You should write a book about this, all the shit you've seen.
I'm sure there's like already people on that. I'm pretty sure
Fair, but
there's
so?
a couple of people. There were a couple of people who I'm pretty sure like were journalists because
Yeah,
the
I
way
actually
they pushed
believe.
the envelope.
I
a
believe
couple
I've actually heard this story from somewhere, and I remember the Colorado thing. I didn't know about the Hawaii thing, but I could swear I've heard this story.
Yeah, I
It's
mean
li-
they were
like I-
all over the
yeah.
place, and her name was Amy, and her slogan was "Love has won," even though she was a crazy abusive bitch.
You don't say.
Yeah, it was weird. Anyway, I'm sure there's already a documentary about it. I think there is. I think somebody sent it to me after I talked about it at one time. But to be fair, I look for that stuff because I'm weird.
Is a hot dog a sandwich?
I don't really care.
Good question. Good question. I don't know.
I already have the answer. I'm just testing to see how you guys would actually rationalize that.
I guess it would depend. If it's just like a hot dog with filling, then I would say probably yeah, it's like akin to like a sub or something. But like if it's if it has like chili and it's all messy and you can't really like eat it as a sandwich, then clearly not.
I could go for a
Wrong.
chili dog right now.
Well,
I
with
don't
that
know,
logic,
to be.
with that logic, neither is a sloppy Joe.
That logic is wrong. I can give you the answer why. So a hot dog is definitely not a sandwich because it is not sliced down the middle. A sandwich consists of 2 pieces of bread.
I was gonna say that, yeah, because it's joined at the bottom.
So what happens when your bun falls apart and it's not joined at the bottom? Does it magically become a sandwich?
Yes, actually.
See, that it would depend on how the hot dog is there. I just got how wrong. I was half right. I get half a point.
Well, actually, the hot dog itself is not a sandwich anyway because it's just a piece of
processed
meat.
just like deli meat.
Yeah, it's just a piece of meat. There is no bread. It's a hot dog.
Ooh, that was sly.
It's not about the hot dog. It's about how you use it.
But then it's not really a hot dog. It's just a wiener.
That's what your sister said.
Yes, she did.
Oh, wild.
Well, wild is wild. Although not anymore, obviously. He's tame now.
I've got a question about the Bible. How does one separate light and darkness?
How do you separate something that depends on the other thing?
Exactly.
With the
Well, it's
present.
It's in the second verse. They separate light and darkness.
So I mean, I have to ask because ultimately there needs to be some expounding on what you mean by one, and then the word separate as well. So between the two, obviously, when you say one, there's only one that would be able to. So I'm going to assume that would be God, and then separate. How would one separate? Well, ultimately, from the premise, it's kind of a invalid premise because it's not really that a separating has happened, but rather that a creation has happened, right? So he created, according to the words, he created the two things, right?
No.
So it wasn't a separating.
Yeah, no, it is. Okay, so it's verse 4.
Oh,
And God saw the light that it was good, and God divided the light from the dark.
Night and day.
No, night and day is later.
Ah,
That's
dang
day
it.
4.
Okay. So how do you divide it? I don't understand, because you can put points of light in the darkness, but you don't. But dark is the absence of light. So how do you I don't understand how you separate light from dark.
Yeah,
With
neither do I.
time.
That's my problem at the moment. I can't get past that verse. It doesn't make any sense.
It
You
really doesn't.
separate light from dark with time.
Dude, that doesn't make any sense.
Let me
Eventually,
ask
the
you
light,
this: if you
equals
go
the darkness.
if you go into a lit room with all the windows blacked out, the lights are on. You turn those lights off, the total room is blacked out. Where did that light go?
You can remove one with the other, but you cannot divide them.
Here's what I'm asking you. Where did that light go?
It
What do you mean,
didn't
where did
go anywhere. Dark is the absence of light. That's what he's saying. You can put points of
when
light.
you go into a room and turn the light off, the light goes into the past. What separates light and dark is time.
Okay, let's in that case, let's go back and let's look at the verse. How oh wait, no. How before they were divided then, because you're saying it's divided by time. So before time divided light and the absence of light, how the hell did light and the absence of light coexist? Because apparently God had to divide it. So how did the thing and the absence of the thing exist together in that in a way that needed to be divided? That's what's incoherent.
Because there was no time to divide them.
Then there was no dark. That's the thing. If light existed and there's no time to divide it from darkness, then that's because darkness did not exist. There's no such thing. Darkness is the absence of light. If, on the other hand, only darkness exists and he positioned pinpoints of light in the darkness, then he has both, but you still can't divide them because one is simply light and the other is simply absence. Without time, how do they exist to be divided? Time can't. This doesn't. It still doesn't make sense.
Congratulations. Nothing exists without time.
No, what I'm saying is it doesn't make sense. The story doesn't
God
make
in
sense.
the waters did. God in the waters existed before time.
Plus the
And the
black hole
word.
absorbs light.
And the word.
Are you saying that parts of the Bible don't make sense? Is that seriously what you're saying?
Not that it doesn't make sense, that I'm
Go on.
unable to process the information because the information that's being given to me is incoherent.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, like the
Eventually,
concept
all
of
the
an
darkness is
all-powerful
discarded.
being is incoherent.
Can I ask Studying Thomas a question?
So I want to engage with the premise because I'm going to assume that if you're going to ask the question, I'm going to assume if you're asking the question, you've got to be asking it to people who believe, right? Not
In what?
Correct.
Right. So that's where I'm having a little trouble because when someone who believes asks a question and then unbelievers jump in and say, "Well, this is why it doesn't make sense." That part I'm just like, why?
Actually, I immediately jumped to it did make sense and then walked to it doesn't make sense. But thanks for trying.
No, it's not just you, Pixie. It's not just you, Pixie.
I'm
There is no
sorry. I didn't know.
specification of time.
I didn't know there was an unbeliever believer thing going on. I didn't know that. Sorry.
Well, that's okay.
Yeah, plus
I joined.
It won't matter whether you're a believer or an unbeliever. If there's an answer to the question, either one of them should be able to come up with a solution.
Well, because the reason is because a believer might have considered the scripture more, right? So an unbeliever would have just simply discounted it because he doesn't believe it.
All that means is that a believer would be more likely to
beyond
get.
that, I want to engage with the premise because from my understanding, it's not a complete, like, cutting an apple in half, right? But to rather the idea of separating the two, as in to make a distinction between the two, right? So yes, there is a physical difference between light and darkness that has occurred, but there is an idea of separation there too. So the two, in your mind, you can actually visualize the difference between.
Brick, can I ask you a question? What is the physical difference that you just described? You said it's very obvious. There's a physical difference between light and dark. What is the physical difference between light and dark? Because I understand light to be, science and all. We'll talk about waves and particles, but darkness is like, what is the physical difference between light and dark that you just said exists?
Sure, photons.
Photons.
Yep.
So darkness, what is the physical part of darkness?
Lack of photons.
Lack of photons.
That's not a physical thing. That's a lack of a physical thing.
Right,
That's the problem. How do you divide a non-physical thing from a physical thing? You can't.
Sometimes the lack of a physical thing is a physical thing.
So okay.
You can't have one without the other. That's the point I'm trying to make. The fact that you're saying that when light is there, it's a physical thing, and when darkness is there, it's the lack of the physical thing.
Right.
You can't have one without the other.
No.
Math pig. What is thirst?
In a vacuum, right? Nothing exists.
What is thirst?
Right?
Thirst is your body requiring the need for water.
Even in a vacuum, there are particles jumping in and out. There is no such thing as nothing, not even in a vacuum.
Right, exactly right. That's right, because it still exists. It's the universe, right? Now, outside of the universe is something else. Well, it's something else. I don't know what it
How
is.
do you know that? How do you know what's outside the universe?
What's outside of it? I don't. Nobody does. Right?
How do you know there's something?
You just said there's something outside the universe.
I believe there
What
is
is
something
outside? What is outside the universe? What does that? What does that even mean?
It's in the cosmos.
So the universe exists in the physical realm, right? We know it to be what is reality, right?
What doesn't exist? What exists that isn't in the physical realm?
So it has been posited not just by theists, but by atheists, that there was a time when time did not exist.
Nope.
That makes no sense.
No, that is absolutely true. It has been posited by... It has.
No, it has been said by physicists that time didn't exist before time started.
Right.
Yeah, they didn't say there was a time before time. There's no time before time.
I said, just with different words.
Is in
no.
Yeah, there can't be a time before time.
You're trying to play word salad with what the premise is. Okay, I get it. You're trying to discount a believer's view. That's it. That's all you're trying to do. Okay, go ahead.
He was right, by the way.
I'm trying to tell you.
I love all this confusion and misunderstanding. I revel in it. Go on.
Hi, Midnight. Missed you.
The thing is, he was correct, because I read the next verse, and the next verse literally says that the separation of light and dark was when he named night and day, and that was the first day. So he was actually 100% right.
It's hilarious that people spend their time doing this. I love you all. Bye-bye.
That was my first guess. But then you said it came later. Then my mind was like, wait, what's happening?
There was no time before time.
Yeah, no, you're right. The question's incoherent to actually ask if there was time before time.
Right. So it has to do with time. And so really that smart guy, Brick, was talking this real truth, the guy that believes. Sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I think the giggle was the statement should be more, there was a point when time did not exist, not a time when time did not exist, because time is time itself.
Fair enough. And I appreciate that. That's perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Solid.
What existed before time?
God.
And when did he exist then? Exactly.
Always.
Before time.
Always.
I mean, that's a good assertion. Have you got any?
That's still a time period as well.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely. It is. So the way that I see it, and this is just me, I see this is just my version of possible events, that there is a realm, a reality that we can't possibly even imagine outside of the universe and physical.
How do you know that?
You can't
What
possibly
tells-
be justified. No, do you think you can't possibly be justified in believing in it? If we can't possibly detect it, then you have no good reason to believe it exists.
My question is, if it exists, then it exists in time. So did this thing exist after the creation of the earth? Because how did anything exist before, if outside of God itself, if time did not exist?
Well, God created time.
Right. So this realm you speak of exists. This realm must have been created by God.
Mm-hmm.
So he created the universe before he created the realm outside of the universe?
No.
Because if so, how did the angels exist first?
No, the universe was created later. So that it speaks of the heaven and the earth, right?
Okay.
So that heaven, right? There's the heaven like the sky, there's the heaven like space, and then there's the heaven as in what we can't see.
Right. So you're saying the heavens and the earth, right? So what I'm saying is, if he created the heavens and then the earth, did time not exist before the earth was created? So why would he need to divide?
No, he creates those after light. Light is the first thing he creates on the first day.
Right.
So
So
it can't be a day without it.
right, but then the next day he moves on to something else and he moves on to something else. So I'm asking, where in this 7-day time frame did he pause to create this realm, or did he do it after his day of rest? Like, where in this God did the first?
The very
you
first
mean
day.
right after he created time, and he just forgot to tell everybody in his creation story?
No.
And sorry, there's another problem. God can't have created time, because if time didn't exist, there would have to be a time before he created time.
Well, hold on, because I'm not telling you what could have been or should have been. What I'm telling you is what the book says.
So let's unpack this, because I think Wildheart's onto something there, and a few of you guys you're pulling at a thread. Even Brick is pulling at something here. So time has to necessarily exist for those who time matters to. Time does not matter to God. Therefore, time is a creation of man in order for man to be able to understand and cope with time. So therefore, time is necessitated. Its existence was necessitated when man was created. For angels exist constantly after they were created. Time is immaterial to angels, as they are just singing, "Holy, holy, holy, holy is the Lord. Holy, 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 holy is the Lord," over and over again.
I'm going to rebut this, because God literally creates our time on the fourth day. He literally sets down our timeline on the fourth day, which is different from his timeline on the first day.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. With the creation of man necessitated the creation of time. Time did not need to exist before that.
What I'm saying is he didn't create time. He created timelines.
Why don't we think the angels had no concept of time or anything like that? I mean, these people full on
Trixie,
rebelled. They had a whole war.
Thank you for calling me on that, because as soon as I left my mouth, I'm like, I don't have any dog in the fight for that one to back it up. But does my concept kind of sound interesting, at least?
Yeah, and so actually, it's funny you mentioned that, and she said it too. Somebody had asked me that too about the angels, right? So I as well have had to back off of that, because it doesn't really say when exactly he created the angels.
Yeah.
So that's a good point. I had to back off of it at one point too.
But if you want to, but for those, and I'm not saying you are one, because I have not spoken to you on this further, so please don't take this as an attack on you, just a typical Christian framework.
On who?
But for one to suppose, anybody, but for one to suppose that the serpent in the Garden of Eden had anything to do with Satan or fallen angels or any kind of being would somewhat have to think at least that angels existed before humans, because why are they in the garden all pissed off about it? Oh,
Yeah.
plus they were guarding. They were the ones that guarded Eden when Adam and Eve were kicked out. So there's that too.
Well, and that is where the assumption comes in that there were those creations, whether you would call them angels or whatever. That there is an assumption there that those creatures existed before the creation of man, at least, and then before possibly the earth and possibly the light and the dark within the physical realm. So there is an assumption
They
there. Yeah.
exist in light, or did they exist in dark, or did they exist? What was going on there? Because he hadn't divided them yet, right? So
So in regards to that, so Job actually speaks of them being in the realm of heaven, right? And so doesn't the book of Revelation, and so do some other scriptures throughout the Bible. It actually speaks of how that they are in heaven. So, I mean, again, going with the assumption, they're probably creatures that do exist in the heaven, right? And so that's probably where they were created. I don't know.
would we assume that's light, though? Because if it hasn't been divided, you would assume light over darkness. Why would he create beings in darkness, right? But then
Light,
why would he be one the light bringer? Who knows?
right? Well, so light, I actually take that personally. I take that to be the literal photons, personally.
Right, but I'm saying photons didn't exist. I mean, I guess we can argue that angels are just like a bunch of blind things running around. It's fine.
so the interesting thing is that our perception of photons may not have existed. Meaning, it's like the double blind slit test. The observation of a thing makes the thing behave differently. And I could be talking out of the side of my mouth right now, but
physics. Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with it. The Schrodinger cat, same theory and all of that. Yeah. Just because we didn't see it in action doesn't mean that it didn't actually happen. I never saw World War II, but I know there's some atrocities that happen. I believe it, right? It's not that, it's written about. Men today still speak of it. Vietnam, same thing. So yeah, I got to assume that it actually did happen. Now when it comes to theological stuff and that sort of thing, there's more importance on it, because the perspective is that your life hangs in the balance. And when I say life, I mean like if it's eternal sort of thing. Where does the spark or whatever go? Does it go back to a source? And if it does, then what does he do with it after that? So I believe that there is a very, very huge importance upon it, understanding those things. But whenever it comes to like the most important things, I'll go back to the point I made, the first thing I said when I had come back to being able to speak. I talked about peace. Even if I'm wrong about this.
Well, technically, you were always able to speak. Just you weren't sure that you were going to be heard.
That's fair. Yeah, and so being at peace, whether I'm wrong or right, I'm only interested in what would be referred to as gaining my brother or gaining my sister. And by that I mean my human brothers and sisters. But that's me.
I don't know that I understand this statement well enough to really have any profound thoughts about it. I would say that, like, for me, I just look at it like a kind of like a guidepost, right? Like, things in quantum physics, when you get down that far, are so enmeshed and entangled and didn't act in ways that we predicted at all, right? So I think I look at it as like a statement into quantum physics itself, and the approach that is taken, and how vastly different it is from like a lot of other sciences that we observe, and the predictability of it. But I don't know that I ever thought of it outside of that itself.
Has anyone ever thought of the concept of whether we need God or God needs us?
Yes, I have. I have personally. Yeah.
Do you?
So have you ever seen I think it was a Showtime movie called American Gods?
I have the book.
I've
Yeah.
got the teacher. That's what this is. American Gods.
You know what?
Oh, it is. You're right. It is.
You know what came before that first made me question it? Is an author called Terry Pratchett, and they have a series of books that take place in what they call the Discworld. There is one book that's a comedy that I absolutely loved. There was a part of the book that was really slow, but you got to forgive it because it's such a great book, and it's called Small Gods. And in the beginning of this book, it talks about how there used to be so many powerful gods that have been reduced to nothing but jinns or whispers in the wind because
Superstition.
a god's power. Well, no, it's superstition.
It waxes and wanes with belief, right?
Yeah. That belief is what sustains the god. And so this great god, he gets stuck as a tortoise, an injured tortoise, a one-eyed tortoise, and he runs into one guy
Sounds like Odin.
Right, he runs into one guy who truly, truly believes in him, and he can hear speaking. He can hear the tortoise speaking, and they have this quick little. I'm not going to go through the whole book, but they have this quick little conversation where, and Brutus is a little slow, and he doesn't understand. He's like, "But you have." It's almost like a Spanish Inquisition kind of setting. And he's like, but you have all these massive churches and you have all these institutions, and look at this, all these people believe in you. And tells him, no, these people fear the institution and these people fear hell. These people do not believe in me. And it's like the premise of this book. And I think that was the first time I was like, huh.
Well, I mean, understand that a work of fiction is a work of fiction and fanciful fiction, and a lot of people would argue that the Bible in and of itself is also a work of fiction. So the interesting thing to me is that what makes me want to believe the Bible to be real is, unlike most other holy texts out there, where almost all of their quote unquote main characters, if we're going to look at it as a book of fiction and nonfiction, almost all their main characters of import of the other books they're pretty much flawless, perfect, with maybe one little minor thing like Achilles with his heel, but he was half god, right? So, but when it comes to the Bible, it almost like it excoriates the quote unquote heroes of the Bible. You'd think God's chosen people are the people that would be revered above all else. And in fact, due to hubris, they do puff themselves up with a level of pride. We're God's chosen. Well, maybe God chose you because you're a bunch of knuckleheads and the female part of God likes a project. Thus, you're God's chosen because you can't freaking figure it out. So maybe humble yourself a little bit. So the interesting thing is, most of the heroes, like David, for example,
Awful person.
Yeah,
Master
I mean, he participated in what I would call necrophilia, tampering with a corpse, beheaded a corpse, touched a dead man's penis, and then circumcised it. For what purpose?
More than what? Like 200 of them.
Yeah, and then, for instance, like, I didn't know about that. And then, for instance,
he wanted to marry the king's daughter, and the king was like, no, you bring me 100 Philistine foreskins. So he went out and got 200 Philistine foreskins.
Oh, so yeah, he was definitely being led by the little Peter, as it were, the small rock down in his pants.
Yeah.
On more than one occasion. So, like, and I would often say, your hero, literally your hero, this King David that you guys seem to worship right around Jesus level, is an adulteress, a betrayer of his most closest loyal general or captain, a coveter of his wife, and then not only did he covet her, but she ended up dying, and the unborn child, in order to cover up his sin. And please correct me if I'm wrong on any of this. Tampered with a corpse, apparently fondled at least 200 dead man's cocks, and foreskinned them or whatever. Collected that.
Do it for him, one of the two.
So, I mean, it's like, it just goes. He committed genocide. He committed homicide, genocide. Who knows what else? And this is your hero. And they're
I
like,
get
oh,
that.
well, he's a man after God's own heart. I'm like, well, the Aztecs like to eat the hearts of their fallen because they felt like it gave them power. Are you sure you're translating it right by saying he was a man after God's own heart? Maybe he was a man who was seeking God's power.
But that happens a lot in the Bible. Like all the people that God says are, the best people, like Noah ends up messing up. Lot, with his daughters. It's like every single story in the Bible, like the hero immediately turns around and does something just awful like.
Well, except the one that gets tortured for no reason. Job hung in there.
Oh,
but
that's a good point.
But there is that.
Well,
there is
that point about Job, he actually wasn't even Hebrew. He was Oriental.
Yeah.
So he wasn't that people.
Yeah,
but in God's judgment and character. Do you know what I mean?
I understand what you're saying about like the peculiarity of having so many characters with flaws. My problem is that despite that, right, you have a text that demands that the believers not have those same flaws. And I said this before, and it's a true thing, right? Thomas got to demand to see the hole in Jesus's hands, but we don't get to ask for signs or miracles. We just have to believe on nothing. These are people who walked with him and saw his miracles. They denied him. They ran when he was crucified. They said, I won't believe till I see the nails in your hands. And we have to be better than that, because if we deny him, we get denied. And if we demand proof, we don't get it. And it's a sign of us being evil and demanding things from God, right? Like all these crazy things. So yeah, there's flawed characters in the Bible, but it's not flawed to show you. People will argue that it's flawed to show you that you can rise above it. But how is that when you're not asking me to rise above my flaws? You're asking me to be better than the flawed man you chose to walk with you.
Right.
And
so
that's really strange.
So where does the Bible, I know the Bible that Jesus even said to the devil that is not right to tempt God. Don't tempt God, where he said, you could jump off this cliff and before your toe would even dash against the rock, God will send his angels because you're his son, right? And he said it is written to not tempt God, basically, and I'm paraphrasing. But I don't know where I think it says test me. I think God asks to be tested. He doesn't, like, if you ask of God.
Yeah, I think that's in Peter.
Yeah, so he does ask to be tested. Just don't tempt him. Don't like. So, and again, maybe I'm a little confused, but I would like to have a conversation about.
Here it is. So we asked, did this make signs and wonders inconsistent in his ministry? Because hold on. This is a biblical study. Let me get to the verses. Blah, blah, blah. I will not venture to speak of anything except what Christ has accomplished through me to win obedience from the Gentiles by word and by deed, by the power of signs and wonders, and by the power. Well, no, that's not the one I was looking for. That's the old one.
Here it is. It's James. It's James.
I'm not. Hold on.
Yeah, it says it. It's James 1:2-4. It says, "Consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trials of many kinds, because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance." It's testing of your faith. That's what it's speaking of.
Well, that's testing you, though. It's not testing God per se. So that might be a bit of a red herring. But go ahead.
It's just something in doctrine that I grew up with. But I will look for the verse that came from. I will keep looking at these Bible studies, because like I said, it might be doctrine.
Yeah, 2 Corinthians 13:5 has the same premise, but it is the same. It's talking about testing yourselves in the faith. So you aren't testing God still. You're testing whether God is real in your life.
When people demand signs in the New Testament, Jesus seems clear that we should not ask for them. Hold on, let me go into this one.
Well, the only sign you'll get, he says, ye adulterous generation who seek after a sign, you'll have no sign but the sign of Jonah, who was swallowed by the whale and then spat up to do what God told him to do in the first place when he finally repented.
Right. In one translation it says, so many signs have already been given, and Jesus either says he will give none or will only give the sign of Jonah.
Right, but he also says, pardon me, Brick, he also says that ye adults. So basically, he says that you feel the wind blow past you. It comes from the east, but you know not where it goes. You believe in that, but you also believe that a red sky at night means that the weather will be good the next day, and red sky in the morning means that the weather will be poor. You believe these signs, but you adulterous generation that seek after a sign will receive no sign, but that of Jonah. I think that's I don't know if I butchered it, but
So yeah, it was actually
but
Peter.
that's not what I'm
right
talking
about
though. It's talking about testing God.
Right.
Like his word does not return void. That all the right prayers that are answered by him are yes and amen. But you can't pray amiss. You have to pray with faith. You have to pray correctly. Go ahead.
I'm sure I remember a line. It says, "Thou shalt not put thy God to the test."
No, it said Jesus answered them, he will give no more signs. But you might be right. That could be one too.
So 1 Peter 1:7 says, so that the tested genuineness of your faith, more precious than gold that perishes, though it is tested by fire, may be found to result in praise and glory and honor at the revelation of Jesus Christ. So again, it's the same premise. You're not testing God. You're testing your own faith in God himself, your faith.
But it says when people asked for signs, he said, so many signs have already been given. And Jesus either says he will give none in Mark 18:11-12, or will only give the sign of Jonah in Matthew 12:39 and Luke 11:29.
Yeah, no, so I found it. It's Deuteronomy 6:16. Thou shalt not put God to the test.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and so I believe that one of the first conversations that came up when the panel started was that Pixie, you were asking about how can one be required by God, yet God is going to be the one to give.
I said there was this lion guy up here.
Mm-hmm.
That's the guy I used as an example, was that lion whoever.
Yeah.
He came up here and he made the argument, and that's why I used it as an example, because it was an inconsistent argument. He made the argument. First, he said that people hate God and we all run away from God, and that's why I don't believe, because I hate God and I'm running from God. But then when I asked him about seeking God and not being able to find God, he said that God has to be the one that moves my spirit. And I said, okay, so I can find God. God has to move my spirit. And he said, yes. Yeah. And I said, okay, well, then you can't say it's my fault I haven't found God and God has to move my spirit. You can't say both of those things. It doesn't make sense.
Right. So regarding that premise, this is my view of it. It's actually a duality. It's God is first in this. He will move your spirit first, but also you have to make a concerted effort to go towards him as well. So it's not just like only God's going to make it happen for you, or you are fully responsible of making it happen. It's both.
Well, I think God I can illustrate at least to the men here, and I think some of the women that have had to help men out before. How many times has a woman moved something that you've placed someone very particular on a desk or something, and she may move it, use it, and put it back 12 inches from where you placed it on the desk, but yet somehow mysteriously it is hidden from your view, and you go, honey, do you know where the tape measure is? Yes, I put it I put it back on the table, and you're like, it's not there. And she walks over and goes, it's right there. Can't you not see it? You're like, no, that's not where I left it. Well, it's 12 inches from it. How could you not see that? Because as a man, I'm focused on what I'm trying to find and not having the ability to widen my gaze and my peripherals to see that which might actually be there, instead of hyper-focused on where I thought it should be.
As a man, I'm just going to say that whenever I go to look for anything, I just ask my wife, because I know I'm not going to find it.
Ask of God.
That is funny to me, because I just thought it was a weird thing that in my house, I'm the finder. If somebody can't find something...
That's because you're moving it on them.
No. Actually...
See? And then denying it.
My super munchkin would be like, Mom, I can't find this. And I would go find it. And I did not move her stuff. That's
my son. That was my son all my life. He was the finder of everything.
This is the reason I stay the hell out of the kitchen, because if I move anything in that kitchen, I'm yelled at for the next hours. Why did you put that there? It's in the wrong place.
But I want to
women have-
extrapolate that. Listen, I want us to expand upon that, and I want to apply it to God and His Word, and understanding that maybe the reason why you haven't seen the sign or you haven't understood and had your prayers answered is because you didn't know where to look for the answer.
I know for me in the past, that is definitely in 100% absolutely true.
I'm not gonna say that that's not possible.
Okay.
I am.
Thank you.
I am gonna say that I fought so long and so hard to believe that I also can't imagine what more I could do or could have done.
Have you ever do you understand what a riptide is?
Yes.
Do you fight the riptide, or do you travel along the shore with it?
You just go with it.
Not necessarily with it, but you go parallel to the shore with it. You don't try to fight it.
Wrong set of instructions.
Right. So the point I'm trying to make is perhaps you're exhausting yourself going against the riptide instead of going parallel until you can understand when the riptide is no longer trying to pull you away from shore.
But if God wants a relationship
Compared
with
it
you,
to whitewater rafting, which is why my mind immediately went go with it. You know, when you are in particularly bad rapids and you fall out of the raft, that they'll tell you, like, if you're not in a terrible spot, if there's not rocks jutting out of the water everywhere, then lay on your back. But you don't want to hit your head, right? So if you're in a spot that's not particularly rough and you're getting pulled under, what you want to do is let it take you under, crawl across the bottom, and let it bring you back up, right?
Right. So there's a spot that will always wisp back up to the surface.
Right. And also so you don't get stuck in the rocks.
Yeah, and so the riptide kind of works the same way, is that you find the spot where the wave is coming back up.
And that's how I describe my journey through it. I've come to
been in a rip? That is incorrect.
sorry, but if God wants a relationship with humans, and
What?
he's-
Wait, what?
So
I've never been
Jack's-
in a riptide. I've heard about them. Never been in one.
Jack's Beach has absolutely terrible riptides all the time. And I've been out there, and yes, at times had to deal with it.
So let's engage. Let's not engage the natural. Let's apply it to the spiritual. We're still not applying it to the
Is
spiritual.
my microphone working? Can anyone hear me?
No, we can't hear you, Wildheart. Let's keep it ignoring him. Go ahead, Wildheart.
I'm going to say, if God wants a relationship with humans and he's omnipotent, and, you know, most people are like basically idiots, isn't it up to God to isn't the emphasis on God to contact the humans rather than humans just...
Before we change
Two-way street.
Before we change the subject, what were you saying about riptides? Because I really was interested and you never got it out.
Okay, so my best advice to riptides: don't do what GS says, don't do what you says, just tread water. Just keep your head above water. That's all you want to do. That's how I survived. That's how you'll survive too.
Okay. I've been whitewater rafting, like I said. I've dealt with some rapids, but I've never dealt with a riptide.
Yeah, they're two completely different things.
Yeah.
Well, my dad was a lifeguard, and he said that you always go with the shore. Matter of fact, he saved my brother right off Jersey Shore.
That's only if you're a strong swimmer. I'm not a strong swimmer, so I just kept my head above water, and that's what kept me alive. If I'd tried to do what you said, I'd be dead.
Understood.
This is the advice that I would give.
So
you're absolutely right, and keep your head above water, and also pray like hell that God will help you in that situation.
I know I did.
So can we try to apply my theory on what I just said, what I was speaking of? Can we try to apply that in the spiritual? Because we're talking all around natural, but I want to know about the supernatural aspect of that.
Yeah. So for me, what I was
that's why I brought it back to God, because the original analogy was how you find God and does God find you. That's why I brought God.
Well, I mean, sometimes you're just looking in the wrong places. It's there. You just think you should find it here because that's where you thought you left it, and then your wife comes along and says, "It's been here this whole time. How could you not see that?"
Right.
That
And
was
so,
my analogy.
yeah, and so for me, the reason I believe is because I read the scriptures. I didn't go outside of the bounds of the scriptures to go find it, right? And so that was kind of one of the things that I had mentioned in my little spiel when I was talking, was that the scriptures that are available within the canon is all I needed.
Right.
And I wouldn't, I wasn't in need to go outside the bounds of it. As soon as I started reading it, I started noticing certain coincidences that just absolutely lined up, not only with historical texts outside that I had learned, that were definitely accurate within archaeology, also that were also accurate within my own life, as far as like whatever moral ground or philosophical ground. Certain things just lined up and made sense within the text of the scriptures. So I just never saw the need to go outside of the canon. Right now, if I were to read something outside of the canon,
Okay,
would,
but listen, man, you're not engaging the premise. The premise isn't really for you, Brick. The premises are for those that say that they've prayed and they've looked and they've looked and they've looked and they
Okay.
can't find God. I want them to engage. You already have found your answer. They're the ones that are like, I don't see it. And I'm just and she engaged it, said, yeah, I could be just not looking in the right place. I can grant that. But I don't want to just dismiss it and then talk about riptides for a half hour.
Yeah. No, but I honestly, like I said, though, on the other side of that is I honestly don't know what more I could have done. I don't even know
Right.
what more I could do.
You could ask of God.
And I'm similar as well. I've read the Bible.
Listen.
I've prayed to Jesus. I've prayed to God. Many times. I've tried to convince myself that I believe it. Fake it till you make it kind of thing. I've done a lot to try and believe. And like Pixie, I don't know what else I can do. Like, you know what I mean?
So, like Yoda says, there is no try. There's do or do not, right?
So,
yeah, I did that. And then that girl said she was saved, and I was a big influence in that. And I smiled at her, and I congratulated her, but man.
So let me ask you a question. If you believe, have you seen evil things done, or do you think it's just uncaring, just insensitive? Like for instance, have you seen evil acts? I'm not asking you to personalize this. Please don't personalize it, Pixie. And don't divulge anything that may or may not have happened to you. But have you seen personal acts that have happened in your lifetime where you're like, that's evil? No?
No, it's not no. It's yes and no. Okay, because yes, but I understand that that's a subjective understanding as well, right?
So you have seen things that have been evil.
Well,
and you've described your grandfather, who I would say, although Jesus said, "Why do you call me good? There's only one who's good, that's God." I would say that your grandfather was a very decent man doing good things. Would you describe that? Like he would be the opposite of some of the evil things that you saw in your life.
He was always trying to make peace and bring peace and make people better.
Perfect.
But
okay.
I would just disagree. I would just disagree with the word evil because it already comes with like a supernatural connotation. So for atheists and people who don't believe in God,
thank you. It's
right.
Evil.
So would you? Okay, so that's why I asked. That's what I asked the question, Wildheart, and we can engage this premise. So, is there just an absolute like I think the opposite of love is indifference, not hate. Right?
I think people could be unconscionable. I think people are the scariest thing in existence. I think we are capable of more monstrosity than any being I have ever come across.
Right. Okay. So yes, I would agree with you. But also they're capable of great things of good, right? So there's a reason why I'm asking this. I just want as simple of an answer as possible. And then you guys, if you want to expound after I set up the premise, I'm just trying to find out if there's a logic that follows here. Does that make sense? Like debating, you understand that, Pixie, probably far better than I'll ever understand debating, right? And I admit that. So I'm just allow me to just practice this. So basically, the point of what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to see if there's a logic that follows with your argument, and if there is, I can learn something from that. If there isn't, then you should be able to learn from the fact that your logic isn't following, and that should be a net benefit to you to have that
Well,
sight,
that's
right?
fair.
Okay, so if you have a blind spot you're not aware of, you'd want to know, right? Okay, so you understand when something's hot, right?
Yeah,
And you can understand when something's cold.
sure.
So you can imagine those extremes being as far apart from each other as possible, yes?
Yeah.
You can imagine the deepest, darkest, absolute darkness, and then you can imagine probably the most bright light ever, right? Because you understand dark and light.
Right.
Hot and cold, right? War and peace. If you didn't understand war, then you'd know there would be no such concept as peace, right?
Sure.
I disagree with that.
Okay, well, I'm going to set. Well,
Yeah.
that's kind of a weird. That's kind of a weird flex to disagree with an obvious statement. We'll get to it here in a second.
Wait 1 second. I agree in the aspect that you don't have to have war to have peace. You just have to have arguments or skirmishes. You just have to have some sort of discontent.
Conflict to understand an accord, right? There's discord and accord. When you hit a note on a guitar that really resonates beautifully, you can tell. When you hit one that's a very discordant sound, it's like, ugh. You know what I mean? It's like, oh no, that wasn't right. And you can feel it. All right, so I'm setting up the premise. We seem to agree. Where Wild Heart has a little bit of disagreement, I'd like to explore that later and maybe get to understand it. One second.
Can we do it then?
So the reason why I asked the difference between what I would consider to be evil and what I would consider to be good, acts of evil, acts of good, unless you can ascribe to me that you think that things just, and I understand that the rain falls on the just and the unjust alike, but I think that if I were to take a baby by its legs and smash its head against a tree and then toss it into which happened, by the way, in the killing fields in Cambodia, smash its head against the tree and chuck it into a pit and have children lined up watching the child in front of them have that happen to them, that's evil. Your grandfather sounds like he was good and did good. He was about as good as a man could be, but not.
That's what I said. Like I said, that's why I said evil with the understanding that that's a subjective term, right? Like it's unconscionable, it's monstrous. Do I think he was like some demon possessed, Satan driven evil guy? That's a whole different thing.
Right. So for instance, did Jeffrey Dahmer know that he was doing bad things, or did he think he was the hero in his story? Would that be your argument?
I think he knew and was self-conflicted, but I also think he wasn't inhibited by empathy in the way that most people are. Don't get me wrong. No, he may be. I think it's Ted Bundy that didn't score high enough. I was going to say, I don't think it's actual.
But the interesting thing is,
but there's sociopath that can work in almost the same way. It's just.
But there was a level of consciousness that what he was doing was not acceptable by society, thus would be deemed wrong by society. Therefore, otherwise he would have just done it out in the open, like just walking around naked on the subway, thinking you're not doing anything wrong, stabbing people, thinking you're not doing anything wrong, touching, diddling little kid. I mean, all these things. If there's no subjective good or evil or right or wrong or light or dark or war or peace.
I said with the understanding it is subjective. Yes.
No. Well, I'm saying it objectively. I think it would be deemed wrong.
So in regards,
and I think that we.
Otherwise, everyone would be just doing whatever they wanted to do.
Hold on, and I'm going to take all emotion out of this, and I'm going to sound like
I'm listening.
Cold bitch, and I don't want you to think that I operate this way or that this is my worldview, because it's not. I am just going to be clinical. You ready? All right. I think what we consider absolute evil and these things we consider evil has to do a lot with where we place value collectively. For example, we tend to agree across all societies that murder is bad, but there is nuance there, because what constitutes murder rather than a justified killing is different from society to society to society, right? So again, there's a subjectivity to it. It's clearly not objective, not in any universal way anyway. On top of that, we happen to be very, very social pack animals, right? And in order to have a pack, you have to have an other. But it's beside the point. That's a whole nother issue we have. But and there's safety in numbers. It makes sense. We're not a particularly strong species compared to a lot of other species out there. You know, safety in numbers, we're social creatures, all of this makes sense. But for example, let's talk about stealing. I think it's easy to agree that stealing is wrong when you live in a social society that depends on each other. And because most humans, with some defective exceptions, such as, you know, psychopathy and sociopathy and things like that, most humans tend to have a lot of empathy. So I don't think it's so much like it's objectively wrong to take Joe's hat. I think I understand that I don't want to take Joe's hat because I don't want Sarah to come steal my sweater. Right?
Yep.
Like, I think
So
there's
so in-
a level of societal agreement there that I think we fail to recognize.
So in regards to the premise, I would like to posit that good is.
Can we just go back to just before that?
Can I just quickly
Yeah,
say this?
you go.
So,
Yeah.
so I would posit that good is actually objective. That good, there is nothing that is opposite of good, and that evil is actually subjective. And you can take that all the way back to the tree in the garden, because we as humans want to believe that we can put a premise of what is evil, right? Now, when those individuals ate of that fruit, what they were doing essentially was saying that they have the ability and the right to say what is good and what is evil, where good actually just simply is objective. Like,
No, they didn't have
God's
they didn't that had I don't think that had anything to do with their motivation. As a matter of fact, they thought that they would learn the difference between good and evil. They did
Right.
not have awareness to have that sort of plot or that sort of like mischievous plan, right? They did not feel shame until afterwards. They did not realize they were naked until afterwards. They did not have these like crazy
Well,
thoughts. They didn't
so-
know enough to.
well, you're literally saying the same thing that I was about to say, which is that the good part, right? That everything was good up until that point. The evil only existed because they disobeyed. They took into their mind a belief that was not God, you know,
Well,
so they fell away.
If you look at it in the typical Christian framework, sure.
Right,
If you look
and-
at the Gnostic framework, it's the fall was a good thing and meant to happen and not bad at all. But that's beside the point.
Right. And so that's why whenever you look at evil as a subjective thing in society, most people would say that it is definitely subjective, because the two kids on the street stealing a loaf of bread because they're homeless, you know, people aren't going to look at that as like they're evil for doing that. But, you know, robbing a bank is evil. So there's a difference between, you know, little kids stealing and then a grown man stealing.
But again, you're speaking locally in the United States, right?
No, I mean, even in other societies.
It is local. It is local because I think it's evil to stone a woman to death. But clearly, they don't think that in some
Right,
regions.
and I believe that too. But
People to cut a man's hand off for stealing a loaf of bread. But there are places that don't believe that. So that's why I say, with the understanding that it's a subjective term. We don't hold this as an objective value.
But according to the beliefs of the Bible, all of God's creation is good.
Right. So man makes it subjective. God makes it objective. Meaning, go ahead, Wildheart. I'm sorry. You were waiting real patiently.
Came from the mind of God. It would still be dependent on the mind of God, making it subjective because it came from God. Continue, Wild.
Yeah, I was going to say with the war and peace thing, you don't have to have war to have peace. You could just have peace. Wars, you could imagine like the earth that never had a war. So you don't need a war to know what peace is. You would just have peace. That's it.
I'm talking about the concept, though.
He means to understand, like
The concept of war and peace. You need the opposites in order to understand the opposite.
Oh right, yeah. You're not saying whether they could exist without each other.
Like
Yeah,
the need to understand what war was would be unnecessary if all there ever was peace.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
This is a really good conversation. I think if Richard watches this over again, I think he's going to be pleased as punch that we're actually having these kind of conversations.
Right. I agree.
Because I think
So,
there's some real good kernels in here.
yeah. So in regards to peace and war, I would actually posit the same concept as the good and evil concept that I presented as well. So peace is a good thing, right? So everything that is good is objective. Like everybody would agree that what is good is good. And that should
No.
just be a universal.
No.
Agree on
No.
what's good and
I
good.
can justify any action but one
No,
by
no, no.
changing the objective truth of reality.
Well,
I can justify anything.
I believe
except for
you're
one.
misinterpreting what I'm saying. So what is good is good, whereas what is evil is absolutely subjective.
No, I think what is
No,
good is subjective.
That's impossible. Yeah. What is
No,
good?
he's not.
No, what is good is objectively good. What is
Nope.
evil is objectively evil.
Well, I think
If
I
I can
understand what Brick's
justify-
trying to say. What Brick's saying there's theological that there's gradations of what I might consider to be evil might be something that you're like I might think it's evil to barbecue a dog in a cage so small that it can't move away from the blowtorch while you're burning the hair off it because you like the way the stress of the dog makes the meat taste better. Most Asian cultures believe that. I would find that repugnant,
Right.
but that's normal.
That's a good. That actually, I'm glad you put it out there as grade because when we look at eggs, right, there's what's called the grade A egg, and then everything underneath that is bad, right? So there is an objective good egg.
Okay, but let's take it out. Let's take it. No, there's an objective standard. That standard does not necessarily mean good because what we hold as a standard may fail a standard in a different country. Again, making it localized and not something that we collectively hold value in, only something we locally hold value in. Now, let's take it outside of quality review and religion, and I'll put it this way. Somebody, let's just go military, okay? Somebody may think it is good to go and defeat their enemy by any means necessary. Some people may think the atomic bomb was a good thing. There are plenty of pacifists who do not. So no, not even what is good is objective.
Well, so instead of presenting something that most people would present as a bad thing to be good, why don't we just present something that is good? Perhaps like feeding babies. Feeding babies is a good thing, objectively.
Unless they're allergic to it.
No. I'm saying feeding. Look, babies aren't allergic to food.
You could be feeding
If you're feeding them battery acid, then
So now you're straw manning my argument, which is not a good way. Like to feed the baby doesn't mean that you feed them out things they're allergic to. Like, please, let's be objectionable here.
Said you could be feeding Stalin, Hitler.
If you're going to talk morals, you have to be specific in what you're talking about.
Morals.
You can't just leave it
Good is not moral. That's a Catholic guilt thing. No, morals are a Catholic guilt thing.
Please.
It's morally good.
Well, let's go back to the egg example. Actually, I found although I like the egg example, I found a flaw in that logic. And the logic is, again, it goes back to what this is a Tekken Pixies column. So have you ever heard of the 100-year egg?
Yeah, Chinese. And
so the Asians will bury that and for like 100 years, and they think it's the most delicious thing that they've ever experienced. It's basically a rotten egg. So your grade A egg being the best is actually being disproven by other cultures that think if you bury it in the ground, let it rot for a certain amount of time. And whether it's actually 100 years or not is not the
preference, bro, and that's
different. But let's go back. Let's go back to food and not preference because grade signifies quality, and that's why I'm saying it's a local standard and not a global standard. How many food products does America have on the shelf that Britain will not put on in their stores? Right? What we
Australia.
Cheese whiz.
Australia, right? So that's what I'm saying, right? What So are you feeding that kid good food from the farm, or are you feeding that kid processed junk that's going to give him cancer in 2 years, right? What is good is not held objectively from country to country. It is not a global thing we collectively agree on. It's a more local, more like community idea.
So let's move out from that idea.
We're talking about morals.
So no, I'm not. I don't want to talk about morals because that's Catholic guilt stuff. I don't want to talk about
all
morals.
right, okay. If we're talking about objective being not subject to a mind, then if something was good, what makes it good if it's not people's decisions? If it's not people thinking about what is good, what would make something good?
I know I'm making an assumption here when I talk about good, right? But I would have to assume that feeding babies is a good thing because that promotes life.
But outside of human minds, what would make that good? If it wasn't people's opinions about it, what objective factor would make
Okay, so feeding baby dogs. Dogs feeding baby dogs. Cats feeding baby cats.
Yeah.
Big turtles feeding the little turtles. You know?
But if there were no human minds or advanced minds to think about it, then would that be good?
No, can I try wild?
Make it good. Yeah. Sorry,
what he's saying is it's subjective because it's coming from our mind. We perceive it as good, and we have a lot of reason to perceive it as good. Valuing life is a very big reason we perceive the continuation of life as a very good thing, particularly when that life is more defenseless, right? The more defenseless the life is, the more we perceive it to be good to help it. But this is because we value life. So outside of this, outside of the subjective view of us valuing life, outside of any mind whatsoever, we're not even thinking God's mind here, because again, that's subjective, right? We're thinking A is A, B is not A. That's all we're thinking here. Outside of experience and where you place your values, what makes that objective?
Okay, I'm glad you got to this point. So, outside of God, good and evil does not exist at all, objectively or subjectively, because there is no mind.
Incorrect.
Well, okay, prove it. Prove it. There is no mind outside.
I already have. I already said it. All of this is subjective judgments made of an objective reality.
No.
That's
Hey, Theo,
of the mind.
1 second. Theo, can you do me a favor with your microphone? I think you're talking into the back part of it, and you're coming in really, really like muted.
Yeah. No, like there's these bars on the side, and if I have them pointed at me, it like.
Okay, I just wanted to let you know you kind of sound really muffled.
Yeah, thanks, bro.
And I want to hear what you got to say.
So the premise that Pixie just presented is that outside of the mind, it doesn't matter if it's God's mind or our mind, does good or evil exist?
I would say in order to prove your argument that good and bad wouldn't exist without a God, you would first have to demonstrate your God and demonstrate how and why he makes things good and bad. You can't.
How much time do you have?
But beyond that,
that's what you have to do.
No.
But beyond that, he has to lose the word objective, because if he's saying it came from God, it came from God's mind, then it is a subjective thing.
So how much time do you have? Okay, let's start with the beginning. Okay, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. Okay, now the earth was. Do you want me to go through the whole thing?
Can you demonstrate that the Bible is?
I'm not going to sit here and read the whole Bible.
Right, because I can do it.
You made the claim that without God, there will be no good or bad.
But then you said,
in order to substantiate that claim, you would first have to prove that God exists.
Okay, how much time do you have?
Can you do it? No matter how much time?
Yes.
By reading the Bible, the Christian Bible.
Yeah, how much time do you have?
I've read the Bible. It didn't convince me that God exists.
Okay, how much? Well, so you don't have the time.
What, to read the whole Bible? Not
to listen. Well, you asked me to prove it to you.
I've read the Bible.
Okay, but you're asking me
because you made the claim,
right?
You made the claim.
How much time do you have?
I don't think he understands what proof
Yes.
is.
But
if all you're going to do is interrupt me while I'm proving it to you, then that's up to you. That means you don't really want to hear the proof.
But
He doesn't have to prove God exists.
method of proving that God exists is to read the
So hold
Bible.
on.
Because I've already done that.
Well, you did it, but you're
he
asking me.
doesn't have- he doesn't
See,
have
this is
proof
exactly what I was
exists.
talking about
No.
before. When
Hold
I say that the non-believers decide that they want to explain the beliefs, yet when I want to explain my beliefs, you don't listen.
He didn't ask you for an explanation of
Yes,
your
he
beliefs.
did.
No, he didn't. That's
just
not what he
asked
asked
me
for.
to explain it.
Anyway, Wild, listen to me, Wild.
Can I just explain it?
Wait, but
No.
let me finish my sentence real quick. We both know he doesn't have any proof God exists. The same way
I have it right here in front of me.
The same way we don't have any proof God doesn't exist.
Okay, hold on, because I want to just go real quick and say, look in the mirror, and there's the proof.
No.
Like, look at the trees.
Right.
Here's proof that God exists.
Look at that right there on the
You know
camera.
what? I'm going to say
There's
that
that proof.
I am. Wait, hold on. I am a mom. And so I understand the concept of what you're saying because nothing in my life has ever been so profound as that
He
little baby
exists.
took over my entire world. That did not say God to me. I'm sorry. It's something
Everything,
very deep.
everything.
It's something very
We
profound.
go Jack Talcott on you guys.
I can't imagine not having in my life, but it also didn't say God to me.
But you made the positive claim that if God didn't exist, then good and bad wouldn't exist.
Right.
Therefore, you have to demonstrate, and when I say demonstrate, I mean.
Oh, you want me to rain
it.
fire and sulfur out of the sky, or what, dude?
Can you do
That's
that?
false. He does not have to prove God exists. He just has to prove that objective morals, or whatever the hell we're talking about, can't exist in an atheistic worldview. If he does that, he therefore defaults back to God. Well, sort of.
Yeah, but that doesn't work either. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
Well, the problem is he lost objective already because he said that without God, there is no good and evil because God makes good and evil, meaning that it came from God's mind, making it a subjective matter.
Hold on. Because I want to make sure that you understand what objective means, okay? Objective only exists within the universe, okay? Outside of the universe, objective does not exist. If God is outside of the universe, he created not only the universe, but also objectivity.
It doesn't matter. If it came from his mind, it is subjective to the mind of a being.
Yeah, his mind. Yeah, which means that he created objective.
Of a personal judgment,
He
not
created
influenced
reality.
by personal
Wait.
feelings, opinions, or considerations.
Laws
If
of
God
physics.
has if you can tell me, that God has preferences, God has considerations,
You want me
God
to describe?
has.
You want me to describe?
Then it is and if you
Laws-
tell me that God has
laws of
feelings,
physics.
then it
doesn't mean
is
it's objective to us. It would still
Laws-
be objective to us.
Laws of
from a mind
This is what I'm talking
no,
about. You
if
don't
it
want to
came-
hear it.
I will hear you in a
Unbelievers
minute.
explain
Can you guys
my
hear me?
beliefs.
Hello.
Yes, I'm
Hello.
Line, please.
If it came from a mind and it was influenced by personal feelings, opinions, or considerations,
So do you want to explain the beliefs,
then it is subjective.
or should I explain it?
No,
You're
you don't.
saying if it
You don't want to hear it. I get it. Yeah, no, you don't want to hear it. I
No,
understand.
let me ask you if I got it correct. I think what you're saying is, although I'm saying it is subjective because it is from the mind of God, you are saying it is objective in the way that it is applied to humanity in reality.
Yes.
I see what you're saying, but I disagree because I don't think you can make something objective. Something subjective objective.
I
think something truly objective doesn't have to it doesn't have to do with anybody's preferences, anybody's opinions, anybody's feelings, not even God's, right? The rock isn't a rock because God's happy that it's a rock. The rock is
yes, it
because it's a
is.
rock. The
But if
rock
God
is
creates
not.
reality, then He creates objective truth,
I'm
which means
not
His
saying. I'm
subjective
not. No,
reality
wait.
is our
You're
objective reality.
misunderstanding me. You're misunderstanding me. I'm not saying he didn't create the rock. I'm not saying he could not turn the rock into water if he wanted to. I'm saying
Right.
at this moment, the rock is the rock, no matter how God feels about it. And until he
No, if
changes
if
that,
he
the
feels
rock is the
strongly,
rock.
he can
The rock
change the
is
rock
not
into a
water.
turtle.
I didn't say he couldn't. You're not listening. The rock is not water until God makes it water. If God decides to make the rock water,
So
then it is
reality
water
is
and it is no
subjective to
And
longer
it is
a
God.
still
rock.
good.
So
And it
between
is
the
still good.
stream
No,
and
the
the
point
time.
is at the moment in time, it is a rock. It is a rock, no matter who
Pixie, you're
feels what
yelling,
about it.
and Midnight
Because
doesn't want to hear
listening,
yelling.
because you keep moving the goalpost
No,
as
I'm
if
not
you're
moving
changing
the
the argument.
goalposts. I'm sticking
Yes,
to
you
where
are.
I'm at.
You're saying
See, this is
no,
the
because
funny thing, right? So you're telling me again what my beliefs are. You keep doing it.
I'm not. What I asked
You're
was,
still
did I
yelling
get
into
it
the mic
correct?
too. Stop
Okay,
yelling.
what I asked was, did I get it correct? And then I did not try to explain your belief. I said, I understand where you're coming from. My problem in accepting that argument is I'm having trouble bridging the gap between subjective from God and objective to people because to me, it's still subjective. I look at objectivity more the way I look at the laws of logic. A is A and A is not B. And it doesn't matter who it pleases, and it doesn't matter who thinks it's good or bad, and it doesn't matter who feels great about it. It is what it is, and that is objective. Once somebody starts feeling some sort of way about it, it becomes subjective, even if that being is not human.
Can you
So-
stop doing that? It's fucking annoying.
Yeah,
And
well,
I-
so
go.
so obviously we do see things differently in this. And because Midnight is getting aggravated with me, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and bow out because obviously I'm not going to.
No. I'm not getting aggravated with you. I'm getting aggravated with everybody interrupting each other rather than having a nice conversation. I get that, the tensions are high or what, you're having an argument or whatever, but try to do one at a fucking time. Is that so much to ask?
That's fair. I appreciate that. So yes, Pixie, you and I absolutely do see things differently, and you are actually very well educated. You do know your Bible, and that I can definitely appreciate. I will say this: there's nothing that I can possibly do to change your mind. So for me, my beliefs are between me and God. We can, talk about the things till we're blue in the face, but ultimately, because I have a personal relationship with what I believe to be the true creator and all that, I've come to realize that the only way that I can get the
Does he buy you
answers.
flowers? Sorry.
Yeah, sometimes.
And I want to say that I respect that. I'm not trying to change your mind. I couldn't even change my own mind, right? Like,
And all I would say to Rick is it's your belief that God exists, but then you can't go on to make like declarative statements.
But I can.
About I mean
did.
you can, but you shouldn't
Gotcha.
expect anyone to agree with you.
Oh, I'm not
or
expecting it.
to
I'm not
be
expecting it.
convincing. Yeah.
Yeah.
You
No, I'm
shouldn't
not.
be-
I'm not expecting. I'm just having a conversation.
Yeah.
no, I think what happened was he thought I was trying to tear his argument apart, and I probably came across that way, especially given our historical spats. But what I was trying to do was reinforce that I heard you and I understood where you were coming from, but where I'm struggling bridging the gap in my own mind because I
Gotcha.
too have biases.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was trying to get to you, Pixie, is that if God's subjective view of reality changes our objective view of reality, then his subjectiveness is objectiveness to us.
Right, which is what he was saying. And I do get that. I get how you could say it was objective because it applied to us subjectively, even though it was subjective to him. But to me, and I understand that, but I still have trouble bridging that gap because, as I said before, once anybody or anything feels any kind of way, it becomes a matter of subjectivity in my mind.
Okay. So yeah, and that's understandable. So the way that I actually do see it is the objective reality that the things like what is good, right? That is based the same way as the laws of physics are based. So it's just objective. It's just reality. What is good is good.
But Brick, I can change what is evil by changing objective reality. One of the best examples I use for this is stomping babies. If I cover the world in 2 feet of babies, recreational baby stomping isn't going to be considered evil anymore because you just have to do it to go about your life.
Right. So when I presented my premise, what I was saying is that evil actually is subjective.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
Yeah. Whereas good, on the other hand, in reality that we live in, is objective.
That's where I disagree with you.
This might be a stupid argument, but like say, like you buy a t-shirt, one person will think it's good, another person might think it's bad. So how is all good things objectively good?
That's preference.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
it was stupid to do it.
Yeah, I would say that
you can't be wrong about preference.
Yeah, and all the shirts are good, all the rocks are good, all the human beings are good, all of the creation itself is good.
What I was going to say, Brick, is good can be objectively changed because, like, say somebody is giving their child a lot of things. Well, they might think that's good because it makes your child happy, but other people are going to see that as bad because in the long run, the child's may become spoiled and entitled. So what's good to one person isn't good to another person. Therefore, it has to be subjective.
Well, so with the spoiling, there's only really one spoiling that I could imagine. I can't see giving as a evil or bad thing. I can only see not disciplining as a bad thing or possibly even evil because you're not. And yes, there's so again going back to evil is subjective, whereas good is not. So giving is good, and that's objective.
I just don't want us to go too far afield of objective, subjective. I was up there preparing some late night meal, which I shouldn't have.
What'd you make? Is it good? Can I have some?
Depends on what you're giving, by the way.
I reheated mac and cheese that I made earlier, and I put some of my homemade pasta sauce with my tomatoes out of my garden, and I added some Parmesan cheese, and it's delicious. My kids called it macaroni and cheese. So they always asked for it when I was a kid, or when they were a kid. So
I think I actually have some I could make really quick.
You should, man. It's so good. So the interesting thing for me is I was up there pondering, listening to the conversation going back and forth, and this question goes out to both sides, and at being on the side of good is objectively provable. And there's some that aren't. So the question would be, how does your worldview that good is subjective or objective help you to operate and live a better life? So let me try to explain that a little, unless you guys are understanding what I'm saying. Like, so if you are right and it is subjective, how is that a net benefit to your life for it being subjective? If you are right and it is objective, how is that in your life a net benefit ordering your life? So who wants to go first? And please, let's not yell and argue.
Please let me go first because I want a cigarette. Okay.
Yeah, go.
So the reason that my view of the subjective judgment on objective reality works for me and benefits me is because when I look at other people and how they view the objective reality and how they come to what's what I'm looking for here, how they react to it, I can view them, see how they do it, and then decide for myself if that is the best course of action, because their judgment may be a lot different to what mine is. All right.
And I will say it kind of doesn't matter how it helps your life. Morality is either subjective or objective. That's just the fact of it. It doesn't matter how it helps your life. Really.
But Wildheart, you're not answering the question.
Is
it objective? If you were to do 50 push-ups a day, would that objectively help your health?
Yeah, I was going to answer the question as well. I just wanted to point out that whether it helps your life or not, it's either true or not. The two different
No.
things.
Well, so that's the premise of the question. So now you're rephrasing the question to mean absolutely not what I'm asking. So I'm
Right,
not
so-
saying you have to agree with it or not. I'm asking you to do a thought experiment based on your belief that it's subjective or objective. I'm not associating one way or another. That's up to you. Now, I'd
Yeah.
like you to state whether you think it's objective or subjective, and then to explain to me how it's a net benefit to your life for it to be one or the other, and if you can do that.
Yeah, right. My moral view is that you have to start off with a subjective like frame. So mine is well-being. So you start off like agreeing that well-being is the basis of morality, and from there, once you that bit is subjective, but from there you can work out like objective facts from that subjective. Like drinking battery acid is objectively against well-being. So you have to pick the first thing, which is subjective, but from then on, you can make objective like decisions about what is best for well-being and what is worst for well-being, and you can do that in every situation. Do you know what I mean?
No, because you're saying things are subjective
No,
and
I-
objective at the same time.
No, he's saying it's where you no, he's saying nothing is subjective and objective at the same time. He's saying where you place your value is the subjective thing. If you are placing your value in the subjective thing of well-being, if well-being is what is good to you, then within that subjective on top of that subjective foundation, I guess you'd say, you have some objective facts, right? That exercising is objectively good for your health. Drinking battery acid is objectively bad for your health. But this is based on the subjective premise that health is something you value, right? So that's what he's saying. You can have objective things working towards something subjective.
Yeah.
So, is subjectivity when in regards to morals? So, battery acid is not moral. It's not amoral or immoral.
But it
is
becomes,
amoral, meaning, but how it's being applied by another person. Like if I
But
were to
it-
splash battery acid on you because I'm a Muslim, I might think it's a good thing to do that because you're an apostate. But would you objectively think that it would be a good thing for me to splash? I mean, I think it's a good thing. You're an apostate.
But what I'm saying is, once you've agreed that well-being is the foundation, then it is objectively bad to drink battery acid because that would harm your well-being.
My query, and let me
That's an objective fact.
Let me restate my query then.
Yeah.
How is thinking that morals are subjective or objective a net benefit to your life? Not necessarily your well-being. You were putting well-being. I used push-ups as an example for exercising, not exercising. So what I'm saying, an overall net benefit, if your belief system that it is subjective is correct, how has it been a net benefit to your life? Because I'm hearing a lot of contention and arguing going back and forth. To me, that's not a net benefit. That's more contention.
No, yeah, but like I said, once you agree on well-being being the foundation, then every decision you make you would want to get the best objective outcome that would help yours and everyone else's well-being. So that's how
That's not going to work because, all right, so that's not going to work because pouring battery acid on the apostates would increase the well-being of everybody else around them because you remove the apostate and remove their stain to get towards God.
No.
So it doesn't actually work.
You're actually
unfortunately.
you're actually kind of
I don't see the problem with
you're
the
actually
question.
kind of making his argument though, because what he said is that it's not neither good or bad is objective, right? That the only time you have objective is when you collectively agree on something subjective. For example, if you collectively agree on the subjective idea that well-being is good, then you could say that drinking battery acid is objectively against well-being and eating a proper diet and exercising is objectively good for well-being, but it's only objective to the subjective frame you have previously laid.
Yeah.
Well, how about this? Are there pleasurable things in life at all? I'm not understanding how this question is eluding people.
Yeah, it's not being answered at all. I want to know not how it could be a benefit in my life. I want to know how your worldview that morals are objective or subjective is a benefit in your life. Present your case.
It keeps me from hating a lot of people I disagree with. That's for one.
Because given that framework that I've just described, I would always aim to go to the best well-being. Therefore, it will be optimally good for my life because I will be doing everything that would promote health. Promote everything. I will be trying to do everything which would promote my well-being. That
was a better answer.
I would say the biggest way it has affected my life, honestly, is the fact that I live in America, meaning I live in a melting pot, and I've moved around enough to know that that statement is very, very true. If I expected my moral values to align with the moral values of everyone around me, I don't think I could have a friend.
I like that
Do you
answer.
think you could interact with people if you expected everybody to have the exact same moral scale you had? Like, how would you even operate in the world?
Which would also tend to indicate that objective morality doesn't exist. Because everyone disagrees on what is moral.
I don't know about that, but what I did hear describe, moving around from place to place because certain places are more beneficial subjectively, but probably also objectively, I would imagine as well.
No, I'm saying cultures view things differently, and some things that are completely amoral can be considered good or bad in different cultures when they're neither good or bad themselves. Right? For example, I had a science teacher. I gave him a thumbs up. Now, I did not know that the man had lived in Turkey and Jordan before he came to the U.S., so he was very offended by my thumbs up and wanted to know why I was giving him the bad finger, right? I didn't know it was a bad finger, and I kept telling him, no, Mr. Daddy Gun, this is the bad finger. And he's like, no. Right? It took a whole week. It took a whole week to convince him this was not like telling him off, right? And that's just a finger. It's neither good or bad. And you're telling me, right, that if we can't even agree on whether this is a good or a bad thing, we're just going to magically agree on.
So you're telling me that the subjectivity of different people orientating around different values, being subjective, is going to lead to misunderstandings and potentially conflict.
No.
So
what
therefore,
objective
morals.
That is the exact.
It might not be what you're trying to say, but that's
no.
the effect of it.
You said the exact opposite of what I said. What I said was understanding that other people do not have the exact same moral framework as me has allowed me to operate.
And so
in a society full of very unique people.
So having understanding might even be considered objective.
For the theists, all right, is the devil tempting Jesus in the 40 days or whatever it's called, was that objectively evil or
the
good?
Wilderness.
Yeah, was that objectively evil or good?
Objectively, that would be good.
Yeah, because he's following the plan, the path, yada yada.
So, because all good is objective.
But so that means the devil is capable of good.
So if you've got somebody sitting right next to somebody else that subjectively thinks that to barbecue a dog alive in order to get its fur off is literally sitting right out in their front lawn with a dog in a cage so it can't move one way or the other with a blowtorch, blowtorching its hair off because it believes that stress on the dog, adrenaline, basically makes that meat taste better. And that's their culture. And subjectively, that's a good thing. And then you're sitting on your front lawn watching this, listening to this dog howl in pain, not be able to move and avoid that pain that it's being. And you're going to sit there and go, well, you know, it's a really good thing that I'm subjective
hold on,
about the
hold
fact.
on.
Hold on,
So
hold on. Let me
obvious-
finish my premise. So you're going to sit there and say at that person, you don't think that that's going to cause conflict because you understand that subjectively my morals don't really matter when their morals are going to outweigh my morals, or I just have to be understanding that
what I'm saying is you're
there's all
making
kinds
an
of shapes.
emotional. What I'm saying is you're making
It's
an
not an
emotional.
emotional thing. It's an
Hold
objective
on.
thing that can
Let me.
be
You asked me
demonstrated
to
in
let
the
you
world.
finish.
One
You
at a
asked me to let me-
time, please.
You're making an emotional appeal because I can say the same thing about our very culture. There are
What are
plenty
morals
of
if not
There
emotions?
are, hold on, I'm not done yet. There are plenty of Hindus who believe in reincarnation and think half their ancestors are cows, and we're over here putting bolts in their head and serving and making express lines to serve them in every fucking restaurant we have, right? All right, those are
Easy,
their
easy
ancestors,
now.
right? You
Easy.
think that's not going to
Yep.
cause
Just a
conflict?
Yeah, it
conversation.
sounds like
Because it's
conflict to
your
me.
culture. It's your culture. You're
That's
okay
your
with it, right?
that's your subjective view of morals.
No, that's not what
going
I'm
to
saying.
cause conflict.
Sure, we're going to have
Everyone
conflict.
agreed. If everyone agreed objectively to do X is wrong, then everyone would know that if someone did X, then they were doing an evil.
That's not true because there's always going to be nuance because people will always divide themselves. I used the example of murder earlier. Globally, we say murder is wrong. However, what constitutes murder versus what constitutes a justified killing is not something we globally agree on. It's not something that's going to happen.
So you're missing.
It doesn't matter what I want. It
You're
just
missing
is.
the forest for the trees.
No, I'm not. You're saying these things
I'm
are
saying you have a
objective, and I
magic
can see it'd
wand.
be easier if they were
I'm
objective.
saying,
But
Pixie.
where has
I'm
your
sa-
objective view got in the world? Is it
Wow,
objective
dude.
in the world?
Pixie,
I'm
please stop
saying
yelling.
you have a magic wand, Pixie, and you can make all morals objective or you can make them subjective. If you choose subjective, how is that going to help your world? How is that going to create order in your world? If
Either way,
if all
everything's
morals
gonna
are
be-
subjective.
I hate to break it to you, but objectivity doesn't give you order. People break the rules all the time, and nothing's going to stop that. Declaring it a rule isn't going to magically make people stop doing it.
I would like to play with the premise personally. I thought it was a wonderful premise, and I know that I heard Theo's view of what benefits he's had. I've heard that Wildheart doesn't see it that way. Also, Pixie, you don't see it that way. That these things are just absolutely ludicrous ideas. That they're just, I mean, it's just the way that it's perception to me. Maybe I'm wrong on that. That subjective and objective just simply do not exist as ideas. And if that's the case, that's fine. But I would like to play with the premise myself. So
I got a quick
personally,
question for the channel master. Is he here tonight, Richard?
No,
he's away, bro.
I was just
Midnight,
wondering if anybody remembers Yuri
No.
and if he's disappeared or has he showed up ever. Yuri, you remember Yuri or no?
no, I don't know.
No, he doesn't come on here.
No.
You haven't seen him anywhere? Wildheart.
No.
Praises, I've seen him recently,
No.
but he doesn't come on.
Recently? Have you seen Yuri?
Yeah, like last week, I think it was.
Oh, good. I was wondering what happened to him. We haven't seen him in a long time. Good. How you doing, Wildheart? Good to see you. I just noticed you guys were live and I was just looking for him, just inquiring. All right, I'll let you get back to your conversation. Thanks.
Well, you're more than welcome to stay.
I'm gonna
be all right.
I do my own thing. I was just roaming around. I saw you guys were live and
cool, man.
I'm kind of wondering what happened to Yuri. And if you ever see Yuri, tell him to stop over.
The news unit. All right, good to
All right,
meet you, man.
Take care.
Bye, Dave.
Yep. Okay. So yeah, I just wanted to play with the premise because I wanted to talk about the benefits that I see of the objective, which is, in my view, the good. So the objective good, and I look at all of creation, and what I see is that all of reality screams out to me that God is real. And because of that, I try to look for those good things. And so because all of reality that exists is good, even when what I would consider evil acts, not the people, but the acts that they do is evil, I try to not take it too to heart, because for me, the things that I've studied, the things that I've learned, looking at it from that outside perspective, attempting to anyway, I've realized that vengeance isn't mine. It's difficult at times, but like I said, even the rocks themselves, to me, scream out that creation is real, that God is real, and because He is real, that He will at some point in time take His vengeance.
So can I ask you,
So go ahead.
what is it though that being objective because being objective simply means it just is, right? It's not backed by feelings or emotions or perceptions or desires or anything like that. It's something that just is.
So
Now,
for
hold on. If we have objective good, if good just
no, because
is, hold on, wait a minute. Wait, let me
you're
finish.
gonna go off.
Let her speak.
No, I'm not going to go off. Let me finish my question.
Go ahead, whatever.
What if objective is good? If good is objective, all that says is good is good. It doesn't say that people don't do bad. It doesn't say that people do good. It just says good is good. So people ask me the benefit of a worldview of subjective morality, but what exactly does objective do other than this is a rule that most people probably already have? Continue.
So, in response to that, as I mentioned about God and looking at it from His point of view, right? So, we are in subject to Him. We are subjective to Him. His reality is the objective. The way that I just worded that should be so obvious at this point.
This is why people hate philosophy, by the way.
No, but that's the problem. You're coming
muted,
at
Pixie.
it. You're coming at it from
Pixie. You're muted.
Like a God point of view.
Oh God!
I
For the
mean-
love of God, don't tell her she's muted.
I think you said it backwards because I think earlier we established that although the law would be subjective as it came from God, it would be objective in its application to people, right?
But again,
yes,
but
that was
again,
actually exactly
you're,
right. Yes.
you're coming at it from a God point of view, and you believe that God exists because rocks exist, apparently. So I'm just saying, whatever you say after that, it's not going to convince anyone.
Well, I'm not trying to
Well, you're
convince
being
you.
dismissive of that. So in the Bible, in my belief system, in the Bible that I read, it says that it warns the Hebrews to stop thinking they're so lofty and high and mighty that God could even make the rocks into a Jew.
Right. So wild heart. I want to go ahead and tackle this real quick. When I'm speaking, right, about the things that I believe, you tend to personalize it as if I'm trying to convince you of something. I'm not trying to be a jerk or nothing. I really
He's
don't
just
give
trying
a
to
damn.
argue his why he thinks it's good in his worldview. You guys haven't really said why subjectivity is good in your worldview. What I hear actually is you're
I think I
creating
did.
confusion and contention.
No,
Trying to tear
what
down my worldview.
What I said is I don't think that there really is any benefit to either because when I think about it, all saying something is objective does is say that this is a rule, but that's fine. It doesn't keep anybody from breaking the rule. It doesn't keep anybody from not acknowledging the rule. It just says good is good. And what is the benefit of saying good is good? There isn't a
Pixie.
benefit. It's
What is
just
the
good is
benefit
good.
of chaos?
If every time you present an argument, I say I don't give a damn, then how are you going to feel about me? The same way I feel about you.
I'm not saying I don't give a damn. That's not what I said. I said you're asking me the benefits of subjective, but it's as incoherent
I'm
as
still
asking
waiting for
the
an
benefits
answer.
of objective because objective just means it's a rule. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't
Pixie, I
do
just want,
anything.
but listen, Pixie, I want you to recognize. I'm
If
sorry, DT. One second.
if she gave you the benefits of subjectivity, it would just be more subjection.
Thank you. And so are the benefits of objectivity. Like, for example, if I said we all collectively agree that murder is wrong, it's not going to prevent murder. That doesn't prevent murder.
Okay, well, hold on. DT
So
touched on something very important right there. So if I can tell you the benefits of things that are objective, they would be objectively objective. There would be more objectivity about how objective they are. So what you're saying is, well, hold on. What DT just said is really important.
That's not what he
DT,
said.
please allow me to finish. Please allow me to finish my premise, please.
No,
sir.
I won't, because what you said is wrong. You're strawmanning me. That is not what I said.
Well, hold on now. So hold up. So hold on. So we're doing polar opposites here because and I was just getting ready to talk about what you just said. Because if one is true, then the opposite is necessarily true. Right?
What would you give me? What would you give me objectively? Tell me what is good objectively about objectivity. I'll wait.
You made a statement. Your statement was that if we were talking about the benefits of subjectivity, it would just become more and more subjective.
He said the
Was
same
that
of
not what you said?
Listen,
the same of objectivity.
I'll give you a quick. Hold on.
Dude, you don't have to scream into your mic. No one can hear you when you're screaming into your damn mic.
Said.
You got a shitty mic, so just talk normal.
You were trying to pin. You were trying to pin Pixie down and asking her to tell you what was good about subjectivity.
I just sat there for the last 5 minutes of watching her trying to pin him down on his worldview, and she didn't even answer hers.
Yes, you did. Hold on, wait, pause, DT. Yes, I did answer it. I said the one subjective benefit I get from having a subjective worldview is more
understanding why people don't want to actually have a conversation.
I don't expect them to have my moral compass. Second of all, I did not tear this down. That is not what I was doing. So don't lie.
It's objectively obvious to me that subjectivity is chaos.
The same, sir.
I'm sorry. Say again.
Right. So now,
I didn't hear your question.
Did you not just ask Pixie a moment ago to tell you the benefits of subjectivity?
Yes.
Which I had already answered, and then I said,
and what you described.
Hold on. I said, the more I think about it,
the welcome to my nightmare.
I can't argue a benefit to either side because calling it subjective or calling it objective does nothing to the free will of the people. The people will do what they will do no matter what rule you put in place and label it.
Yes, but I can seek justice. I can't seek justice.
But we can already do that. That's
true.
But
no,
we can.
Nope.
You can do that. Yes, you can. You can do that whether it's subjective. I will explain. No, I will explain because I argued that we are already subjective, right? So, again, murder. It is wrong to murder. If somebody murders your cousin, you can seek justice. You can take them to court. Now,
but not in your subjective worldview.
No, you can. The difference is what constitutes murder. No, here's the difference.
Because what if I don't think murder's wrong? I think your subjective view of murder being wrong is wrong.
You're not letting me finish. You're not letting me finish. You're not letting me finish. Okay? But what
you think does not bar what she can seek.
Murder. Hold on.
That's insane.
Judges would disagree. That's why we have fucking judges, mate.
Just let Pixie finish.
The reason I say it's still subjective is because what constitutes murder versus a justified killing is different in the United States than it is in Afghanistan, than it is in Iran, than it is in probably England. What is justified as self-defense in the United States is probably not justified as self-defense in some of the other countries. So while murder is wrong and you can get justice for murder, what is defined as murder versus a justified killing is still different from culture to culture.
How do you objectively determine that murder is wrong?
I am not the one who said it was objective. I'm asking you if you make
want you to objectively prove to me without a shadow of a doubt why it's wrong.
I'm asking you if you make murder objective. If you say murder is objective, I didn't claim objectivity. So I'm asking you if you say murder is objectively wrong. What?
I'm asking you in your subjective opinion of your worldview how you can objectively prove what you're saying.
Does it change your ability to prosecute a murder? Does it change somebody's ability to murder? Does it change somebody's inclination to murder?
Shut up, you Squirt harder, you fucking retard.
Idiot.
What does it...
Just give me 1 minute.
No, hold on.
Hey, if everybody's just going to talk for me, I'm just going to talk for everybody till somebody fucking
get a less shittier mic then before you do that.
When you call it
we hear more than every third word.
When you
Fuck
call
you. Eat a
when you
fucking dick.
ET, quiet, please. Fixie,
when you call
please
it
go ahead.
objective, what does it change? Does it change someone's inclination to murder? Does it change the punishment for murder? Does it change your ability to litigate them? Because it hasn't. I don't think
Yes.
I don't
By
think
definition of subjectivity, it does.
only if
Because
you
exponentially,
No, I'm saying
exponentially. Well, do you want an answer, or do you want to just keep gish galloping?
No, it does if you move, but I'm saying right now in your life, the fact that Syria does not agree on what constitutes.
Yes, you said that 5 times.
Yes, I'm saying
That
does that
subjectivity
prevent you?
will exponentially decrease in your ability
You're
to understand
not-
that Okay.
No, you're not understanding me. What I'm saying is you're looking at it from this culture, and that's fine because you live in this culture. Does them disagreeing with you prevent you from prosecuting the way your culture sees fit here? Does it? If
I'm
you
try-
call it objective,
I'm
are
trying
they
to understand. I'm trying to
agree with
understand.
you?
I'm really desperately trying to understand you. Do you not understand the exponentially decrease that subjectivity creates? Because there might be cultures out there that you haven't even discovered yet that will even further degrade what you subjectively think is moral. No matter how low you set the bar, someone will always come along subjectively and say that it's not.
I didn't say I agreed with their morals or that they changed my morals. What I said
So how
was
does it
I
benefit you?
acknowledged.
It's
What I
called
said was I
subjective.
acknowledged that they don't have to share my morals. That's a different thing.
And how does that benefit you?
Sorry,
Go
just
ahead,
one
go ahead,
minute.
Wildheart.
Yeah, can I just point out that Generally Specific has just asked Pixie, who has a subjective morality, to demonstrate that murder is objectively wrong. That is literally impossible. It's a nonsensical
Yes.
question.
Yes, because her argument is nonsensical.
No,
if
it's
you can't
not.
objectively prove that murder is wrong because
Because
your
she doesn't
worldview
have
is
an objective
subjectivity,
morality.
then
You
your
can't
argument is a snake
prove
eating
Hold
its
on,
own
murder is
tail.
hold on. Hold on. I would
It's a
like
non
generally
sequitur.
generally
If
specific.
you can justify
you
a war,
prove-
you can't prove that murder is wrong. So don't come at
I
me.
would like you to prove. I would like you to objectively prove to all of us that murder is wrong. Generally specific.
The Bible. It's the
Actually, I
unjustified
can do
taking
it
of
very
innocent
so,
life.
so God is morally wrong because God killed people. Thanks for that lovely
No, it is
Yes,
the unjustified taking
You
of
told me
human
everything
life.
I need to know.
The
Thank you.
unjustified. God can do what he wants with his creation. The potter can smash the pottery anytime
Right,
he
but
wants.
God instructed
Guess
humans
what?
to kill other
guess
humans
what?
and babies
Guess
and
what?
mommies
Guess
and kids.
what?
So he
Then
made
it's
his
subjective.
creation
Then
Then
it's
it's still-
justified.
No, it's
You know
not.
what?
It's subjective
It's
to
It's
God.
that. Listen,
It's
you know what I've just
subjective to
noticed?
God.
I've just noticed something right
What
here,
have you
right?
just noticed?
So there's two people, right, that
Two
are just
people.
talking and talking and talking and talking and talking and talking and talking and
Right.
talking. Can I go on? Right? They're
Yes.
just talking. And they've
You
been
know-
asked the question, and instead of answering the
Answering it.
question, all they want to do is talk and talk
I
and talk
did
and talk.
answer
So
it.
so
I answered
so
it
hold
a
on,
long
because
time ago.
I want to
said-
answer. Listen, stop.
This-
Stop. Can I?
No,
can I
I
look,
have answered
because
it.
you were
Don't
going to
lie.
talk. Okay, go ahead, talk then.
Over everyone, Pixie.
Well, stop
Maybe they like to
lying. I
talk.
have answered it multiple times. Acknowledge
So
that.
okay, we're going to move on from this. Okay, listen. The question was asked how to prove that murder is subjective or objective. The word exists.
Wrong.
And
I don't
nobody
care.
agrees on what it is.
What it is. The word exists.
Yes, and
For a
nobody
reason.
agrees
That wasn't
what
the question.
constitutes murder
The word
versus what
exists for a
constitutes
reason.
justified killing.
Stop,
He
hold
just
on, hold on,
called.
Which
hold on,
word?
hold on. Listen for 2 seconds. Slow down. Breathe. The word exists for a reason. It is not kill. Okay? The word is not kill. The word is murder.
Murder
Right.
means unjustified killing. What is unjustified
Just
is what
unjustified
is
taking
debated. Nobody agrees on
of an
what
innocent
is a
life.
justified murder and what is an unjustified murder.
Yes,
Just because
they
it
do.
says
People
home
definitely make agreements all the
No.
time. Yes, people agree all the time. Yes,
not
people
Not
globally.
objectively.
Yes,
Not
Do they
people
object-
agree.
No.
People
they
make
don't.
agreements all the time. Yes,
Not
people
make
agree
agreements all
objectively?
the time.
All right.
Look, hold on. Stop. Before you two
Subjectively.
flip out again, I want to have a conversation with GS.
Are they
okay?
objective
And now I want you to
agreements?
hold on. Stop for 2 seconds. I want to have a conversation with GS.
All right, we'll show
GS.
them how a conversation works. Yes, sir.
Yes,
right.
please.
Yes.
The two intellectuals
Hold on,
in the
stop,
room.
dude.
Have
Stop.
at it.
Shut up.
DT, what's it like being a virgin at 40?
Jesus.
Go ahead, Brick.
All right.
What's it like eating this? What's it like?
Wow.
What's it like gobbling a dick and then
Wow,
finding
that's a hell of
God?
an admin. Whatever.
Go ahead, Brick.
Can't even
So
speak.
GS.
What's it like to gobble enough
Stop,
dicks to find
dude.
God?
Stop, please. Okay, GS.
Yes, sir.
So you and I probably agree on a whole lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas there are some things that we don't agree on.
Naturally.
Can you slow down just for like 2 seconds, dude, before you
Yeah,
choke?
a little less teeth next time, DT. Thank you.
That's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah,
Get
I
off
know
his
you're
dick
trying to
and
get
get
at
on
it.
with your
Okay, we
point.
get
I
it.
know
Yeah,
you're trying
we
to
get
get
it.
at my
You're trying to get
dick.
at it.
A little less teeth if you want it, buddy.
Yeah, please.
I'll
I
go
want
balls
me-
deep. I don't have a problem.
I want a meal, not a snack, sir.
Right.
well.
So
Beggars
objectively,
can't be choosers. Go
That's
ahead.
how a conversation goes. Evidently.
So I see that you guys are still trying to interrupt the conversation that GS
Well, that's
and I
what
are having.
chaos agents do.
Yeah.
They're
Can
agents of
GS
chaos.
and I have actually a
I'm an
conversation?
agent of
here?
chaos.
So stop for 2 seconds, dude. Let us have a conversation.
Literally
How do
everyone
I
in this room
stop?
is an agent of chaos. Like,
How
yes,
do
we're
I
gonna get
stop
to-
if I'm an agent of chaos?
Shut your mouth.
I just
No,
want them to
can't.
die.
I'm an agent
I
of
know.
chaos.
I obviously know this. So shut up, dude. Seriously.
Well,
mute your
then
mic
why
or
don't you
something. If you
understand
can't
why I
shut your
can't shut
mouth,
my
just mute
mouth?
your mic. Shut your
Why
pie
do you
hole.
How come you don't understand that?
So you're admitting that you're only coming here to derail the conversation, DD? Is that what
Yes,
you're saying, mate?
that's why
Then
I'm here,
shut the
100%.
Well,
fuck
then
up, you
leave
piece
because
of
we don't
shit.
need you.
Oh my God, who are you, sir, to tell me to shut the fuck up?
Somebody
You
that's
don't
been
even know
here
me.
for like
Take
5.5
control.
hours, and you come along and you want to fucking take all the
You've been here
tacos
for-
and tip
Yeah.
over the
You've been
sandbox.
here
a
Sit
for
here,
little
pretend
5.5
like you're gonna white
hours.
knight for somebody.
You sound like
She
a
doesn't
fag,
need
and your
your
shit's
help.
all fucking
Hours,
retarded.
and you're calling me a 40-year-old
No,
virgin?
you literally came up
I'm
here
sorry, 50-year-old
with
virgin.
a whole
Talking
defense of
about the
Pixie.
same
She's got
fucking
no
bullshit.
intent
Oh my
to have
God,
a derailed
man.
conversation. We were
Get
having
Go
a
ahead,
fine
Brick.
conversation
life.
without you.
Just ignore the
Get a
troll.
fucking life, dude.
Ignore the
I
troll.
thought we made progress.
Let's
Yeah,
go.
we did. We
Let's
did.
go,
and,
Brick.
and I can actually have a conversation with you, Pixie. At this point, you and I don't see eye to eye on things. I know this, but
Roger. All right, let's have the conversation, Brick. What's your
okay.
premise?
So objectively,
question.
if you stay out in the sun too long, you're probably going to get sunburnt, correct?
Well, subjectively, depending on the melanin in your skin.
That's true too. So
See, I can be objective. I'm not
Yeah.
Glock 9000 DT. That's called being objective. Go ahead, Brick.
Oh,
So
come on,
next
yes. You just did a little bit of lip boxing when he was being quiet.
Well,
ahead.
so,
Go ahead,
so
Brick.
what you guys are noticing is that me and GS can have a conversation. Plus, we can agree on things. Plus, watch this. So, what's
Are you?
what's the absolute
done?
worst jelly or jam that you could possibly have?
Shit jam, I guess. Battery acid mixed with shit.
Yeah, there's some pretty
with
bad
volcanic.
disgusting- Yeah, some pretty
lava.
bad stuff.
I
Now,
don't
what's
know.
the best? What's the best?
That's a good question, man. I don't know. Whatever God would put in front of me would be
So-
considered a blessing and an abundance.
So,
Great
so I
conversation,
actually have a
brother.
preference. So I actually can you stop, dude? So I actually have a preference.
Mhm.
I love orange marmalade.
Oh, actually, I do enjoy marmalades
I absolutely
too. Go
love
ahead.
it. And it's really a toss up between that and strawberry jam, to be
Okay.
honest with you. Do you have a preference?
A preference?
Mm-hmm.
I do like a good marmalade, even though that it has a burnt kind of flavor to the rind. I know that's off-putting to some people, but I also like really strong coffee that sits on the back of your tongue and really just sits there. I like the bottom of the barrel for my beer. So yeah, I got a lot of preferences.
If I may interrupt your riveting conversation, you've been here for 5.5 hours and you're talking about jam.
Yep. That's right.
Well, I was just in fairness talking about jamming my cock down your throat, balls deep. So I guess technically I brought it up first. Go ahead,
Buddy, I could suck your cock and
you
still
can.
whistle.
I know you
I
can.
could suck
I
your
know
cock
you
and
can.
still whistle.
Hold on
I
a
know
sec.
you can, buddy.
Can we keep this shit to a minimum, because I don't think Richard would appreciate this shit on his channel.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Pretty well.
I vote
Can
to
I
get
just
rid of
point out-
DT.
And I just point out, they're talking about preferences. Didn't we agree before that preferences have nothing to do with subjective or
No,
objective.
we didn't agree with that. In fact, GS and I would probably see eye to eye on that. That those are
That's what
actually
someone told
subjective.
me.
What if
Theological
you and
told me that
what if
preference
you and
has nothing to
GS
do.
had your own channel to talk about
That was
jam?
Oh, we do.
I'm
Yeah,
agnostic.
well, we do have our own
Wouldn't that
channels,
be
but we
great?
came here to D-Doc's channel, and I consider D-Doc a decent guy, and I like having conversations
too.
with D-Doc and other people on his panel. I mean, if you're
I
not
have
interested
great
in having a
conversations
conversation,
with
then you're
Richard.
more than welcome to leave.
Who's
I have
D-Doc?
great
If you
conversations.
had
with
respect for
Richard.
Richard, you wouldn't come in
Richard?
here to specifically
Oh,
derail the conversation, mate. That is a
Oh,
fucking blatant line.
Thank you,
you don't
Theo.
know me very well, mate.
He's got
I can only know you from what you presented to me, mate.
He's got
Right.
Wait, stop. Theological, that's fair, but he was saying that because he was being accused of it. That isn't the whole reason he came in. I've known DT. Hold on. I've known DT for he admitted to it sarcastically. He wasn't being serious. I've known DT for a long time,
Man,
and we
that's a
haven't
cool-ass
always seen eye
background.
to eye.
Yeah, it is.
We've not always seen eye to eye. We've had our own rough patches, but he's not a bad person, and he's not just some troll.
Are you
And I
saying
love
that
it when
object-
I have a Christian in the room telling me to suck his cock. I love
Yeah.
that.
So
Thank
hey,
you.
I'm saved,
Richard
but
would
I'm a long
approve.
way from fixed.
Richard would approve.
I'm a broken down
No, he
retired
wouldn't.
paratrooper, dude. I've jumped out of planes. I'll jump in your ass
Right.
all day, every
And
day.
I'm a felon.
Always on fucking Sundays
So
after
good
church.
luck on finding somebody perfect.
Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations
All
on
right.
derailing the
Hey.
conversation, throwing out ad hominems, being absolutely
Guys,
disgusting
This is
on
not a
a
junior high
decent
law
man's
course.
channel.
I don't care who has a bigger dick. I'm already taken. Can we just focus?
Oh,
I
I'm
get
not.
what
I'm
I
not
get.
really. I'm already
I
taken.
get what I get, bro.
Then let's jump out of the junior high locker room, please.
And my wife has got a bigger dick than DD or DT.
Wow.
For the record.
Right on.
Being the voice of reason.
At least one.
Wow,
Are you
this is my
swingers?
type of
Are you-
stream. Bigger
Are you
dick
and your wife?
penises. Hold up.
Are you and your
Hey,
wife
don't
swingers?
be transphobic, man. Don't be a
How
transphobe.
big is your wife's dick?
Don't be a transphobe. That sounds really transphobic.
DT.
dude.
You know what? You know what? If
No, I
Check your
wanna
privilege.
know.
Stop,
Check
everybody.
your privilege, white boy.
Does your
DT.
wife?
Yeah,
Does
white
your
boy.
wife? Does your wife swing?
At
DT.
midnight.
Can you-
Check your privilege, white boy.
DT.
Does
We're
she
on
swing?
somebody else's channel.
DT.
What is
We are-
DT? Isn't that when you got the tremors and you can't
It's
stop
detox.
shaking your
Yeah.
hand?
Exactly.
That's right. That's exactly
Delirium
what it is.
tremens.
DT
Look
is
it up.
He's a drunk.
doubting Thomas.
I
Guys,
am a
we're on
drunk.
somebody else's channel, and he is not even here.
I
Can we
love you,
just
Pixie.
stop
Not here.
already?
I just want you to know I love you.
Stop, please.
I know you're
Mom.
taken, but I still love you. Pixie, I love you. Peace and respect,
Huh?
DT.
Tog, is that you?
Peace and respect,
No,
DT.
it's not. But
Hey, Tog.
No,
God?
no,
Tog.
no.
it's no.
He goes by
No.
the name.
No.
Sorry,
No.
no.
What's up, Noel? How's it going,
No.
bud?
Guys.
The voice of reason.
Everything's gonna be all right, Brick.
Everything's gonna be
I
no
certainly
woman,
would
no
believe that.
cry.
Yeah, everything will be
Don't
all
break
right.
out again. We're gonna go to like my channel or something because I can't believe y'all are doing this while he's not here. Come yell at my channel.
Yeah, that's
Well,
My
come
magic
down,
gathering is seized up. I
What
don't
is-
know what's going on.
what do you
I was right in
expect?
the middle
What do you
of the match.
expect when you leave your channel unattended?
Richard
Well, we asked
requested us.
him to take it offline so we could be in the back.
Oh.
But
Well, and
it's not
and
unattended. Midnight Sparkle
I
has the
would-
ability to kick people. He's an administrator.
I would expect that people who know D-Doc would have a respect for his channel.
I mean,
So
I'm
I
trying
can-
not to do that.
Well,
You know, because you guys have been here for a while. You guys are having good conversations, if a bit heated. But this whole juvenile shit is just like, what are you, 5?
Thank you.
I don't
I
get
find my serenity level is inversely proportional to my expectations.
My beard smells
Right,
like
can we get back
pussy.
to the jam talk? Marmalade.
Yeah.
You know what that
I'd
smells
love
like,
to.
DT?
I like a
bet you
good
don't.
raspberry.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
You wanna
something
smell
I
my
like
finger?
that.
Yeah, tell me what Christian pussy smells like, please.
DT, holy shit.
See? Look at how aggro he is. I don't know. That came out of nowhere.
Tastes like fish. Sorry.
Unprovoked.
I don't know. All I said
It's-
was
it
I
tastes
like
like
raspberry
It
preserve.
tastes like,
was gonna say,
it tastes like multiplied fish.
I imagine the middle smells like pussy, but the bottom
That's even
smells like
better.
ass.
Ugh.
Enough to feed the masses.
The farmer tell you about his apples.
Feed the basses.
He had a whole bushel.
Pixie
Hey, this one
Reed,
time at band
help
camp,
me.
I asked how does believing
Apparently,
that
no,
that morals are
apparently nobody listens to me, which is whatever. Story of
I
my
love
life.
you, Midnight.
I didn't even hear
couldn't
you.
hear
I didn't
you.
hear you
That is
talking.
awesome.
The guy that was angrily whining about being interrupted was interrupting you, Midnight.
Look at you
I
bringing
mean,
up old wounds, man. Old wounds. Why you got to rehash old wounds? Fake news. Fake news. Everyone's saying it. You're the greatest fake news propagator on the face of the planet. So Pixie, maybe I didn't hear. Your worldview is that morals are subjective. Yes, I'm not saying that's good or bad. I want to know how you believe that morals being subjective is a net good. You said in order to understand other people and not judge them
No, I can't.
harshly.
Again, no. What I said was I can't say that it's objectively a net good for other people. All I can say is that it has made me more empathetic to differing perspectives. For me, understanding that their worldview and their moral doesn't have to exactly align with mine. I'm not saying that I wouldn't take issue with somebody that I found morally reprehensible. That's not what I'm saying at all. And I can't call it a net good because I don't think that's objective. I think that's subjective to my experience. But I also don't think I can call it a net good because I don't think it changes anything. I don't think calling something subjective or objective changes anybody's inclination to do anything.
Do you own an animal?
Yes,
Okay, a dog or a cat?
both.
Okay, let's say some Haitians allegedly in Minecraft. Allegedly.
oh my God, why did you?
Let's
bring
say
this
some
up?
Haitians move in next door and they
I
decide
have to
objectively
do
that your cat
something.
tastes really good. Your cat ends up roaming over there onto their porch because they put out some bait tuna fish cans to try to catch the neighborhood cats. And then you see your cat being trussed up into a tree like someone would put a deer.
I would think.
How would that make you feel? Would you try to be more understanding? Or would that
Well,
objectively be a horrible
No,
thing
but
that they
here's
just did to
what
your
I'm
cat?
no here's what I'm saying though. I would, with my subjective understanding, I would be absolutely outraged. Not because they eat cats. That's none of my business. But because they lured
They ate
somebody
your cat.
else's cat. Because
Your
they
cat.
lured,
So you only care about it if it affects you, but you don't care
no,
about
that's
if it
not what I'm
affects
saying.
me
I'm saying no,
as a
that's
Christian.
not. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying what they
Good
did
straw man.
was more than just eat a cat. They
Straw man,
took-
bro.
DT,
Straw man,
he's actually
bro.
just trying to
I got nothing to
understand it.
offer other than straw man, bro.
They did more to eat a
Good
cat.
straw man, bro.
They did
If
more
you
than
answer
eat
retard.
my cat. They did more than eat a cat. They stole my pet to eat it, and I do.
No,
think
they didn't
that's more than-
necessarily. They just put some
It-
tuna out on that. You
It does-
forgot.
it-
You didn't secure your property.
It
Your
doesn't matter.
property wandered onto their
It
property.
doesn't matter. My cat
Possession
has
is
a collar.
9/10 of the law.
No, it's not. My cat has a collar and it's chipped. They should know better.
Possession's
Point being-
9/10 of a law.
No, I don't care. Anyway,
Leash law. There's a leash law on cats in your
point
jurisdiction.
being, but at the end of the day, yes, I would be upset if they stole my cat to eat it. But you know
But you
what?
just get over it, right? Because
Bro, that was so funny. I
It
don't
just
it's all
think
don't
everybody
subjective.
was
Yes, do you
understanding.
want an answer to your question or not? Stop interrupting her.
You're
Hindus-
millie mouthing.
Hindus don't hate me because I had a burger last night and they think I munched down on their fucking ancestors.
How do you know?
Because I have Hindu friends.
Well, they must not be practicing.
They
No.
would disagree with you.
They don't hate me. They're upset with me. They're disappointed in me, but they understand that I don't think that that's what I'm doing.
Oh, Pixie, can I put your link in the private chat? Someone's asked for it.
But they don't hate me.
So,
And I
so,
also
so
don't-
what I'm hearing you say,
Not like
Pixie.
waving burgers in their face. Like,
What I
this.
think I'm hearing you say is subjectively, it only matters if it affects you in a way that you don't like it to affect you. Otherwise, if it affects me in a way that I don't like it to affect me, I just need to suck it up,
That's
Buttercup.
not what I said. What you missed was I pointed out the things I could legally prosecute them for.
But does that bring your cat back? Would you prefer to legally prosecute them and maybe it turns out, or would you rather have your cat back intact?
Has
Like-
the law ever brought anyone back?
Did I not already say this? Did I not already say that I would subjectively be very upset, but even throwing an objective label on something would not prevent them from doing it? There's no
You
net.
would be subjectively upset or objectively upset?
I have a subjective worldview. I would be subjectively upset. Maybe if they were back in Haiti, nobody in the neighborhood would be upset that they
So,
ate the cat. I don't know. I am upset that they ate.
Can we agree? Can we agree? Could we agree that there have been times tonight that Brick has been objectively angry and raised his voice? You have been. You like to label it passionate
I wouldn't call it
and
angry.
shrilly, but you've been angry too.
No, I'm not angry. So I wouldn't say
Objectively.
he's angry.
Those
I would
were
say
my labels.
Oh, so my subjective view that you're angry means that it overrides your objective view that you're not angry. So therefore, you got to take into consideration subjectively
saying-
that I think you're angry. Thus, it makes you angry. Otherwise, you're not being understanding of my worldview.
No, I'm saying I'm saying that I know that I'm not
Straw
angry,
man.
that I'm overly theatrical, and I have already told you that I understand where it could come across as angry to you. So
If
if
my uncle had tits, he'd be my aunt. You can call it whatever you want. I can look at it subjectively, say you look angry, and you're saying objectively I'm not angry?
that's
Can I
exactly
say something,
I didn't
please?
argue with you. I said you say that you think you perceive me as angry, and I can't argue that. If you perceive me as angry, you perceive me as angry. You
Is
can't
there an
say
objective?
you're
Is there
angry because I'm not.
Objectively.
well? So then, objectively, you don't believe you are angry.
Yes.
By your objectives.
It's impossible
No.
to be objectively angry. Emotions are necessarily tied to the mind. They are subject to a mind. It's
I
impossible
don't think
to
so.
be objectively angry.
No, yeah,
I
thank
don't
you.
think so.
Get him, DT.
Emotions are subjective. Something that comes from feeling, something that comes from your personal worldview, something that comes from your preferences. These are all subjective things. Once a mind has an opinion, it is subjective.
Nothing more than feelings. So no, I mean seriously though, I think
there's a lot of brain chemistry in there that I think would say that's pretty objective.
No, objective means it
The
does
brain
not.
chemistry, the way things are wired in our head when we're talking about like emotions,
it's measurable.
it really is. Either you're broken and things aren't working right, or things are working right.
Sociopath, psychopath.
That's
right?
like there's no changing between my understanding from the mind. Like there's nothing changing it. Either your mind and the way you process these things is broken, or it's okay. Like
So you're
over time,
saying you can't grow? You're saying you can't
lose.
grow or change. That's what
Over
you're
time,
saying.
we lose some ability because our brains degenerate as everything else. But no,
Sure, but we
it's
spend
already
a
busted.
lot of
It's already busted.
At one point, yes, but we actually spend a lot of our lives building new neural pathways, right? You're building new neural pathways until you're what? I think for a man, it's like till you're 25. So until you were 25, you didn't even have a solid state frame of mind. You were constantly building new pathways. You're in flux.
That is incorrect.
Yeah, that's way off. Actually,
What I'm talking about
you build
is like
neural
you'll
pathways
have
your whole life.
You'll have
Right.
an enlarged and
I'm
what's
not-
it called?
let me-
Maligna. I think I'm pronouncing it wrong.
Let me think of how to put
There's
this.
a physical reaction that happens with your brain.
There's dopamine, there's adrenaline, there's all kinds of things that actually produce chemicals that are measurable.
Hold on, you're
Stress
constantly
hormones.
producing brain cells, right? But there comes a point where, and I'm not saying you can't change. I'm not saying you're stunted. I'm not saying you can't have growth. I'm not saying you become stagnant. That is not what I am saying. There comes a point when the way in which your mind builds and the rapidity with which it builds is no longer as dynamic and elastic as it used to be.
Is
And
that an objectively true statement that you're making?
Yeah, I would say
That's
that goes back to objectivity, not subjectivity. Just because people, it's like saying there are multiple options,
have
but
anything-
each multiple options is an objective fact. Even though there's options and choices, each one's an objective thing.
No,
So even though-
you can say it's a fact I'm angry, but my emotion is like, how do I?
Emotions
So if
are
everything you say is
necessarily-
subject, go ahead.
Sorry,
Wild.
yes. Emotions are necessarily subjective. Subjective means subject to a mind. It's impossible to have any emotions outside of a mind.
Well, we
They're
just talked.
necessarily
Well,
subjective.
that's not true. We just talked about that certain things are measurable. Dopamine.
It doesn't matter whether they're measurable.
Stress hormones.
It doesn't matter what's in the mind. It's still subject to a mind. You can't have emotions outside of a mind.
Wait,
It
hold
doesn't
on. You
matter
just
how the
said that
mind-
it's subjective,
doesn't
but
matter what the
then it
mind-
doesn't matter?
Sorry, I hadn't finished. What? It
Can
doesn't
we
matter
do
how
one at
the-
a time,
Doesn't
please?
matter, but
I
it's
love you
subjective.
all, maybe.
It's only in the mind, but somehow that's because it's only
It doesn't
in the mind.
matter
Goes
how
back to
the
what I'm
mind
talking
is
about.
made, what it's made up of, what chemicals are in it. It's still subject to a mind. It doesn't matter what the mind is made of.
Wild, let me see if I can understand what we're saying here. All right, so, and I just spitballing. So please tell me
My
if
rock
I'm
is angry. Sorry.
What the?
Please tell me if I'm wrong. But I think
You're wrong.
what you're trying.
You're funny, GS.
Although the display of like anger or the measurement of anger is a thing, right?
Mhm.
That it is you like I can't say this is an angering thing. I can just say this angered me because that anger is still how I processed it inside my mind. And just because I'm angry doesn't mean anybody around me is angry. And so it's subjective to my experience.
No, what I'm saying is, outside of minds, emotions don't exist. So necessarily, all emotions are subjective because they are subject to a mind. If the
Are you
mind
objectively
exists,
sure that
then
statement is true?
No, I don't have a subjective.
Well, I guess. What are you basing it on? What
Well,
objectively measurable thing are you basing? Is it just your opinion?
Logic.
Well, hold on, because now you've suggested that outside of the mind, emotions don't exist. How many emotions are there?
I don't know.
There's only 3.
Yeah.
Anger, sadness, and happiness.
He's worrying a lot.
That's it. There's nothing else. There's only 3.
Are you objectively sure of that statement, Brick?
Fear. There's so many.
What the fuck? That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard you say, bro. Come
Literally, like everything that exists on the side of anger is one side. Everything that exists on the side of sadness is that side, and then everything in between is happiness or contentment.
So what's anxiety?
No sides. Each
Anxiety is not an emotion.
There's not like sides.
Yeah, there is. There's literally 2.
I think he's talking about the hemispheres of the brain. I think
If I'm afraid, if I'm afraid, it's not because I'm angry.
There's a reason why they call it
it's not
bipolar.
because I'm happy. It's because I'm afraid. That's
In
very
psychology, really, there's like this diagnosis called bipolar, right? And the people who are bipolar, right? The reason they call it bipolar is because on one moment they're sad and the other moment they're angry. And then if they're ever happy, then they're happy. There's only 3.
Actually, they do go into states of happiness, and it's not one moment, next moment. It can last weeks, and they
I don't really
call it
think,
bipolar
I don't
anymore.
believe that you
Call it
guys
manic
really
depressive,
understand
but that's
what
not
you're
bipolar.
talking
He's
about.
loving emotion.
No, they don't even call it bipolar anymore. They call it manic depressive.
1 second. That would make it tripolar. If there are
So they
3
changed the
emotions,
name of it, and then you
and they
believe
have
the
all
new
3.
name.
That would make it tripolar.
No, I didn't say I believe the new name. I'm saying it's not what he describes. It's
There's
not
2
a
poles,
you
okay?
you can
There's
switch
a North Pole, there's a South Pole, okay? Just
moment
the way
to
it
moment.
works.
You can go into manic periods that can last weeks.
Okay, so
No, I hear what you're saying. It's
when you
called
have
manic.
a pole,
Yeah, I
right?
understand it.
A pole
understand what
would
you're saying.
suggest that there's only
I got a
2
poll for your
sides,
sister.
okay? You got a poll for my dick.
Okay.
You need to go ahead and sit on it, motherfucker. You're absolutely disgusting. I don't know what the fuck you're doing on this fucking panel.
Okay,
DT, you're a scumbag, bro. Fuck you. You're a fucking retard. What the fuck are
Oh
you doing
my
on this
God.
fucking panel, dude?
That's sad.
I'm dead ass serious, dude.
You
This
don't
is
like
D-Dog's
sister
panel,
jokes?
not your fucking panel. The fuck is wrong with you? You fucking sick faggot fuck.
I'm so
long you got?
Whoa! You
That's
used
the
to.
sweetest
God
little face.
damn it!
Hate
You know
for
what?
What?
You're locked
What's
in bullshit.
what's sick about being a faggot? Objectively.
Oh.
So,
Man,
Brick,
like-
you're trying to defend Rich's channel by using the F word about 15 times in one sentence.
But you also did damn God several times here just now, so
Hold
that's
on.
offensive to me.
Does anyone know who Michael is?
Michael rode the boat ashore.
Archangel Michael.
Yeah, I was thinking the Michael. Yeah, but my brain went to.
I don't know a Michael.
Your little is absolutely adorable, by the way. I love when he pops up on the screen. It just made me, I cringed because the word.
Can we trade out DT and Michael?
Oh,
though?
he can't hear anything that's being
First of
said.
all, I don't know who Michael.
Headphones. But I still had this cringe. It was just like the juxtaposition between that cute little face and those words.
Okay, there's a
if it
guy
was- if it
backstage
was-
called Michael. That's why I was asking if anyone knows him.
I don't.
Ask him to
check his
show
YouTube
you
channel.
2 fingers.
Yeah,
Check his
it
YouTube channel.
doesn't really tell
Ask
me
him to
much.
sniff him.
Okay.
Ask
You
him to
could
sniff
put.
his fingers.
I wouldn't risk it at this point in time.
Disgusting, Todd. What the fuck are you doing here?
So my question
Sniffing
would be
my
this:
fingers,
has he
obviously.
said anything in the chat all night, or did he just show up out of
I
nowhere?
literally don't know.
Well, has he
No,
said
not
anything in the
paying
back
attention.
chat?
Or you could let him in and put someone full screen to cover
He
it.
said.
No.
He said. Sup. That's a deal breaker. I vote no.
Sup.
He's probably a 50-year-old version like DT.
Dude, honestly, at this point, it's been 8 hours. I might as well just end the fucking thing.
That's what I'm talking about. Executive decision. Y'all have a good one, man.
A
Good
boot.
night.
A boot.
Thanks for not explaining subjectivity.